dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, why you leaving me?
stone cold, sinking deeper. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn. When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. We fight forever. Face the storm coming. Ground is shaking. Beat down inside, calling. Voices in the distance. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nado dan into the infernal bomb dan curi Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Bomb.
Damage yang dilakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage yang sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome everybody to the ESL Mobile Open, presented to you League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia. My name is Contra. Alongside with me is my trusty buddy, Husky.
Oh, thank you very much. And today is going to be day number 3 of the fall season group stage. And before we delve into the matches and what's coming up, we gotta thank the parties that made this happen. Of course, we have Riot Games, ESL, and our official partner is going to be Maggie, bringing you all the spiciest and most delicious play of the fall season.
All right, of course, we do have a lot of amazing matches in store for us for the entirety of the evening. Of course, for those of you guys who are tuning in for the first time, be excited for a lot of all these Wild Rift matches to come. It's some of the best teams of Malaysia contending for the entirety of the day. All this is brought to you by, of course, our tournament partners, Maggie, and also, we got to give a huge shout out and big thank you to Rod Games alongside with ESL for giving us all these hosteness that's happening eventually. So, Husky, last week there was a whole lot of action-packed games that has happened. Maybe you can fill me with some details of what's really going on.
Yeah, and I think, the easiest way to go through this is that so far, the fall season prophecy has been coming true. The top teams are falling down. We are getting Geek Fam now sitting at a 0-2 streak. Not the best result that they've wanted. We are getting, let's look at the leaderboard, and go through what has transpired so far. You can see UndeRank, SDGR EA, and SEMNAI all won both the series in first place. Well, in respectively first place right now, followed by Berjaya Dragons and Silent Killer winning one series, dropping the other one, and of course at the bottom three we have INSOMNIAX, Geek Fam, and Assassin Academy. They have not gotten a single win just yet.
Yeah, this is definitely a lot concerning coming from, the previous victors, Geek Fam, back in the preseasons and hitting in towards the summer split. They were number one in the group stages, but heading in towards this season itself, we see, of course, the changes in the roster affecting them a whole lot. Assassin Academy haven't picked up some steam, so later on we'll be seeing them getting into action once more. INSOMNIAX as well, I do think that they are a good team overall. It's just that they just got to refine their strategies heading into this whole picture. So Silent Killers in the middle bracket, I do think that they are up and coming, and there is a whole lot more potential to come coming in from the Silent Killer side. While Berjaya Dragons, first week wasn't exactly the best week, but last week itself, it seems like they've been able to actually pick up on some of the steam. So let's see what will this week offer us this time around. We'll be taking a little bit of a look into some of the matches that we'll be having aligned for us from match number 1 all the way till the very end of the day. So who are you expecting to see pop off for today?
I mean, today, probably the most exciting series is going to be the last one, which we'll see later on. But SEMNAI against Geek Fam is the one that I think a lot of people are looking towards, because it is kind of the benchmark, right? To see where Geek Fam stands right now within the competition and how far SEMNAI have come since Summer Icon. So this will be the matches for today, starting off with INSOMNIAX versus Silent Killer, followed by UndeRank taking on SDGR EA, and then afterwards we have Berjaya Dragons versus Assassin Academy, and we will close out the night with the most anticipated SEMNAI taking on Geek Fam.
That's right. So I'm looking at so many of all these stack cards here. Iblis versus UndeRank. We'll see maybe a little bit of a change of pace when it comes down to the standings, because UndeRank right now sitting at number 1. Iblis is also catching up. They are definitely in a very hot form. So we'll see what will happen there, but we'll start things off here with INSOMNIAX versus Silent Killer, where I'm thinking that INSOMNIAX still have some stuff to prove to us, especially when they have re-qualified themselves through the qualifying brackets, and Silent Killer so far definitely is a force to be reckoned with. So match number 1 here, I just really want to see, is there going to be any sort of changes when it comes down to the roster that they are feeling for this week itself? But another question that I really want to drop to you is Lucian and Senna left out in the open already.
Yeah, and they had to wait out the 1-week embargo, but now they're finally allowed to run wild on the Rift, and I just can't wait to see if any of these teams will pick them out, because I feel like especially Lucian will have a lot of impact. I'm looking at that mid lane for Lucian to be most prevalent at, since when we talk about Wild Rift being such a fast tempo game, Lucian brings that exact play style. So that's what I'm looking forward to for the night.
And overall, we'll definitely need to also get you guys more attuned to what's in the Rift, because we've got a massive event happening across all Riot game titles, but especially Rift, we've got the Sentinels of Light. So if you guys still don't know how exactly to take part, check this video out.
And there you have it. That is our ongoing Sentinel of Lights event. Runeterra is in danger and we need all of you to lend your strength and save everyone from the impending Rune Nation. And with this, it's happening across all Riot titles, especially for Wild Rift. And what all you have to do is to log into your Wild Rift and you will see that right now you will have access to the Sentinel headquarters, which will house the Sentinel of Lights. And all you do is to level up that headquarters and those Sentinels of Light to earn awesome rewards. Play your games, complete those daily missions, and you will earn progress. And those progress will not only help us fight against Rune Nation and save Runeterra, but also contribute to Riot Games' social impact fund. So we do good for Summoner's Rift, we do good for Runeterra, and we also do good for society. Do remember to stand up and join forces, because this is our chance to be together and defeat the evil forces.
That's right, and while you're doing that, you'll be able to actually unlock brand new icons, borders, as well as, baubles, brand new champions, you name it, we've got it here. All you have to do is first play any champions that are under these headquarters, and you'll be able to slowly unlock all these rewards. So wait no further, make sure you guys keep playing a whole lot more Wild Rift. So, Husky, I've dropped this question overall to Flicker, and he's already answered me like, it's hard to choose between which is his favorite Sentinels. My personal favorite right now is going to be Lucian. What about you?
Lucian... Okay, since you've already picked Lucian, even from the PC platform, my favorite one has been Senna, because I feel like Senna is a very unique playstyle. But there's also something that that we can look forward to, right? I think in the trailer alone, you can already see it. It's Archcan also getting released pretty soon, so that is something for us to anticipate. But yeah, Lucian and Senna are kind of inseparable when it comes down to this whole dynamic duo of the ADC lane. I'm not sure if we will see Senna, but I do hope that some of our players can put her to good use.
Well, of course, there is a little bit more flexibility to some of all these champions. You can put Lucian over on the mid lane, or even Senna. Top lane, of course, arguably so for Lucian. Not too sure if Senna's going to be faring pretty well against many of all these skirmishes, but I will definitely fancy a chance for both of them to be appearing over on the bottom lane all together, giving them a lot of poke damage as well as sustainability. Now, first matchup, I want to see if either of these teams will be fielding the Sentinels for themselves, and I even saw that, Irelia is going to be part of it as well, so... I haven't been seeing too many Irelia pickups coming in from the Malaysian scene. I'm hoping to see, teams like Berjaya Dragons, who are pretty much proficient when it comes down to some of these picks, to be feeling it here in the Wild Rift. So there are so many things to talk about here, but of course, today's hot topic, who's going to be taking over that #1 spot? Because UndeRank, they definitely need to maintain this sort of consistency that they had from the previous weeks all the way up till today. And, it's just going to get a little bit more heated up when we put 2 and 2 together. Now, this is where we go for our first matchup, where INSOMNIAX takes on Silent Killer.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one, because INSOMNIAX, I think up to this point, they haven't gotten a single win. First, they lost 2-1 to Semnai, and then they lost 2-0 to SDGR EA. This is their first chance, or this is their third chance to kind of get that first series win. Whereas for Silent Killer, they are 1-1 right now on the leaderboard, kind of smack in the middle. Let's take a look at what INSOMNIAX has to offer. First, with Divine 1, the Baron lane, Evolution in the jungle, Wadu in the mid lane, Ceres and Linus will be that Dragon lane duo.
That's right. So we're going to be looking to see, can Divine One as well as Wadu pop off. So far, these are, of course, some of their core players out there. And Divine One definitely plays our lane itself. Now, going into some picks and bans, of course, we'll be seeing if there's anything different. Yep, then this is where we take a look over on the side of Silent Killer. We've got Sunshine, RSSG, Astral, Latte, as well as Dan.
And I think RSSG and Astro has kind of been in the spotlight since the close qualifiers, and I don't blame them. I think that they deserve that recognition, especially RSSG and Astro, two very aggressive players with like minds. They are very tactical. They really love those early pickoffs. RSSG with Lee Sin, Astro on the Twisted Fate. I want to see more of that today. They have demonstrated aggression, they've demonstrated proactiveness, but the one thing that is stopping them, at least on day 2 against Semnai, was that Semnai was prepared. So maybe today we can see how Silent Killer deals with a more robust team, and INSOMNIAX is going to be a great test subject.
Yeah, and this is where, they can definitely feel something brand new into the entirety of the Rift so far. So Summoner's Rift, I want to see this Lucian pop off. Whoever gets the hands on it probably won't be able to flex out on some of all these spectacular plays with the culling. And later on, moving in towards the picks and bans, I think there will be a little bit of priority when it comes down to the ban. It will shift the meta for a tad bit, or will they be forcing bans on other different respective champions to unlock what the Sentinels can actually do?
That's a very interesting question, right? Because I have the same thoughts on my mind. I feel like Lucian might go through for a couple of games today because we have yet to see the potential, right? Mostly is kind of in solo queue in those high ranking games, but in competitive, no teams have had the privilege to try it out yet. This is literally the debut of Lucian. I'm expecting it to go through for some games, and as we proceed through the league, maybe he'll get a bit more respect on that ban list. But other than that, we're probably going to see the same few bans on champions like Camille, champions like Galio, all those flex picks that has always been dominant all this while.
That's right, and many of the teams definitely plays the Gragas as well, being one of the best flex pick that you can go with. And there's barely any lanes that you won't see the Gragas go to. So
yeah,
the only sort of the role that he won't play is, of course, the marksman role, but he can still play a pretty neat support, being a full tank or even a semi-tank. And that's where, of course, he does shine best over on jungle as well as Baron lane. And even if you go in the mid lane, you can expect to see a whole lot of burst damage coming from a full AP build Gragas. But with that being said, there's so many things that we can definitely theorycraft on what's about to go down. But we'll just have to leave it to the boys coming from INSOMNIAX as well as Silent Killer to show us the way.
Yeah, and when we talk about INSOMNIAX, there was something very interesting that Chili, a bit later from Berjaya Dragon, said. Not Berjaya Dragon, sorry. Was it Berjaya Dragon? Yeah, Berjaya Dragon.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Mentioned that a team like UndeRank did bring out that kind of bottom lane mage meta, right? So we'll see if that kind of spills over to the other teams. Here's our predictions. Underneath, we both have different ideas of which team we think is going to take the cake. I personally think that INSOMNIAX still has it, but Silent Killer is going to be your choice, and I want to hear your thoughts on that.
I think they definitely start off on a really good hot streak, and they don't look like they're about to break too much momentum for the moment. And Silent Killer has displayed that they can go on an ultra aggro form, which is definitely necessary when you want to actually pressure the enemies into a tough spot. So Spot Zone, of course, will be giving a very tough fight indeed. But, I'm kind of on the fence. I do expect this to go pretty much on a 3-game series. So, yeah, Spot Zone, I just hope to see great ones coming out.
Yeah, it's I think we came in today and we both kind of unanimously agreed that it's pretty much going to be a long and exciting night. But INSOMNIAX, I think what might set them apart from Silent Killer in this particular matchup is that they are a bit more prepared, because we look at how Silent Killer beat Assassin Academy was because Assassin Academy were not ready for those aggression, and I think INSOMNIAX might change that.
Yeah, and this is where we hit straight into the picks and bans. And we look at the list. There's no Lucian or even Senna. They want to leave it out in the open with Ziggs, Renekton, as well as Gragas being banned away from the side of INSOMNIAX. Meanwhile, Silent Killer is going to remove quite a number of supports with the form of Braum, as well as the Lulu being taken away. Same goes to Twisted Fate without having the Destiny to be played out by Wadu, because he's definitely very proficient when it comes down to how he really wants to play an aggressive Twisted Fate. Now, Divine One goes into lock in the Camille, and this is definitely a very strong choice, which you could still flex over onto the jungle or even the Baron lane.
Yeah, in Silent Killer, they have the option to go for the Galio, which is still left open. If you want to go for the Galio, there's always the Jarvan to kind of pair it up. And you can see that Silent Killer, they are already hovering. In fact, they've just locked in the Galio, that there's no reason to not select the Guardian of Duran, right? And you also have Lee Sin, RSSG's favorite. He's kind of his pocket pick, his signature champion. And it's just very straightforward for Silent Killer. RSSG goes in, followed by the hero's entrance. Perfect way to engage a fight.
That's right. Now, going into its evolution, now this is going to be an assassin in the Rift with him going on Akali. I think Akali's definitely in a pretty good state, and that's what I've been waiting for, Lucian being locked in. Now, my question is, where is it going to go? Because over on the mid lane, we do have a potential of the Diana coming online. If it is going to be the Diana, then I expect this Galio to play on a support role.
Yeah, it is definitely possible, but I think knowing Silent Killer, this Diana might be in the Baron lane. Although we don't see that too much, I would love to, get a taste of the Diana Akali matchup, right, in a different lane, because this Lucian can also be a flex pick. We talk about it being a possible mid or being a possible ADC, but INSOMNIAX hovering over that Fiora is going to give an indication that this Lucian is most likely going to be in a Baron lane. But no, they lock in the Ahri, which still says that this Lucian is going to be the AD anyways. Ahri mid, Akali Baron lane, Ezreal locked in for Silent Killer as a response.
Okay, I'm really liking this, because if you're looking towards this bottom lane matchup here, Lucian as well as Janna does have a little bit more of an edge against an Ezreal in the early game, because he needs those item spikes to really come into effect. So a lot of poke damage. I really want to see if the Dragon lane of Silent Killer could be able to, hold up and sustain. But heading over on the final few pick, it's going to be a Garen that will be appearing for the side of Silent Killer. Now, let's talk through about this, right? Garen definitely was that juggernaut that was so hard to be taken down back in the Summer Super Cup meta. It's been a frequent pick, but with all this nerfs coming in the way, I think that his power levels, when it comes down to the tankiness department, has reduced, where he's being forced to build things like, more towards Trinity Force, a little bit more of a mixed department heading towards a semi-tank role.
Yeah, and I think that also kind of changes how you want to approach the game as a Garen, right? They are laning Garen up against the Akali, and I feel like the Akali should have a decent time, especially when the Garen isn't as beefy as he was before. And so there's more breathing space for this assassin to work with. But what I'm looking at is this Galio fitting into the support role. We haven't seen that for a very long time, ever since Summer Icon. The synergy is still there, but Galio not being in the mid lane kind of reduces the ability for Silent Killer to make those global rotations.
Yeah, and even if you were to actually put this Garen against the Ahri, you're just basically going to brick wall Wadu and, of course, force him to expend a whole lot of mana. But essentially, you can't really get much kills out of the Ahri. She could just easily Spirit Rush away. And therefore, it's still pretty much essential to put something with a little bit of a threat. Astral now popping a little bit of ward. And they're just hoping to cause a little bit of discrepancy. Well, if that's ever a word, to get a little bit more of a vision being done, as they do spot out evolution that has started over on the right side. Now, Sunshine, though, coming up with some really good exchanges against Divine One. And just look at some of all these builds. He's probably going to be going in for Bonnie Cinder. Pretty much a classic way to go on a tank build on the Garen.
Yeah, just a couple of love taps. I think it's what we expected as well for the early levels. It seems like INSOMNIAX side is getting those experiments a bit faster, but Silent Killer, no follows aggression. When you have the Lee Sin, you are looking for those early ganks, and I think RSSG is trying to look for that window with this level 2 red buff. Not gonna find it though. So Silent Killer, so INSOMNIAX, excuse me, might be able to stay for what Silent Killer wants to do as a team. And I'm just looking forward to that level 5 fight. Will those ultimates give us a hint of what INSOMNIAX is prepared for this series?
Yeah, if we would really look at the chain combos that can actually come out from the side of Silent Killer, it is quite lethal if they can get a beautiful Moonfall that will be chained alongside with a hero's entrance. Meanwhile, INSOMNIAX, more towards a pick-off kind of composition, they could easily go in for some dives, and the Lucian is very much self-sustainable, and hence why you can see a very deep ward being placed there by Linez, trying to actually steal away the blue buff. Meanwhile, a little bit of a gank is going to be set up, and this dive is in effect in a few seconds from now.
Yeah, Divine One, they just gonna jump on and set him on fire and execute him. Sunshine getting a very quick first blood, and Silent Killer, they have struck the first bell. And with that, it's going to be at least one plating in that top tier 1.
Yeah, and I really do love how well organized Silent Killer actually starts off with this good wave manipulation, and they have definitely had the sort of setup to negate Akali from getting anywhere close to this danger zone. But RSSG still forcing him to back away. That's a flashbang burnout. So I don't see a clear option of recovery, but over Bob's side, it's a double kill happening, and INSOMNIAX for at least found an opening.
What a juggle. That could have gone terribly wrong, but I like how INSOMNIAX juggled that bottom lane dive. But Astro is in, has the flash, just flashes. Luna dashes onto Saris, but Saris still has his own flash, and Astro not able to pick up that kill. So I guess overall, INSOMNIAX with that bottom dive did even up the first blood that they experienced in that Baron lane.
Yeah, it's definitely decent when it comes down to the trades, and if you look into the Summoner's Burn, does also give Wadu a little bit of an edge to face off against this Diana up until the point where, you know, maybe they do have certain members to give a little bit more of a helping hand to take on Wadu. Then that's where SK will strike again. So Linus is just going to be waiting for the Moonways to crash right in, going to save it up for the Lucian, as the first Drake will be a very important Drake for both sides. It's going to be the Infernal coming up very shortly. Meanwhile, another dive happening to Divine One.
And Divine One this time getting the Tempest on him, and they will execute him. Just good move from Silent Killer, knowing that there's no flash on Akali. They take him out, but like you said, Inferno Drake will be started by INSOMNIAX, and Silent Killer, they have those big combos. Moonfall into Hero's Entrance, pretty deadly, but since Lee Sin is not there, this Dragon will go over to INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, and I guess that True Shot Barrage came in just a few seconds late. Silent Killer, they've already expended a lot of resources just to focus down on Divine One, but heading through to the late game, the Akali will still be able to actually pull quite some significant plays out there, but this is forcing her to go on some scattered build. Like, you're looking at a potential of a Lich Bane coming up next, and the Landry's tournament will be coming up for the Akali first and foremost, I do believe. Now, going 2-2, but INSOMNIAX does get themselves the Dragon, but in exchange, Silent Killer, they definitely even the odds when it comes down to any sort of gold discrepancy by taking down the very first turret, giving them an extra stash of gold. But this is where a convoy comes right in. Silent Killer wants to focus down on this Akali again.
Hero's Entrance is going to allow Dan to join the fight, and even though Divine One doesn't go down, Silent Killer came here for the turret, and they will get it. I think INSOMNIAX should be able to trade the top tier 1 back, but I think overall, you know, Silent Killer still kind of gets the better end of that trade.
Yeah, Silent Killer definitely is the one that is setting up the pace for many of all these objectives. Now, Watt is in a really tight spot as well, needing a little bit more of a backing coming from the rest of INSOMNIAX. Now, we also do have the Rift Herald spawning up next, so Silent Killer definitely in the prime position first and foremost, they will go in for a little bit of reset, going in for some items coming up. And Dan's going to be able to actually pick up some of all these defensive stats overall. Meanwhile, INSOMNIAX shoving the wave. I guess this is where they really want to employ or deploy a little bit more vision in towards the river.
And I think it's pretty tough for INSOMNIAX, right? You see Divine One, he is forced to match Sunshine in those lanes, but there's no way you can fight the Garen, especially when you go 0-2 early on in the first 3 minutes. Silent Killer just going on that Rift Herald, but I think INSOMNIAX won't want to let this go away for free. Seris is going in for a bit of pokes. Here comes the attempt to steal, but it doesn't go through. And now Lee Sin taking that Rift Herald away. Execution comes through, dodged by the ultimatum. Bowie get a moonfall to follow up. Monsoon healing everyone from INSOMNIAX back up to full health. And Silent Killer expended everything. They run out of gas, and INSOMNIAX will run them over. They lose evolution, but they get 3 in return.
That's a great fight for INSOMNIAX. You look at how well they positioned themselves, and he kept that Hextech ultimatum all the way to the very end. Evolution just buying a little bit more time, knowing that he'll be able to actually make a couple of trades, and he walked away with, what, a kill for himself. And now Watt is in a really good spot, also getting 2 kills. Here comes the charm, and they might just actually take down RSSG, but he turns golden.
Oh, it's a last second stasis saving his life. But like you pointed out, Evolution, the great dodge and patience with the ultimatum. Sunshine getting the 3rd kill onto Divine One. They're currently not really having the best game in the 2000 go behind her lane opponent, which is the Garen. But I think INSOMNIAX winning that team fight kind of slows down the bleeding. You know, as we look at the Maggie Hawka replay, just look at Evolution. Perfect timing with that dodge. The moonfall and everything else connects, but if you're a Silent Killer and you expend everything, INSOMNIAX is just gonna win the fight.
Yeah, of course, they went in for a really deep jungle play as well. Oh, the culling gets popped, but more calculators arrive.
Yeah, Ceres getting to safety and to get a good charm onto Sunshine. Electrocute is popped, True Jump Rush cuts through, but Divine One, you see her for revenge, just needs that 5-point strike, pops the barrier, 3 kills going over to INSOMNIAX. Silent Killer stands no chance as the Ocean Drake spawns.
Alright, this is where INSOMNIAX definitely show how well they can actually play team fights. Silent Killer honestly didn't really have to pop too much. RSSG goes in for a beautiful Dragon's Rage. It's still going to be a 1-for-1 when the rest of INSOMNIAX has arrived in towards the mid lane. Meanwhile, this is still going to be a push coming out from all ends. But the problem is, INSOMNIAX, now they do lose evolution. They don't really have the smite going on. So Silent Killer, they may look to start off this very early Drake, and in the form of Ocean Drake. It does help them a little bit more when it comes down to sustainability. But I guess it's going to benefit Latte the most if they were to get their hands on it, because of how well you could just get the procs coming in from the first skill, just getting more lifesteal overall.
And I feel like for Linus, this Janna pick feels very genius, right? Because there's very less way the Silent Killer can cancel that Monsoon. And they can't even get close to him. Silent Killer though, starting on that Ocean Drake. They know Evolution is there, but Evolution is gonna go in for the contest, doesn't get the Ocean Drake, but Ceres will let the culling loose. Sunshine being that Michu, extra going in, Moonfall connects, no heroes enters, and the monster would just give them the disengage. Meanwhile, they do lose Divine One. Sunshine trying to spin away, but he will be taken out, and Dan is also set on fire. The Ignite will burn him to death, and it's gonna be a triple kill for Ceres. Give him the Quadra. INSOMNIAX wipes out Silent Killers at the Dragon Pit.
Wow, what another beautiful team fight that was brought upon by INSOMNIAX. And once again, you pointed out that Linus comes in with a genius pick of the Janna, and it goes to show that Monsoon have just saved so many lives yet again, and it also started the tempo of Silent Killer. They have no response on how exactly to catch members of INSOMNIAX when this Janna is always in the way. Now this is going to be a free Baron with the Trishop Barrage just slightly missing the mark, and INSOMNIAX now is just going to snowball out of control. I don't see a reason how Silent Killer could actually make a big comeback, and just look at the itemization as well. But before that, let's hop over to the instant replay brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. This was the moment where Dan, he goes in with the Justice Punch, he gets flushed away, and he just had to walk all the way in towards the turret safety, and nowhere was actually saved for members of Silent Killer, and they got aced out.
Yeah, and that was a third pick Lucian as well, but if you look at INSOMNIAX draft, I feel like this Lucian, other than the genius Janna pick, I think this Lucian was also a great pick. Evolution does get isolated and assassinated in that Baron lane, but is there any way to get on top of this Lucian? Like, this guy is huge, calling, play the Rune King, Dan just has to use the minions as that meat shield, but he still goes down. We have a godlike Lucian debuting on that main stage for very first match of the day, Contra.
Yeah, this is what we want to see, and Ceres probably will still go in for more of all these plays. This is just leading us alongside with Ceres, and you can see Silent Killer, they are already holding back. They know that they can't exactly have a clear-cut way to really dive upon the Lucian without taking enough of these blows. And even with Latte next to Dan, you just see, he just goes in to let him go, not even trying to pop that heal coming out of that marksman.
Feels pretty hard for Silent Killer. Dan can't get those combos off. I feel like Silent Killers are so reliant on this whole, the Lee Sin jumps in or the Diana engages, and you need to press the hero's entrance 1 second late, and it feels like the fight falls apart. Now they would push, exhaust this Diana, she gets the Moonfall off, but the exhaust just mitigates the damage. They'll take that tier 1 turret, Astral goes golden, but the team is not there. They will lock her down and kill her off. Dan joins the fight with the hero's entrance, just to punch backwards. They get the taunt of the Divine One, they finish him off, but that's all they get. Dragon's Rage is a bit too late, and Silent Killer still ends up losing 2 guys.
Okay, I guess that Silent Killer, they're kind of in a lost spot right now. They don't exactly know how to even get back on track, because everybody from the likes of INSOMNIAX is just steamrolling them from every sort of the macro or even micro play. Wadu so far is going to be hard to catch as well. So I don't know. If you were to be on the Silent Killer's side, probably you just have to just stall for that late game. And even so, just look at the build from Lee Sin, which I wanted to talk about much early on. He's going for the Glaive instead, so I think that this is a full 80 build on the Lee Sin that isn't going to be giving them any sort of room for, defensive plays overall, and he can just get bursted down immediately. So, not really the best sign, but he's been playing pretty well, going on a 5-2 record. But for INSOMNIAX, all their carries are up online. And speaking of RSSG, he just got ignited, and that's a godlike Ari.
Oh man, 2 godlike members on the side of INSOMNIAX. The Sunshine also forced away. Leave Ceres has the Mortal Reminder, so all those regenerations not gonna do too much. Evolution in the meantime, getting gone on. They put him back with the Moonfall, but he just takes them out with the Precision Protocol. Astral down for 38 seconds as the Cloud Drake goes over to INSOMNIAX. Baron is available, but INSOMNIAX says it's go time. They're looking for a fight. Silent Killer won't give them that, but no, you say Silent Killer should slow down, but is there a timing for Silent Killer to come back into this game?
I don't even know if this is going to be able to do so, but there is a chance for Baron, and this is where INSOMNIAX close the deal, and they also get another kill on top of Astral. He couldn't even have any room for that flash to be popped off. And, well, first I'm mistaken, it's actually Dan who has been on that sort of position, but nevertheless, he had his flash going.
Yeah, this is gonna be probably the final hope. Started off with Charm with the Sunshine, and look at him, it's so darn low, and Ceres is gonna tap him and now sprays the rest of Silent Killer with the culling. First inhibitor is down. This Baron power play might be the be all end all, but INSOMNIAX decides to play it safe. They would just back off and give Silent Killer, well, not really space, but a taste of that fresh air before they finish the game.
Yeah, now they're going for a little bit of chase on the Akali, not really all too advisable. As much as she is low, she can always stash away. She still has flash available as well. Now, Void Staff already up for Wadu. We're going to almost a complete build coming for both the Lucian as well as the Ahri already. So Ceres just having a perfect time, beating on the drums with the 808 as well, getting the blue buff. And he's not going to have any sort of issues to pull out a 1 versus 2 anyways.
Yeah, he can do a 1 versus 5 if he want to at this point. I think he's so strong. Like both the cores of INSOMNIAX. Other than the Akali, the Ahri and Lucian are doing are having a flawless game. 7-0-5 for the RV, 8-0-8 for the Lucian. You cannot ask for anything better than that, but bottom lane, they want to go on Evolution. That's your hero's entrance. And I think it could be a window for INSOMNIAX. They can start it off with Sunshine, who does get away with a slither of health. His Baron buff is expiring soon, but I think INSOMNIAX, they're not going to wait for Silent Killers to greet them. They will just bust down that door. Top inhibitor turret will go down, and INSOMNIAX, they're looking for that final blow. They have that True Shot Rush coming through. Astro goes golden, but he's gonna come out into a full-fledged culling and goes down. INSOMNIAX runs that Silent Killer, while Evolution goes to the back line, jumps in with a hook shot, good tactical sweep. The win is taking on the Nexus. INSOMNIAX has this all planned out. Legendary Wadu, Divine One dies for the 6th time, but it doesn't matter because INSOMNIAX will take game 1.
What a game for INSOMNIAX, and that is one of the cleanest plays that we have ever seen coming from the team itself. And finally, they got everything going on track, especially with some of the smartest picks that they come up with from the draft. And that Lucian definitely set the pace and the tempo right for the likes of INSOMNIAX, alongside with the rest of the members as well. What a debut coming in from the Sentinel himself. And Saras definitely has been able to pop up, but not without the help of Linus. He's got some of the cleanest plays on this Janna. I'm expecting this Janna to be the MVP of the match. Oh, instead?
Well, it's serious. It's okay, you know, we all know the saying of supports. They do the work behind this. Behind every successful core is a successful support. So Linus, in my heart, he's the MVP. 23 assists out of 24 total kills the entire game. That shows how much involvement this Janna has. But I do want to pick a brain a bit. Do you think that Silent Killer didn't really address this Lucian pick despite it being the 3rd champion to be picked up by INSOMNIAX?
Yeah, probably they could have actually went in for this pick itself on the very first phase of the picks and bans, and instead they've of course let it being opened up for INSOMNIAX to pick it up instead, and they focus on some of all these team fight mechanism as well as the dive composition that they really want to focus down on the Akali over on the Baron lane itself. Yes, indeed, they went in for a few pickups there, but setting up a dive over on the bottom side is also not going to be all too smooth sailing for the side of Silent Killer, judging for the fact that he can easily just dash away alongside with Lunes. If he does pop the Monsoon, then you won't really get too much of a chance to really crush over the bottom side of the turret and also pick up those kills. But look at this, a massive 28.7k of damage has been brought out by the Lucian, and Sarah's just flexing how well he can actually juggle with this brand new champion that was released a couple of weeks back. So I think that we will be expecting more Lucian to come in this upcoming match.
Yeah, and now we've seen how strong Lucian is. I want to see how teams deal with that champion, right? Because this is Saras' debut, I believe, in the Icon series, and this is INSOMNIAX as an organization, as a brand. It's the 2nd chance in this league. So now this is his best debut performance so far, I think. This is his best performance overall since the close qualifiers. Does get me excited because INSOMNIAX really need that first series win, and to take it off of Silent Killer is a good testament. But we all know Silent Killers, there's still a chance for them to come back.
That is pretty much true, but well, of course we gotta wait for game 2 to happen. And now that Silent Killer will most likely have a switch side over on towards the blue side, where they can immediately go in for a Lucian pickup immediately if that's going to be the case. But it really boils down to the draft. Like, do they really want to leave things like the Camille being open up or so? And if they do, then they also have to consider, would you prioritize a Camille over a Lucian? That's also another key factor into some of these team fights. So I guess to really answer some of all these things on how exactly to counter a team with Lucian, you just need more of all these chain crowd control to be dropped upon him. But you know what? We'll take a 4 minutes break and we shall see in the upcoming games here. This is the ESL Mobile Open Icon Series Malaysia for League of Legends Wild Rift. We'll be back for more action to come. And of course, thank you so much, Maggie, for being aboard.
Lihat, tunggu sini. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shut me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, I recover it. And I know what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait! Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad. Now I'm lying in bed, stupid thoughts in my head, got me thinking of you. If you let me know lies, slowly losing my mind. Are you feeling this too? Don't be sorry, you're my angel in disguise. Yeah, you got me. Yeah, let's be naughty. Wanna put my body next to your body. Cause you shoot me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, I recover it. Look what you done, you made me fall too fast. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu petangkap alamat. Hari kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome back, Summoners. ESL Mobile Open presents to you guys the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season Group Stage Day 3, as we are going to prepare for Game 2 between INSOMNIAX against Silent Killer, with INSOMNIAX winning up Game 1. I'm Husky, and of course, who can forget my trusty partner in crime right here, Contra.
Well, of course, thank you very much. As we will get ourselves ready for game number 2. What a round that we had heading in towards that very first game. And opening with the Lucian pick, the Sentinel really brought us a whole lot of massive action here, while INSOMNIAX finally took a very big win over the likes of Silent Killer. So INSOMNIAX, I think that this might just be their series to take here if they can just perform at the same pace. But Silent Killer probably will look back at the draft right now, hitting it towards the blue side, coming with maybe a Lucian of their own, if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see if the Lucian gets taken out. But if you guys are enjoying the action so far, we have a lot of people to thank with ESL, with Riot Games, and of course our official tournament partner, Maggie Hot Cup, with all the spiciest and most delicious play. But before that, we also have something else to add on, which is the Maggie Hot Cup Community Tournament 5. If you guys want to get your hands on some competitive experience, this is the chance. Go to the link down below, bit.ly/hopcup5. You can sign up with a team, you can sign up alone, and it will give you a team, and you will get the chance to compete for some good prizes if you come out as the victors.
That's right. Then you got to start somewhere if you're aspiring to become a pro player. And, you know, if you just enjoy playing Wild Rift, just join in community events with, you know, maybe your best buddies out there. And if you can't really find a full stack of 5, you can always sign up solo as well. And you get paired up with brand new friends that you can make along the way. So wait no further, head over to bit.ly/hotcup5. So far, I think some of these teams that are participating in the ESL Mobile Open CICON Series Malaysia has been playing there as well. Like we've seen a few of all these brand new talents, of course, popping off there and finally emerging to become some powerhouse heading into the entirety of the series that we have been witnessing in some of these matches. But what I really want to see today is huge upsets along the way. Now, INSOMNIAX finally get things going well. I guess that there is a lot that we really want to talk about when it comes out to the whole synergy that they've been bringing out for it. Now, there was so much priority coming in from the side of Silent Killer where they focus on a lot of bans on the support role, and they forgot, oh, Jano is also a really strong pick coming into the meta, and they also removed the Twisted Fate. But Wadu can always go for Ari and many more things to come. So I feel like the priorities now should be a little bit more different for the side of Silent Killer heading to the next game.
And I think for any teams playing right now, because of Lucian being made available in the competitive pool, maybe Braum will get a bit more attention on that ban list, right? Because we all know the classic Lucian-Braum duo, very annoying to deal with in that lane. Strong lane priority, you can't fight them early on. We also got an update that Paddy is going to come in to replace Sunshine for Silent Killer. So maybe this substitute, this replacement is going to give Silent Killer kind of a fresh start in that game too. And I want to get your thoughts on that. What is this? How much change is Paddy going to bring to Silent Killer as a whole?
I definitely think that there is a little bit of an element of surprise, at least when we go into with a brand new player. It's like we've already seen the shields coming out from the Garen, or should I say a broadsword that he always carries around. But now it definitely leads to question, because often than not, Sunshine has been playing for the most part over on the Baron lane. Now, perhaps we'll see a little bit more styles of aggressiveness being introduced into the Baron lane for the likes of Silent Killer. So, whether it can it actually go to challenge Divine One, I am not too certain, because last game they definitely took him out consecutively, especially when you have like the Lee Sin that can, of course, unveil him with an easy strike of this third skill overall. So I guess there is a lot of things to consider here whenever you go in for decent these strats coming in towards the Baron lane.
And I think for INSOMNIAX, Divine One is probably one of the more versatile Baron laners, right? He's played Akali, he's played Riven, he's played Jarvan, he's played all the Baron laners that we don't think we're going to see as much. But let's see what he's going to bring out this time in Game 2. Silent Killer banning out the Janna, banning out the Lucian, and of course they ban out Divine One's Jarvan, and INSOMNIAX will ban the Ziggs, Camille, and Renekton.
Yeah, and I'm looking at a lot of all these priority focus being channeled over on towards Baron lane and as well as jungle picks. So it definitely dwindles down the pool, and Paddy now will get a priority on this Gragas, meaning to say that, the Lucian is still being available for the side of INSOMNIAX. Will they want to actually go in for this opportunity with the double pick going on? So Divine One, he doesn't really need to be all too pressurized to go in for his Baron lane pick just about yet, because the bans have already run through. So Ari has worked well for Wadu. We'll continue to exert a little bit more of that mid lane pressure against whoever Silent Killer wants to, of course, pull up eventually. But instead, they switch it over to Twisted Fate, because this time around, Twisted Fate wasn't banned away, but Evolution will steal away that Lee Sin.
Yeah, and actually the Illusion was banned out by Silent Killer, so I think, they gave a lot of respect to Ceres. They don't want another like 8-0 Lucian running around the rift.
Oh,
But
indeed,
by Silent
indeed.
Killer,
My bad.
it's okay.
I forgot.
It's okay. It's like at the very corner. But we get RSSG on the Vi and Dan on the Rakan. So I love these two picks, especially Vi. Lee Sin wants to come in. Twisted Fate wants to port it with Destiny. Assault and Battery. You want to engage? Assault and Battery is an ultimate that just does not care what you are.
Indeed, and now this is where they get themselves the Darius being picked up, heading in towards the Baron lane, most likely. So Lulu is definitely going to be a very safe fate to counter react to any sort of assault and battery, or even any sort of quickness being pulled up by the Rakan. So it's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult for a hard engage for the side of Silent Killer if they do not, of course, pay attention to what Linus will be pulling up with Kaisa to be paired up with the Rakan. And oh boy, we got a Yasuo in play to counter Twisted Fate. I think it's really good when it comes down to bring up the wind wall to, of course, negate any sort of cards that he pulls up from his back. But I feel like this aggressive playstyle does suit INSOMNIAX a little bit more, especially when they lock in that Tristana. They can immediately go into Rocket Jump and, of course, pick somebody apart.
Yeah, and I want to see how Silent Killer pull this out. I think Yasuo hasn't won a single game, if my stats are not mistaken. So every time I see... No, actually, I think Yasuo won one game. That's pretty much it. But that game that Yasuo won, Yasuo wasn't really the star. I believe it was played by Coffee. But that series was a stomp, so I think Coffee was just trying out new champions. But yeah, I think for Silent Killer's cases, it can definitely be the X factor, right? They have ways to activate the last breath. Explosive cast, body slam, assault and battery, you name it. Rakan also allows him to do so. But it always comes down to those specific conditions, and I'm just not really sure if Silent Killer can put it off consistently.
Yeah, and Silent Killer right now, they really want to make sure that they activate this Yasuo. They've already got, like, what, a Gragas as well as a Rakan. It should be too hard for them to be able to proc the last breath overall. But INSOMNIAX, now they do have a lead. So has Silent Killer been chicken just about yet? We'll head right in towards game 2 right now to see what will go down in Summoner's Rift. So no invades whatsoever coming from INSOMNIAX. So does Silent Killer for the temporary moment. A lot of good establishment of wards just to make sure that they get a little bit more control, but the Divine One is the one that goes into, of course, initiate a little bit more of a shove over on the mid side, but most likely than not, Wadu will be the one that will be heading back in towards the mid lane.
Just to kind of speed up Evolution's jungle clear, I guess, on that Lee Sin, so you can hit the level 2 and possibly go for that early gank, as we see Lee Sin players love to do. I'd always like to watch the Yasuo against the Twisted Fate matchup. I think it's a very interesting matchup. A lot of people does have the default thought of, yeah, Yasuo is gonna probably run over Twisted Fate, because there's very less ways that Twisted Fate can kind of deal with the Yasuo early on. This Lee Sin can change that though.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight on the early moves that INSOMNIAX came up with. And Wadu is willing to really give a full wave clearance towards this Darius so that he has this huge advantage of a level to face off against Paddy, and already coming up with a potential of a dive. Paddy still level 2. This is going to be very concerning, but a few more minutes will be able to change that. RSSG, though, he's now working on this sort of scuttle, but Paddy has already spotted that out. Astral will be able to recuperate. Meanwhile, all that sort of a threat has been negated very well so by Silent Killer.
And it's all thanks to that river ward. I think they saw Yasuo moving and they were like, yeah, we have to call this off. I was scared for Silent Killers. That dive could have went horribly wrong. Wadu does get a bit of poke, but guess what? RSG hits his ultimate just in time. But backup is coming. The Linus and Ceres both there. They said Wadu would fire, and he will die to the Ignite. First blood going over to Silent Killers. And something that INSOMNIAX did not account for is that Vi level 5.
Wow, that's some great power leveling being done as well. Silent Killer now going for a re-engagement as they are contesting for the Skullcraft.
Yeah, And Evolution will take it away. Wow, a flash from RSSG. Not really sure what he wants to accomplish. But INSOMNIAX, they are thinking about it. Flash, Tempest, Cripple, Astro now in the front line. Rocket Jump coming in from Saris. He gets the reset off. Just one kill. And Saris going in. Oh, what a madman. Barrier just popped by Latte. Saris just turns around and goes on the Vi. INSOMNIAX strikes back with 2 kills of their own. But they did lose Evolution in the process.
What a tango of a dance that they have been able to actually pull up over on the riverside just for that one scuttle. And when RSSG was trying to pull off that flash play just to smite it off, I guess that it's too much of a risk being taken for just a little bit of a slight EXP gain or some goal. And on top of Vision, of course. INSOMNIAX, I guess they recuperate well enough with that big fight that has happened, and Wadu was perfectly in place. Pops up the flash, throws in the gold card, and you know that they could be able to actually secure a few pickups there. Now it's back to 2-2. Astral over onto the bottom side of the map, and I guess this switch up is very decent overall, and I expect that Latte will be slowly hitting back with the bottom side, just helping out with a little bit of wave clearance as well. Meanwhile, another focus heading back in towards the Dragon, where we're getting Mountain Drake as a very initial Drake that's going to be spawning up. RSSG though, he's probably going over the wall. He'll be absolutely safe and sound.
Yeah, and INSOMNIAX now knowing that Silent Killer are around the corner, they will go for the reset. But I am interested to find out which team has the better teamfight comp. They do drop the preemptive redemption in case RSSG pulls the trigger, but it does not seem the case. INSOMNIAX has vision of the Dragon Pit. Silent Killer will get there first to start that objective, but there's only 3 of them. Astra will now join in. Both teams don't have the Baron laner, so this is going to be 4 versus 4. Here comes the Assault and Battery. Destiny also used by Wadu. Dragon down to 1000 health. Evolution is going to go down. Means that the smite will come through for RSSG. Good prioritization from Silent Killer. Sazati goes in with the Killer Instinct. Lin is so low, but doesn't die. And Saris will just escape with that rocket jump. Great juggle from Silent Killer.
Oh, you can see that INSOMNIAX, they were a little bit disorientated when it comes down to positioning itself, where Wadu was over on the other side of the corner of the map, where I felt that they could have possibly go in for a little bit more punishment on top of Silent Killer, as they've already expended so much resource just to get that Drake overall. Evolution came pretty close by, but he was all alone tanking all these massive damage output that was coming out there. Saris, though, you know, he possibly went in for a defensive rocket jump. If there was any more of that support coming out from the side of INSOMNIAX, they should be able to at least compromise with a few more of these pickups against Silent Killer. But what's done is done, and Silent Killer definitely having a very, very good rotation overall. Like we saw, this Kaisa went in towards the mid side, and of course, get some really good farm out of it. Now they want to give a little bit more prioritization for the next upcoming objective. RSSG in position.
Oh, a good prediction. Doesn't really connect onto Saris. They get Linus in return. Redemption is going to drop down. They will break Linus's armor with those punches. And INSOMNIAX losing that Lulu. Evolution teasing the resonating strike, but nothing much that they can do in the situation. Saris has other thoughts, gets connected with the Assault and Barry. Now they're trying to finish him off, but he has the rocket jump to get away. So close yet so far for Silent Killer.
And this is where they start to initiate on the Rift Herald as well. I don't really think that Evolution will be in the right place in the right time to even snatch this away. Silent Killer sneakily take this off, even though there is a warping place there. And Astro now going for a chase. They are locking onto Wadu, and that's where the flash comes in.
Now, taking out the flash from the Twisted Fate does give Silent Killer a bit more room to work with. Flash Decimate. Oh, the Snarching Guillotine and Ignite's going to be finishing then off. Astro does get the Steel Tempest off. Here comes the last breath. They suspense Divine One in midair and take him down with the help of that Tier 1. Silent Killer get a bigger trade in return.
Wow, Silent Killer definitely having such a good showing here in the early game against INSOMNIAX. It's only like, what, 6 minutes heading to 7, and Saris at least gets a little bit more room to clear a little bit more of the turret plating. Latte forcing a flash unnecessarily, though, just in the hopes to actually save it. Oh. Here comes RSSG.
Killer Instinct from Latte. They did force out the Wild Growth. Lin is trying to get away. Oh, the Cactian Rain finished him off. But they also lose the Kaisa. Now Ceres will finally die. Linus goes down. Wadu forced him with the Destiny, but they do have evolution for the assist. The Vault Breaker is not enough, and INSOMNIAX responds with 3 kills for themselves.
And INSOMNIAX, they've managed to also punish the overaggression coming from Silent Killer at the very least. Like, that dive definitely was unnecessary, as we saw that they were just trying to cover this turret from being taken down. And with that recommitment coming from Evolution as well as Wadu, INSOMNIAX, they've managed to actually turn it around. So now it gets a little bit closer. INSOMNIAX definitely does have the upper hand after taking down a little bit more turret, so therefore they will be taking this significant 2,000 of a goal lead. But up next is going to be another Drake, and that's where Silent Killer really wants to start things off here by popping the Rift Herald over on mid side, and all the attention now being brought right in.
Ooh, Astro gonna pull back with every hand, and Shelly goes for the first and only shards that she will get off. INSOMNIAX also bringing the entire village to that mid lane as the Inferno Drake spawns, but INSOMNIAX does have a bit of a priority. They will go for the engaged Silent Killer with the Assault of Barry, forcing the Wild Growth out. They set Divine One on fire, but it's not enough. Even the quickness is insufficient, and now INSOMNIAX forcing Silent Killer back, and Divine One gives them a thumbs up as it's an A for effort, but they do lose RSSG.
Wow, this is definitely a very rowdy fight overall. Like, I just expect them to just go in for a few platings, but instead they burn a whole lot of ultimates as well as flashes. Now they are looking to do 2 things at a go. Evolution is still on that blue buff though. INSOMNIAX, they may lose this turret with 1 more touch coming in from Latte, and Silent Killer now has to back away. But RSSG, he's pretty much on his way to try to fend off the rest of INSOMNIAX, as they are already giving a little bit of touch towards this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, there's no Wild Growth for Linus, so this could be a chance for Silent Killer if they want to take the fight. Destiny will be popped. There's 2k HP for the Inferno Drake Evolution. Planning to go in. Does get the steal. The explosive cast was a bit too late, but Latte Killer instinct to the backline. Flash defensively to get out. Evolution will use his body as a beat shield as Astro escape. Body slam into the Wild Growth. We just come back off cooldown. Oh, Silent Killer lose 2, but they also take 2 in return.
Wow, Silent Killer, they only had solo to worry about, but this is where the quickness comes in.
Oh, catches everyone! But where's the damage to Silent Killer? You gotta keep your eyes on to Ceres. They do kill off the backline, but Ceres is popping up. Give him the reset, giving the kills, giving the ace. Ceres with the triple kill and a rampage streak. And it's Silent Killer once more overstepping and giving INSOMNIAX what they want the most.
Okay, let's break this one down, Husky. INSOMNIAX definitely had the last laugh. That final fight that we just witnessed honestly shouldn't be called out by Dan. And look at that, the heal was up available, but then again, there's not much resources left for Silent Killer to deal with Ceres, and that was like, what, a potential of a triple kill right off the bat, and INSOMNIAX take what was given free.
It feels like Silent Killer are forcing these issues a bit too much, right? And I also want to point out the Ceres went for the steel plates, which, again, genius, just great itemization from INSOMNIAX. Seeing how Silent Killer is primarily physical damage, and Tristana has that built in steroids with her rapid fire. Just go for the steel plates, and suddenly, Silent Killers don't have enough damage to kill off this AD. It feels like it's gonna get progressively worse as Party's gonna get gone on. Divine One gets the full hemorrhage stack. Great explosive cast, but Party's just gonna bleed to death. Takes a sip from the barrel, and he does get out.
Oh, not for long.
Not for long.
Evolution
Not for long.
just comes in to secure it, but this is where the rest of SK, they're coming right in. Beautiful way. Oh,
beautiful Dragon's Rage. Oh my goodness, they go to the backline. RSSG, he's gonna get the axe in his face. But they finally force the heal out from Dan. Dan will keep RSSG alive, but Astro, oh, he's thinking about it. But there's just no way that he can take on the entirety of INSOMNIAX. Now INSOMNIAX is extending the lead. 6k net advantage over Silent Killer. And Baron just came back up. Astro poking his nose where he shouldn't be. Gets the gold card. Here comes Evolution to get the grand entrance back into a last grab. They need a bit more damage. Great wind wall, but it's not enough. Evolution just finish off Astro. And now Ceres is dominating. Gets the reset. Jumps in. Explosive cast. Hits the ground as Party goes for the air ball. Silent Killer kind of falling apart right now.
Oh boy, they really want to pull for desperate attempts to actually knock some of the wind out of INSOMNIAX's lungs, but I don't think that this is really working out, especially when they're not really in the best position to fight. Like, I was wanted to say that was a good way for them to come in with the Dragon's Rage to disengage, but instead, the re-engagement come from Silent Killer, which we saw opportunity when Astro has arrived to the scene. Yeah, it is a potential of a setup, but they definitely need a little bit more firepower to be able to deal with so many of these members. And this Tristana has already got, like, what? All the crit is the attack speed is already off the charts, building in towards the Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, as well as the Static Shift. I don't think that it's going to be resulting any well for the likes of Silent Killer if they go in for another preemptive fight.
Destiny use, as Wadu is going to join the fight with the gold card, great quickness and grand entrance, but the Wild Growth for the counter engage, going to keep RSG dead. Rocket jump follow up from Ceres, and he is godlike. And he has not laid his foot off the pedal the entire game, and INSOMNIAX will now go on Baron because Silent Killer don't have a living jungler. Maybe Silent Killer will want to try to make something happen though. You see everyone going in, grand entrance with the engage, last breath on the 2, body slam. Where's the explosive cast is not there just yet, but they do control Ceres. They need a bit more, and Astro is his chance. Give him the triple, he has found it. That's the quad. Divine One late to the party, and Silent Killer, they are not out of this game just yet. And it is their turn to go on Baron Nashor.
Oh boy, this is such a team fight that was fought by the side of INSOMNIAX, and they didn't really consider that there were so many resources that Silent Killer could actually pull up. And you leave it to Dan because he have definitely redeemed himself for some of all these calls. And now not only did they get the Baron, they went directly into the Cloud Drake. So the chance for them to really swing it back to get this game is definitely skyrocketing right now. So they just got to make full use of effect of the Baron power play. Let's have a look at the Maggie Hot couple replays here. And you saw INSOMNIAX, they were all stuck in that one corner, and there was not much of a breathing space for them to retreat when they immediately cut off the exit plan, diving all the way in towards the Chai Bush.
And that was a huge recovery for Astro. He went from 1 and 4 to 5, 4 and 6. That quad might have just given him a huge opening, but Divine One is not happy about that. Does force out another air ball from Paddy. It's probably a bit of a jitters right there, but yeah, Divine One. He can be a bit scary, but Astro though, he just got a quad. The amount of quick testing, he goes into stasis. Here comes the last grab. Wow, Growth is there. Evolution still staying alive. Astro needs a bit more damage, but the GA does get popped. Divine One now joined the fight. Astro will come back to life, but Silent Killer have isolated INSOMNIAX. They're gonna lose the Yasuo, but they might get more in return, and indeed they do. Oh, Dan, another lock. This time onto Wadu. Silent Killer just strikes back with 3. Baron buff still online. Seems like they're gonna knock on the doors of INSOMNIAX right now.
INSOMNIAX, they tried their best to halt them from pushing over, but instead they have to pay the price. Now 4 members are already knocking down the Nexus already. And how much more can they actually hold on for Linus having his health chunked down? And that should be all that they can do in this match. Silent Killer will now equalize and take this game for their own.
INSOMNIAX, how do we begin? Did INSOMNIAX drop the ball, or did Silent Killer steal it from them? Which one is more appropriate for this game?
I felt that Silent Killer took every opportunity that was left out in the open, and that Baron fight was way too much for INSOMNIAX to handle. And that call, is it really the right call to immediately go for the Baron when so many of them can't just respond so well? So they haven't been able to pick up more of these members, and they thought, okay, we've already got a really fat Tristan to work with. That should be any point of a way that we could actually drop this fight, and they were all too wrong. Oh, Husky, where do we begin with this one?
Yeah, I don't want to say I'm confused, but I'm definitely surprised. Looking how Silent Killer played, right? Because we know that this team, even from the close qualifiers, when they first debuted on that stage, they have always showed themselves as a team that just keeps running at you no matter what. They did that in game 1, didn't work out, but game 2, it paid off. They just keep fighting. you kill one of the guy, 4 guys come back at you, and they steal the Baron, they get a quad kill on Astro, and who will know that Dan, the guy who forces these fights, is also the guy that wins the team this game.
That's right, and I felt that this is one of the big comebacks that we'll ever get to witness. It was quite a sweaty one. Look at the results, like 19-18, and the damage coming off from Ceres was definitely the highest amongst all for 2 games in a row. But Astral, though, getting that great setup coming from Dan as well as RSSG alongside with Padi, that definitely has been able to upset the rest of INSOMNIAX, and they were just baffled, like, how did we even come down to this? Where INSOMNIAX, they didn't seem like they were in the best position to fight back.
Yeah, it didn't come across anyone's mind, I feel, until Dan initiated, and suddenly we realized that Silent Killer has a great chance. But you know, watching Silent Killers play, and I think playing against them, kind of gives you a feeling that you don't really have room to breathe because they just keep running at you. I have a feeling that these guys might have been divers in their past lives because they don't need to take a breather. They just keep running at you until you run out of breath.
That's right, diving in a good way as well. So speaking of diving, I do hope that the scuba diving Gragas skin will be out somewhere in the future. I do love that skin line. And oh boy, we are in for such a great series. And all of this is the best teams that are playing here in the CICON series Malaysia. And this is all part of the ESL Mobile Open. And we've got to thank Riot Games as well as ESL for bringing everything together, and also our tournament partners, Maggie, Hot Cup. So I guess in a few moments from now, this grudge match intensifies with the Turk game coming in our way. So Husky, I guess we'll take a little bit of short break, and in 4 minutes time, we'll hop back into game number 3.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
I came to hit but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. Oh, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds, and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down.
lihat tunggu Stevie. Boom! One more combo. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan quadruple kill.
Welcome back once again to the ESL Mobile Open, presented to you League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia. And oh boy, this is such an opening series between Silent Killer as well as INSOMNIAX, where they pull off one of massive comebacks that we didn't see coming at all, Husky. You know, we have so much of discussion just after the break, and we were like thinking like, oh, how did this one went back to the hands of Silent Killer?
And I have just the theory for that. My theory is that the universe works in a very mysterious but very righteous way. So karma comes back in full circle. Remember Divine One with the thumbs up? Well, yeah, it didn't really work out. And then speaking about thumbs up, it's also something that we always want to express and towards the parties that made this happen. ESL, Riot Games, and of course our official tournament partner, Maggie. I give a thumbs up to Maggie Hot Cup any day. I love them. It got me to my college days.
I love them as well. Maggie Hot Cup is definitely the way to go when you are just starving in the middle of the night and you don't know what exactly to do. Just pour yourself some hot water and just pop it in the Maggie Hot Cup. Whatever flavor will still work well. And maybe one cup may not be good enough. You might just want to get some stash of supply. And of course, we do thank ESL alongside with Maggie Hot Cup, Riot Games, for putting everything all together for some spicy games here in Wild Rift. So, Husky, game 3, we're coming here with pretty much a back and forth matchup between the two. I guess switching over to Paddy with his debut match for today is going to be pretty much of a good sort of a change of tempo when he is being able to play a Gragas that enabled Astral with some sick last breath plays coming out of that Yasuo. I am wondering, are we going to see round 2 of the Yasuo coming back up online? We are already in the draft here, so let's break it down.
And right off the bat, Gragas, Vi, and Renekton will be INSOMNIAX's ban, and Silent Killer takes out the Janna, the Jarvan, and the Camille. So Lucian gets through once more, and I think INSOMNIAX will not spare a moment to think, because Lucian is what Ceres debuted with a flawless game. They're going to give him another try.
Yeah, I think this is going to be working pretty well in the hands of Ceres, and 2 games in a row, he was the MVP as well as the SVP, dealing the most absurd amount of damage throughout the entirety of both of these battles. But last game, I guess INSOMNIAX definitely dropped a big ball right there. But here is where things definitely took a little bit of a change of pace, because Wadu's Twisted Fate now getting taken away alongside with the Lee Sin. But what do you think about this Wukong pickup coming in from INSOMNIAX though?
Yeah, I think Wukong is always a very fun champion. He has a great potential to engage and also counter-engage. And I think right now in INSOMNIAX, they are falling back to that game 1 strategy, right? Protect Lord Ceres. They pick up the Braum, so we're gonna see the Lucian bottom lane. Good luck to any ADCs playing that lane later on. But Silent Killer, they also bring out one of the picks that we don't see often, is the Pantheon.
Okay, Pantheon, let's actually discuss about this Pantheon real quick, because early game, that's where he really shines best. You can easily, of course, manhandle anybody out there. Of course, he's going to be showing off his 6 backs and a spear to be thrown out. But easy answer to that is going to be a Fiora, because she can easily riposte a potential stun if she can respond well enough with the riposte. Now, it's going to be a little bit of a, well, husband and wife kind of argument, but instead, it will be the Nami that will be exchanged for that Senna. So let's look at the bottom lane. Lucian as well as Braum definitely has a very good synergy overall, but the sustain is looking pretty good alongside with potential coming out of the likes of the bottom lane out of Silent Killer. So a little bit of a changes that comes right in. I saw that there was like an Aurelion Soul that was considered at first, and I was definitely excited to see that, but are we going to be seeing INSOMNIAX here coming with another massive one now that they have the Lucian intact?
Hopefully, but I think for the side of Silent Killer, the entire draft screams team fight and global presence, right? They have what, Grand Skyfall, they have the Destiny, they have the Tidal Wave as well, and you can say the same for INSOMNIAX. They have the Braum Unbreakable, blocks everything coming up from Silent Killer, especially the Tidal Wave. But for the side of Silent Killer, they have the Aegis to block the Lucian shots. This is, it feels like a tug of war, but I do want to think, I do love to think that, you know, INSOMNIAX kind of has this in the bag. I prefer the draft a bit more.
Yeah, and of course, going back to the trusty RE for Wadu as well, they're not going to be able to actually get any sort of pickups coming into the early game. Game 3 here, definitely going to be a very sweaty battle, just like how we saw in the previous matchup. Divine One now soaking a little bit of EXP, so that when he goes back in the lane, he should be doing A-OK against Paddy. While it's going to be really crucial for him not to be taking too much of all those sort of speakers. And I like the fact that you also brought up about the mounting pressure of a global presence that Silent Killer really want to set up certain dives against INSOMNIAX, especially when they get all their elements up on level 5.
Yeah, you know, it's not Silent Killer if they don't start diving. You know, sometimes it's good to see, but it works as a double-edged sword as well. And we so far we haven't really managed to witness those very early Lee Sin dives, simply because both teams kind of have the idea of how Lee Sin generally wants to play as a champion. So we're not seeing those aggression yet, but I think INSOMNIAX should be the more defensive team early for the first 8 minutes. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that they need to scale very well into some of all these scenarios, especially for this Fury right now, getting dealt upon.
They get the stun out, Divine One lunges away, they wait for the repulse to expire, and RSSG claims that easy first blood.
Wow, I really like the way that he holds the Sonic Wave back, because he could easily just safeguards into position and make sure that he lands it as the final blow. So RSSG will, of course, lead the pack for Silent Killer. But as for the likes of INSOMNIAX, they may have actually lost a little bit of this small tug of war happening over the river. And, well, not exactly so. Silent Killer managed to secure it, but INSOMNIAX, they need to respond a little bit quicker to some of all these plays that will be brought up by Silent Killer. Now that you look at the sort of builds, we have pretty much the Lee Sin going for a potential Yumu's Ghostblade, and sometimes we do have them building something a little bit more different with the glaive being set up. But Evolution is just going to take the sweet time just to look for certain opportunities, and I look at lanes that he could potentially gank easily. It has to be Paddy over the top side.
It feels like that's the only choice, but even then, you know, ganking a Pantheon is not an easy feat. I think Silent Killer, so far, they are just making life hard for Divine One. They do not like Divine One at all. I think they have been ganking him for 3 games in a row. Every game. It's just kill Divine One over and over again. And I think now all these guys have that level 5. That pressure is not going to let up, right? Because those global presence are online.
Yeah, overall, we can understand why that they really want to punish the Fury coming in early game, and there are ways to actually do so effectively. And if you look at the other lanes as well, for Silent Killer to really dive upon them, you don't really want to expend too much resources on Wadu, because he could just Spirit Rush away. Same goes to how defensive it can actually get for INSOMNIAX over on the bottom side. So just look at the first item that will come up for both of the marksmen. Very traditional Manamune build that will be going in for Latte. Meanwhile, that's going to be a Blade of the Ring King that will be set up by Lucian, getting more of the potential of Shred, especially when you can have his passive proccing 2 auto attacks to go, alongside with Linus's Concussive Blast to actually stack some of all these stuns. So that's the reason why Silent Killer, they just really want to start poking from afar, heading into the bottom lane.
The game is a bit slow though, despite all these poke and prods from Silent Killer. INSOMNIAX have been holding up pretty well, not really getting punished too much, and I think it's kind of, it feels like the game 3 effect, right? Everyone just plays a bit safer, but RSSG comes in, good kick into the gold card, it does connect, they get the resonating strike. Oh, and Silent Killer, this is what we love to see. They take out the RE, Dragon is now available, but their priorities. It is the tier 1 mid. They will try to take this plating away, maybe get a bit of extra in return.
And here comes the flash as well. Oh,
They do
Glacial
hit
Fissure
that
coming in.
Glacial Fissure. Astro getting exhaust. Use the calling, but he does have the Destiny. Ah, the Concussive Blast. Just at the last second.
What a risky Destiny that was being played out by Astral overall. Having no chance to also pop the barrier, but it was just probably a second away from actually doing so. Here comes the Cyclone though.
He puts out the shield to block the damage. Redemption and the Tidal Wave comes in from Dan, and Silent Killer just walks away as if nothing happened. But INSOMNIAX, at least they get a punish in on the Twisted Fate. But in the meantime, it feels like this is your typical space created for the Ezreal.
That's right. Now, I still think that INSOMNIAX is just waiting for opportunities to, of course, go in for more of a flank position to be able to actually counter gank the likes of Silent Killer, because Silent Killer, they have so many ways to also halt them for a tad bit. So coming with very slight exchanges, they're only getting a kill over an Astral is not just going to be that's not good enough. Like, Glacial Fissure has already been expended in that last fight, so it just takes a few more seconds on the clock for them to get all the elements available, especially when you don't have a Cyclone. You don't honestly want to contest for that Drake just about yet. But overall, just looking at the positioning of Silent Killer, Lee Sin is not going to be around, so this gives a little bit more room for INSOMNIAX to start off with the Drake.
And I think for Silent Killer, they are happy to go for this trade because they are on that Rift Herald. Crucial Barrage just to kind of test a bit of luck, but not able to get still. So INSOMNIAX will walk away with the Cloud Drake, but Silent Killer will get Shelly in return.
I guess this trade definitely is worthwhile. I thought that Silent Killer would give a little bit more priority on the Cloud Drake, just for the fact that you look at the sort of the dive that they could actually set up, but this is actually a very good pacing for them. They've managed to also secure a 1 turret over on the top side, and INSOMNIAX looking to trade right back. Divine One can only hold for slightly longer. I guess the wave can be cleared out, but not too sure about the Rift Herald though. Might just be a 2 in a row, but RSSG!
Oh, good Dragon Spray to keep Divine One off of him. RSSG should be able to get away, and this power play quite huge from Silent Killer, getting the tier 2 top as well, which feels like it will slow down Divine One's efficiency, trying to split push and give Silent Killer a bit more space to work with. But in terms of net worth, it's just a mere 1.4k lead for the red team.
So far, I guess that at least this is going to keep Silent Killer afloat for a tad bit, as they just need to find ways to really topple down that turret over mid side, which looks to be quite brittle. Meanwhile, Linus as well as Ceres, they're just going to be holding over on its bottom side. They're not making any sort of the switch of rotations on towards the rest of the lanes until everything gets balanced out. Now that there's not too many resources, I guess this is where they start to group up over on the mid side here, expecting Silent Killer to push right in. But if you really want to look at how Silent Killer goes in for this setup, you have Twisted Fate as well as Pantheon on both of the side lanes that can easily come into the picture with their elements being up online.
INSOMNIAX trying to make a move on to Paddy, but Paddy sees the Wukong coming in. They even use the Destiny. Astro is gonna just try and get away. No, the Braum not close enough to get anything done. So Astro will escape with his life.
Yeah, a very smooth run as well, and Linus didn't see a reason why Brandon to actually drop in the Glacial Fissure, but here comes another team fight.
Glacial Fissure onto Astro. This time they connect with the Cyclone. Tidal Wave just a bit too late as Dan flashed away with the Ignite on top of him, but Adam Evolution will flash and follow up. Latte is next on the chopping block as INSOMNIAX will strike hard. Latte can't survive. Grand Skyfall comes in, but into a Charm is what Party's gonna connect. He had the Grand Challenge. He has the Comet Spear. Silent Killer will lose 3, and INSOMNIAX finally finds an opening.
Yeah, this is really a good fight that INSOMNIAX has been able to take. And it started off with Silent Killer being slightly off a position to really respond. As much as there was no major objective, now that INSOMNIAX has been able to actually crush over the mid portion of the turret, it's going to be a little bit concerning, right? Because INSOMNIAX now gets a little bit more of a control over some of all these major objectives. Now, SK, they managed to do exactly the same. Popping a ward that will be crushed very quickly. But 20 seconds from now, I guess Silent Killer just want to pose a little bit of threat when it comes down to any members who opts to give a face check. But RSSG and the rest comes in with a gold card. This is a pick-off against Eris.
Yep, Silent Killer, you just cannot feel safe around the map. You think you kill 3 of them, well, they're just gonna respawn and take you out. So INSOMNIAX can never let their guard down. Silent Killer with that pick-off, unfortunately, is not able to translate into anything. So it's kind of a more, it's kind of like a consolation prize, I guess, just to balance things out, and both teams will kind of default back to that farming state. But if this game drags on, which team kind of has the better chance?
If I really want to look into its late game setup, I do believe that the rest of the members of INSOMNIAX, they really do have very good potential to take it away, especially when you have a Fura scaling very, very well, coming with certain split pushes, or even joining in the fight with, grand challenge to be popped on our side. Pantheon essentially can go in for much of an escape mechanism once he actually dives in for a fight. Probably you can, land a few stuns and hope for some backup coming from the team. But Silent Killer, they're hoping to actually initiate on this Drake. But INSOMNIAX, they're already getting themselves ready. Here comes the color.
Yeah, there's a TP, tied away, blocked by the Unbreakable, and INSOMNIAX, they just steal this Drake away. RSSG goes in, the type of skill doesn't get it though, but here comes Party. Oh, this guy fall way too far towards the back, and he will lose his life, and that's the grand challenge. Regeneration coming in for INSOMNIAX. The fight is pretty much over, so Silent Killer needs to get out, but they somehow catch out Divine 1, and the chase can continue. Wadu needs to get away, as INSOMNIAX loses 2 members. RSSG gets a good kick as Latte comes in to connect. Saris flashes away, tries to get a bit of juke, but RSSG has the lifesteal, and he actually survives. Silent Killer somehow wins that fight. And Wadu, why are you there? Why are you there? What?
This baffles me yet again, just like how it did back in game 2. They got what they wanted. They got the Drake. Do they need to actually contest right there? I guess so. They managed to get a few kills, but oh boy, Evolution now in a bad position.
They reveal him with the Tempest, follow out with the Resonating Strike. The kick is there. RSSG gets an easy kill, and he even kills out Divine 1. But RSSG, at least he dies. So INSOMNIAX, I guess that's a consolation prize, but still, Silent Killer kind of getting the better end of that trade.
Yeah, and Silent Killer right now will just have so much of the confidence to really drop in for the fights. Like INSOMNIAX, their coordination isn't really set into place, but what they want to do right now is to crush the tier 2. They do have enough of damage. Here comes a beautiful charm on top of Dan, forces a flash away, but that's all that they're gonna get. Maybe this itself could give them a little bit more room to perhaps bait Silent Killer to go off a position once more. I thought that Potty kind of messed that fight up for Silent Killer, but Silent Killer, they say, okay, if you're going all in, we're gonna go in with you, and that's the right mindset to go about. And INSOMNIAX, once again, getting overwhelmed. Just look at the itemization once again. Now you look at this Twisted Fate going for a rapid fire cannon, giving it a little bit more range for him to drop in that gold card, which is pretty much interesting, right? That gives him a little bit more of an edge going for even a late game split push if the situation allows him to do so. Meanwhile, RSSG, he's already got like a guard angel to book into some of these team fights as well. So it's honestly looking pretty good for Silent Killer. I'm glad that, hey, my predictions didn't really go all too wrong, you know?
Yeah, Silent Killer still showing up as one of the rookie teams, but they are really giving these veterans, a headache. But it feels like it is more of on INSOMNIAX than it is on Silent Killer, because INSOMNIAX, they were giving away some of the leads with those decision making, and Silent Killer just punishes them with those those ultra aggression. But
Baron,
you
though.
can see Silent Killer working on Baron Nashor, and INSOMNIAX, they definitely want to challenge this. And I don't think Silent Killer is in the best position to fight. Divine One is split pushing that bottom lane, so Silent Killer can't really commit to any objectives.
Yeah, and I do think that this is almost a little bit too late for them to respond if they were to actually commit in towards the Baron itself, but Divine One will still get the turret down nonetheless. And for INSOMNIAX, just takes a little bit of a slight touch over on the top side to be able to actually take over the control of the top quadrant of the map as well. But in 30 seconds from here, I think that a very brutal team fight will have to happen over on towards this Drake RSSG. He's deciding whether or not should he go in for his face check. There is a setup. They do spot out Linus though. He hops right in, but oh boy, this is going pretty bad.
What a madman. And now here we go, counter engage. Wukong is there in the back line with the Cyclone. RSG flashes away. They have the Destiny. They still want to chase this Lee Sin down. Wado is going all in. He misses the charm though, but Divine One completes the grand challenge. Now he repulses his way out to safety. And INSOMNIAX somehow takes out Silent Killer, but that was all on RSSG's aggression. And this Inferno Drake should go over to INSOMNIAX, but we know what Silent Killer are capable of. They are not shy to go in for the fight. INSOMNIAX has no more resources left, no more big ultimates. They have the rapid fire. RSSG coming back for round 2.
Whoa.
They have the grand Skyfall. They take out the Braum. Latte getting gone by Divine One, pops the barrier. They have the gold card as well, as the gold card is going to connect on their Wukong, and they get the Dragon's Rage. 2 kills for Latte, but Evolution somehow still alive. Astro will go golden. They have the redemption to keep RSSG safety.
Whoa.
And now there's the rip card. RSSG comes back hot, and INSOMNIAX loses that fight.
Astral is not supposed to stay alive. He does turn golden for a tap it, buying a little more time for RSSG to respond. And it's only Evolution out there to really go in, but he chose to back away. The rest of the Soundtrack members can actually go in to clear things up, but instead, Silent Killer now knocking on towards the inhibitor already. That's not the right target that he wants to, hitting the cards onto a clone. But Evolution now will be taking the back. Inhibitor secured for Silent Killer, and now they will teleport away with the Destiny as well, with another huge ultimate expended by Linus. No Glacial Fissure, and RSSG is just being a team, stealing everything on site.
And this is why RSSG is one of the most feared Lee Sin in the league stage. Once again, you know, Silent Killers, I'm actually speechless. They somehow just make it work. It feels like we count them out based on what we see, but Silent Killer are called that for a reason. And INSOMNIAX for a second time just is not able to win that.
Yeah, and look at how clean they also got themselves that Infernal Drake in that past fight itself, which we saw. INSOMNIAX clearly had a lead, and here comes that Dragon's Rage on top of it. Not much help was necessary. Divine One just gives himself away, but in return, he does manage to get himself a BF cert once he gets back into the gray screen. Flash will be available for the next one at the very least. So heading in towards this current situation, 17 minutes of play. Silent Killer now looks to set up a little bit of a death rush over on towards the Pixel Brush over on the river. Meanwhile, the rest of INSOMNIAX be going for a catch though.
They get a charm with the RSSG, but this time INSOMNIAX, they need to play a bit more reserved, knowing that Pantheon is alive. Divine One is out for another, for 15 more seconds. Silent Killer will start on this Baron. They have Dan to top them up, so with the ebb and flow, so they're not too worried. Destiny also popped. INSOMNIAX really want to challenge this. They really want to make something happen. And Astro is just gonna Destiny towards the mid lane to kind of create more space. Here comes the Grand Skyfall. They get a good charm onto the Pantheon. They exhaust him as well. Turn around with a great Cyclone to create a fissure. Oh, the huge combo from INSOMNIAX. This might be the fight. They've already took down 2. The third one's gonna be Latte. And Evolution comes in for the redemption fight. And all 4 of INSOMNIAX destroy Silent Killer. 40 seconds in the grave. And Contra, I think we have just seen the end. INSOMNIAX pushing down the middle lane with their self-made red carpet. They will try to get RSSG. RSSG doesn't give them the chance, but they say, you know what? We will take the Nexus, and INSOMNIAX banks in that first series win of the fall season.
Oh wait, he's still holding it up. He gets the triple
And
kill.
I spoke too soon. Are you kidding me?
It still has to go on, and now Wadu could not finish it all by himself. RSSG is raging it all in. But the Guardian Angel is still intact. I saw that, there was that Siege Minion out there. He does have the smite available. He could have smited away, but he went in with some grit party, safeguard directly onto that Fiora. It was like, 200 HP on that Nexus.
Oh
To be
my
honest
God.
with you, I didn't want this fight to end just about yet now. Look at the time on the clock of the death timers, and INSOMNIAX, they don't really have that much members to respond. Silent Killer will stash away this Elder, I almost say Infernal, but it's going to be the Ocean Drake. So it's so much harder for INSOMNIAX to really go in for a clear-cut win. That team fight went so well. It's just the finishing touches on the Nexus that was a little bit too much of a premature call, which they could have actually went for Baron instead.
Oh my goodness, 200 health might just be the difference. Maybe INSOMNIAX can do one more. Oh, they got RSSG! INSOMNIAX comes back! They take out the Lee Sin, they take the Baron. Surely this is it. Surely that call will be the best call INSOMNIAX has ever made. And surely this time, my call will not go to waste. Latte alive, but against Baron empowered INSOMNIAX, no chance. Saris were putting the finishing touch, and INSOMNIAX, they did not do it the first time, but this time is it. This is their first win, and they can smell it. The Nexus is gonna go down, and INSOMNIAX takes down Silent Killer 2-1.
This has to be the best series that we are probably getting for the day already. Or maybe there's even more surprises that's going to be in store for us. But INSOMNIAX, though, they tried to break down Silent Killer, and it took them too many times to finally see that final opening. And they managed to shut down Evolution on the very final fight, taking down the Lee Sin. Without that smite, they could not get the Baron, and eventually RSSG, of course, goes down, and INSOMNIAX, they say, we're not giving you any more chances to sweep us just like this.
Yeah, I mean, you look at RSSG, 11, 2, and 6. Only, and he's everything. He's the support, he's the carry, he's a jungler, he's everything for the team. I felt like, towards the later stages of the game, both teams kind of just autopiloted. They just decided, you know what, guys, let's not bother about the lanes. Let's just fight. We just fight. We win. We run down one lane and we try to end the game. And I guess INSOMNIAX just got the best two team fights that they could have ever asked for at the final moments.
Yeah, and this is that point where we did actually mention who actually shines the brightest hitting in the late game. There is going to be a tipping point to where the skilling will end for the likes of this early game centric picks, such as the Lee Sin, as was the Pantheon in general. So Pati was almost a non-factor in some of these team fights overall, because where do you want to position with this very mobile squad of champions coming out of the side of INSOMNIAX that can easily reposition? So that final team fight honestly was an easy sweep in when Silent Killers were slightly all over the place.
Yeah, and it really it feels like this game went on for almost 20 minutes, but only the last 2 minutes was the one that matters the most. We saw this INSOMNIAX finally making that one call to wipe Silent Killer, RSSG with the best base defense we've ever seen, and then just proceeds to kind of drop the ball 30 seconds later at the Baron pit. Where do we even begin? Like, it feels like, it's a 50-50, but it also feels like it's kind of like a slight Game of Thrones, to a certain extent.
Yeah, I guess whichever way you really want to see it, honestly, both sides really pull every single thing on the line to try to make it work best, but Silent Killer definitely needs a little bit more work to be done in this particular matchup. They hope to pull off a heist like they did back in game number 2. Well, unfortunately, right, like on the Baron side, maybe they shouldn't be the ones to initiate. They do have a really good way to perhaps counter them, but you gotta consider the fact that there's so many of all these big elements that they need to dodge out of the way, because Linez has been able to really pop some really strong Glacier Fissures alongside with Evolution with Cyclone, and Divine One alongside with Ceres. Water, they just come in to really sweep the winds out of their lungs. So I don't know, like, honestly, if you were to dissect this game, there were too many points in the time where some of these team fights, some are definitely necessary to take, and some was kind of like an overextension where sometimes even INSOMNIAX, they dropped the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And, even the numbers speak for itself, right? I think you look at RSSG, 26k, on par with all the ADCs. But no, good for INSOMNIAX because this is their first series win. Previously, when they played day one, I believe they lost to 7-9 2-1. Then last Thursday, they lost to SDGR EA. This is very much needed, especially when, as an organization, it's the second split. They kind of want to go further, and a win against Silent Killers probably is the best way to kickstart that journey.
Yeah, I definitely think that there is a lot of all these crazy games that's about to be unfolding in the upcoming matches. But this one, INSOMNIAX, they were fighting tooth and nail to secure their first 3-pointers out there. And deservingly so, they will receive it by the end of this battle with this 2-1 hard-fought victory. So kudos to them. INSOMNIAX, they are here to still challenge many of all these teams to become at least the top for the fall split season of the C Icon series. So Husky, all of this, of course, made possible with our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, alongside with ESL, and also Riot Games. So I just really want to think about what are the things that we should be expecting into the upcoming series, because there was so many great pocket picks that comes out. And Lucian definitely is that shining light of the Sentinels out there. But yet again, we haven't seen a single Senna being played out just about yet. I want to see Senna being in play.
Yes, so do I. I think, but I also feel like Senna is going to take a bit more time to find a place. At least he's a bit more complicated as a champion. But with that aside, we talk about Maggie Hot Cup a lot, and we have a Maggie Hot Cup community tournament to present to you guys. And this was very simple. If you want to get a taste of competitiveness, if you want to get a taste of competing for a prize pool, this is your chance. Go to bit.ly/hotcup5, sign up alone or with a squad, and you will be able to participate. And if you manage to be the best team at the end of the night, you will be able to walk away with some good, crazy prizes.
That's right, and you know what? Other than prizes out there, of course, you got to make your mark to be known and be heard by all of the fans that will be, of course, queuing up to get your signature. But of course, that's not happening anytime soon. We're all staying back at home here in our virtual studio set, so that you guys should do exactly the same. So I just really want to see more of all these new players popping up. Like I saw some great plays coming out of members of INSOMNIAX and also from the likes of Silent Killer. So, of course, we have even more in store, but I believe that we do have an interview coming up shortly with our match winners, INSOMNIAX. So, wonder who we'll be speaking to in a short bit, and where do we even start with the questions, But anyways, I guess that, leaving the interview aside for the moment, it was a very intense series. I think they definitely deserve a good break.
Yeah, and they definitely do, well-earned victory. I think they definitely felt, a lot of relief. We just got an update that, unfortunately, we won't get to talk to INSOMNIAX, but it's totally fine because we have more chances. Because if INSOMNIAX continues down this trajectory, I believe that there's a lot more opportunities to kind of delve into their minds and see what they feel so far about this journey. But one thing I can say is that Contra, this is the best way to kick off the day. Fresh week. People think Monday is not a good day, it's all the Monday blues, but when there's Wild Rift action as crazy as our first series, all that goes away. Now, all I want to see is if the rest of the series can match up to what we just witnessed.
Yeah, and I really want to see what goes down next, because we got so many other teams that will be on board later on, even the kings of the summer season. which is going to be Berjaya Dragons, will be playing as well. But overall, before we even hop onto the upcoming matches, we also have UndeRank and the rest. The match MVP, who do we give it to this time around? I know Saris has been doing pretty well for the side of INSOMNIAX, but I got to say, it's not really just Saris himself that's been pulling everything online for the likes of INSOMNIAX to get this massive win.
If for INSOMNIAX, I think it's the bot lane duo, right? Saris and Linus. I feel like the support is more of the MVP for me. Not to take anything away from Saris himself, he played fantastic, but I think with his buddy support really enabled him to put on that performance. But if I have to pick one from Silent Killer, without a shadow of doubt, it's RSSG. I think he is on his way to becoming the best jungler that we've possibly have right now in the fall season.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like you saw, if the chances were really slim to even get those steals going on or even turn things around, he's been able to really clutch certain moments. And we saw the steal on Infernal Drake. We saw that turnaround when Astral was literally at 1 HP, and even that base defense on that Nexus, which we thought, oh, guys, it's already over. But guess what? He just proves that he still has all the gas left in the tank to just show up as one of the best Lee Sins that we have ever gotten here in the CICon Series Malaysia. And here we are in the player of the match, and it's none other than Saris here that's been able to deal a very high KDA ratio, and the damage speaks for itself.
Yep, nothing much needs to be said. The numbers is the proof. This is from his Lucian game, 9 KDA ratio. The guy basically almost doesn't die in the games that he plays. 27,000 damage, 0.8 damage dealt, 80% kill participation. If this is not the best debut for him, I can't find another comparison. Now I want to see Saris go further, because when we look at INSOMNIAX from the course qualifiers and the first 2 series or last week, Saris was kind of just there. It's just another ADC, but this one kind of put him on the board, and now it's up to him to kind of keep the spotlight on himself, because everyone's going to look at INSOMNIAX and be like, all right, this ADC is a threat. How do we deal with him? And I think it's fine. He's sharing it with Divine One, who has been the face of INSOMNIAX. So it's great to see that this team's stepping up.
Yeah, and we did see that Divine One just got camped every single game. So this time he says, okay, you guys will have to take this MVP title away from me. So I guess in a few moments' time, we'll be able to actually catch even better series to come. And we start off on a high note. That's already set the bar right for what's about to come here in the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, presenting to you the CICon Series Malaysia. And of course, all this is League of Legends Wild Rift, and we thank Riot Games as well as ESL for putting everything together alongside with our partners, Maggie Hot Cup. So, Husky, are you ready for more?
I'm definitely ready for more. Coming up, we have a minute before we cut to the break, so I want to quickly get your thoughts. UndeRank against SDGR EA. UndeRank with probably the best ADC right now, Coffee, Sagi's rival, against SDGR EA with Williams. I want to get a quick thought, just one sentence. What do you think it's going to be?
Well, I think it's just going to be another full-blown face fight. So, not going to give you the predictions just about yet, so I guess we'll take a few minutes break and we'll come back for more Wild Rift action.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Itu petang alamak. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Wish I could
carpe diem, I know I got only one life. Don't wanna spend it, listen to your bitch and whine. It's a little mean, I know, well, apologies. But my New Year resolutions and my honesty. Trust me, it ain't nobody, nobody that said nobody, nobody that said none of my business. It ain't none of your business. Nobody, nobody that said nobody, nobody that said none of my business. It ain't none of your business. Okay, stuck on the same excuses. I think it's getting old. I ain't your therapist, I ain't your measure. Hey, oh, can't really tell you anything you don't already know. No one said it was easy. Don't even bother, cause I'm in this your location. I turned off my phone and my patience. I wanna help you, but you ain't even trying. You made your own bed, now you gotta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Adakah di Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
And welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season Group Stage. It is day number 3 and we are going to witness our second series later on between SDGR EA taking on UndeRank. My name is Husky and of course I am joined by my ever so trusty Contra.
Yeah, and I've been excited to, of course, witness this game between both SDGR EA versus the likes of UndeRank, because these two are definitely in a hot streak at the moment. It's all about who really gets to hold on towards that number 1 spot, because SDGR definitely can pose a threat and challenge UndeRank for that title. And in this fall split itself, there's so many upsets that has happened in week 1 as well as week number 2. Here we're going to be going in for more. So, any sort of predictions that we really want to talk about when we see these two lock horns? But before all of that being said, we definitely gotta give a huge thank you to Maggie Hot Cup as our official tournament partners, and also to both Riot Games as well as ESL for bringing us all this amazing action here happening in the Sea Icon Series Malaysia.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, by the end of this best of 3, one of the two teams will face their very first series loss in the group stage. So it's definitely huge. Kind of affects the standings a bit. UndeRank feels like the favorite, right? They have the Coffee finally making his debut after missing out on Summer Cup, coming in as Sagi's arch nemesis, best ADC that we have ever seen. But at the same time, you have SDGR EA, bunch of veterans. They have come together and basically dominated from the close qualifiers until this point onwards, with Emotionless, with Williams at the front line. I actually feel like we are gonna get a full series again.
Yeah, I definitely feel so as well. Now, of course, if you guys are wondering what we're talking about, this is UndeRank taking on SDGR EA, and SDGR EA, if you want to call it. And I just really like that shiny brand new logo that they do have. And what does EBLZ stands for? Empire Born Loyalty Zone.
And it definitely, they are definitely carrying on that legacy, trying to build that empire. So far, it is looking strong. It is looking like they will kind of dominate the scene. But I feel like this is their first real challenge. Sure, they beat Geek, but that was after a roster swap. What if they go out against UndeRank with Crown in the Baron lane, Arashi in the jungle, Kagame in mid lane, Coffee and Shanks as their loyal bot lane duo?
That's right. So you have mentioned that this is definitely a roster filled with so much talent as well as experience. And Coffee, you know, he was unable to play back in the summer split overall, but now he comes back pulling the biggest statement that he wants to claim the title of the best marksman role in Malaysia. And Sagi definitely had a little bit of a scuffle with him on the past week. So we'll just want to see a rematch overall when that ever happens again. But right now, UndeRank will have to feel, of course, another outstanding play against the like of SDGR. You can expect to, of course, put a lot of all these focus on Rashi, Kagami, as well as Coffee for UndeRank. But for SDGR Iblis, well, what should we actually look at when you look at the SDGR EA side?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have to look at emotionless, right, in the Baron lane. But they also have Fallen as the jungler, Williams in the mid, God Gatsby and Zafirov will be the bot lane duo. We actually got to speak to, I believe, Fallen last Thursday after they beat INSOMNIAX, and Fallen says SDGR EA is a team that sometimes gives him that headache because they kind of resemble Silent Killer, but a kind of an upgraded version, right? A more refined, a more gem cut version of Silent Killer. They don't care about the win. That's what he said, you know, quoting Fallen, he says that they don't care about the win. They just want the kills, they just want the kills, they just want the kills, and it gives me a headache. So we'll see if SDGR EA can give UndeRank that headache today.
Oh, and I'm pretty sure that they will take them for a big spin all over the Summoner's Rift. So getting into its game one now, of course, a little bit of a shift of a focus when it comes down to picks as well as bans. Coffee is already a very renowned player in the Wild scene because he's in some of the top of the leaderboards when it comes down to the challengers list. He doesn't even just have one ID in there, like even his secondary, tertiary, or how many others that he's trying to really get everything on the top of the challenger board. Well, he's been able to do that, and you know that this is going to be quite a challenge to even take him down.
Yeah, I mean, if you are playing at the highest of rank and a quarter of the enemies to go up against is actually the same person, you have to be a bit more afraid, and that's what Coffee is right now. I think UndeRank also, you know, I think we spoke to Kagame last week. He says that UndeRank is coming for the throne. Huge and confident statement. I like it, but at least this time we both are in unison when it comes to the prediction. We both feel like UndeRank is going to take the cake, but it doesn't excuse SDGR EA from giving them a hard time.
Yeah, SDGR EA so far showing some signs of promises, especially in those past couple of games happening on the past Monday as well as Thursday rounds. So it has been them going on pretty much a very good role. And when I was casting some of the qualifying rounds, that the members of the side of SDGR has been the ones that have been able to impress me the most. And, you know, even my other prediction of Arctic Fox to come into the series here has been struggling, and unfortunately they didn't make the cut. But I'm glad SDGR is one of my hot favorites coming into the picture, just like how Silent Killer was in that past series.
Yeah, and we now look at the draft. SDGR, of course, they're gonna ban out the Olaf, Gragas, Ori, and UndeRank will ban out Camille, Ziggs, and they give respect to Williams' Twisted Fate as well. Very, very respectful ban.
That's right, and I think Renekton is a champion that wasn't played in the previous series, where we saw him still being a very good Baron laner that has been heavily focused on because he has the ability to, of course, hop in and out of the fight with pretty much the slice and dice, and heading to his late game, he still can be able to contribute in some fights. Now, Senna priority coming in for SDGR EA, so I feel that we are onto something special right now. Corky Senna offering a lot of whole poke damage, and mind you, Lucian is still available as well.
Yeah, and so far, you know, we look at UndeRank's draft. UndeRank, they are more of the standard team, right? They play those team fights, big wombo combos, Lee Sin, Galio, Oriana. Of course, you're gonna get the the crown Jarvan in the top lane as well. So for them, it's all about team fight. It's all about getting that delivery system in, get that big shockwave, and close out the game. Whereas SDGR EA, in Fallen's word, they just want kills, so those champions goes for the kills. Irelia is going to be the 4th pick, and we're gonna see that Pantheon. You wanted to see Irelia, I wanted to see Senna, now both our wishes come true.
Yeah, and it's great that SDGR EA has been able to actually bring both of it all online. And to my surprise, they really want to go in for the Kaisa instead. And I guess Coffee does what Coffee wants to do. He doesn't really need the Lucian to be on board. And I believe that at least this gives an edge for UndeRank to go in for a dive commitment as compared to a Lucian who usually sits over onto his backline, or it has to be the front line to chunk out some damage for the calling. So something that's pretty much of a standard draft that we've seen coming from the past weeks. The question now is, that is a Jarvan going into a support role, because I saw Shanks has been holding it as well. Or could it be, a little bit of a switch in terms of roles in general than the lanes itself?
I mean, I saw Fallen still holding on to the Senna, and part of me is kind of thinking like, are we gonna see a jungle Senna, as the first debut? I'm not sure how that's gonna work out. Hopefully not. But one of the weaknesses I think for SDGR EA's draft from the get-go is that everyone is physical damage focused. There's very little magic burst, there's very little ability power burst, so it's very easy for UndeRank to itemize against that. Fallen's gonna be on that Irelia jungle. We will see God Gatsby as that Senna AD, my favorite.
Yeah, and I guess there is a slight bit of a magic damage output that can come in from Williams because of how Corki passive allows him to, of course, contribute in both segments of the damage. That's why even certain Corki, they will run a Void Staff as a very final item just to get, a little bit of a surprise of a damage. But starting off with a lane swap, as both Coffee as well as Shanks, they are loitering around Emotions lane. It's like, okay, what are these two guys doing here? A little bit of exchange of pokes, and Williams should be doing just about fine against Kagami for now. But Rashi though,
yeah, I feel like UndeRank, they want to really punish Emotionless his lane and just get this pressure going on. One of the things about SDGR EA's draft is that they can't really stave off these kind of dives. It is very hard for them to do that early in the early game, and Emotionless, he identifies that. Whereas for UndeRank, they can afford to be a bit more aggressive just because of having the Jarvan, having that Lee Sin and the Orianna. But I feel like when it comes to the late game, SDGR EA should have a better chance. It is pretty greedy though. You run a Corki and a Senna, both these cores need a lot of time and resource.
And one thing that I really want to point out from the side of SDGR EA as well is the fact that they don't really have too much of crowd control. They do have a few, but it definitely depends on scenarios, whether if God Gatsby can, of course, land that sort of a snare on top of some of the members. Sephiroth also needing to commit himself, while it does take a little bit of a few restacks for Emotionless to be able to go in for call the meek. For them to actually land the stun. The Fallen now getting spotted out, and that's where they will hop right in as Shanks just knocks him up in the air. Flash being available, and Crowd will secure first blood for UndeRank, but still going to be a 1-for-1 with SDGR's response diving upon him.
Unlucky for God Gatsby that the heal came late, but I don't think Fallen was in range to receive that heal anyways. The buff in the end does get transferred over to Sephiroth on the support Pantheon. UndeRank with the first blood should be able to get some space, but look at Arashi setting up for a gank. This is something that SDGR EA is not expecting.
Arashi right now is going to be able to actually hop right in, but now facing both God Gatsby, he will be able to land that Dragon's Rage. Now getting taunted, Sephiroth will have to go down. A wonderful pickoff overall for UndeRank, but there is more that they really have to do all over the map here. So this is just the start of it, but it definitely is a very good way to go about it. UndeRank now sitting at only 1,000 gold difference.
A bit unlucky for God Gatsby. His last embrace actually did not connect onto Arashi, but good on Zafiro though, using that Aegis Vault to kind of stun this Lee Sin and prevent Arashi from kicking God Gatsby. I think SDGR EA is identifying that they need to kind of buy time, but the first Drake is where things are going to really shift in terms of balance. SDGR EA, not really sure how they can take this fight. They really rely on that Vanguard's edge to connect onto UndeRank's backline for them to have an impact in those fights.
Yeah, and I felt that when it comes down to SDGR, it also takes a lot of resources to also farm up. Like, maybe for the Irelia, you need to go in for something like Trinity Force, which, you know, comes up a little bit later as compared to an Archangel Staff. And if you look at UndeRank right now, they're definitely in prime position here to actually secure the Drake. But with the package being picked up, they might just be able to actually turn this one around. Here comes the Grand Skyfall, dropping in with his available stun as well, while the rest of it collapse. And Shanks is the first one to fall. Meanwhile, Coffee tries to trade right back. Willis will have so little help left, but Crown goes down instead. And with that, Fallen goes into really dives him off the face of the earth. Kagami now goes ham on that one, but God Gatsby will still be able to actually finish it off with Emotionless. A lot back and forth, and yet again, nobody can land their hands on that drag.
Oh man, SDGR EA kind of whiffing a bit. If everything was perfect, the Dawning Shadow hit on everybody, SDGR EA got the reset on this Aurelia Blade Surge, but only if that Vanguard Edge landed, I think SDGR EA would have gotten a cleaner fight. Still, UndeRank, they're gonna go back onto that dragon, and this time with no ultimates. Let's see how SDGR EA takes this fight.
They're marching right in, immediately going for Shanks as well. Oh, what a beautiful stun coming out of Fallen! And now they just crushed upon members of UndeRank, and they say you won't be able to actually get this Mountain Drake. And that was absolutely clean. We didn't see that one coming.
And that is why they call that the flawless duet. Oh, Fallen catching 3 guys, so huge. A max range flawless duet as well. And I feel like there's one thing we're kind of missing out when we talk about SDGR EA's draft, is that God Gatsby, yeah, he's playing the ADC role, but it's actually not the main damage dealer. It's Williams and Fallen. God Gatsby is there to use that piercing darkness, get the heals in, the Dawning Light to shield his team. He's there as the utility while the rest of his teammates dish out the damage.
Yeah, and just look at how well they have been able to just get pretty much all the crowd controls all stacked up. And here comes Arashi coming with the Dragon's Rage, but he'll be able to return back under the safety of the turret. A little bit of help coming from Ascena, but that will not be enough. UndeRank pulls up that perfect dive upon Emotionless, but in return, SDGR, they have been able to get this turret and also the Rip Herald. So I still consider this as a big win for SDGR.
Mid lane though, Kagame, they're just gonna dive on him and he's dead. Hero Centers is not gonna be enough.
And with Shanks coming in a little bit late to the scene, he's just off to look for a pickup. Fallen's got out of position, and this is where he tries to actually dance around 2 of them, but Crown should be able to secure it nonetheless. Well, SDGR gotta really work on some of these dives, but after all these sort of commotion, just look at some of the items that has been built up. I think now is a good time for some power spike.
I wonder how I'm looking at Fallen's movement and I'm just thinking to myself, this guy has probably the fastest reflex on mobile that I've ever seen. Like, he does everything perfectly. It feels like he doesn't miss a beat. But maybe we were kind of off the mark about something, right? Even though UndeRank has a late game draft, it's hard to execute that draft if you have someone like SDGR EA just constantly running at you with all these champions that has a mid-game power spike, the Renekton, the Pantheon, the Irelia, mid-game power spike, but they can scale exponentially into the late game as well. It feels like SDGR EA has all those boxes ticked, and UndeRank's draft is just a bit harder to execute. You miss a Shockwave, you miss a Cataclysm, the fight just ends right then and there.
Yeah, that's definitely some really good hard facts that you actually brought upon that we haven't really considered when we were discussing it during the picks and bans. But speaking of which, this is where Emotionless goes in for a catch. Shanks now and a dangerous precaution, and Snapdraft will be able to back up. So good coverage coming from UndeRank, but for the moment, they don't really have major objectives left, so might as well just call in for a little bit of reset going on. SDGR, they can honestly look to set up something over the bomb site, securing the turret. Flame goes down, emotionless now, really getting a little bit of a chunk of damage heading into this mid game. Here comes the Grand Skyfall, and they're looking for Crown instead. So, with a little bit of a miss coming from God Gatsby, they will still be able to take a little bit of health first, but nothing too huge of a hassle for UndeRank to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like the sequence near the UndeRank blue buff is actually a win for SDGR EA, because they forced Coffee to use that killer instinct and the heal just to keep his buddy alive. But you know, just give that enough time, those ultimates will come back off cooldown, so we're kind of back to square one. But SDGR EA, they are subtly forcing out from UndeRank and making sure that UndeRank can't force those 5-man team fights. First, you know, Coffee, he used the killer instinct and heal. UndeRank, even if they want a team fight, their Kai'Sa won't have that extra ultimate to work with, and sometimes this is the best way to deal with a team comp that wants to fight as 5. You filter and funnel their resources, and they just can't fully commit.
Yeah, and now that they've already called in the Rift Herald as well, all these sort of resources that they have been able to actually stash up for inside of SDGR as well, they should be able to actually bring the full-blown firepower into this Drake challenge here that they impose upon the side of UndeRank. Now, a couple of all these Sonic Wave already being set up. That will be the package being dropped right in, so the Valkyrie being used to really negate him, and that's where the Skyfall will drop right through. They're looking for that pig, and they hop right over to the Coffee. That's the part they want, but they couldn't catch. Oh, wow! The full clip goes right in, and Hero Sections will be able to bring everybody up in the air. Rushy turns golden, but SDGR EA, they absolutely crush the likes of the UndeRank.
And UndeRank doesn't even get the mid-tier 1. What did we say just now? Right before this fight, we talked about how UndeRank can team fight, but you cannot fight if the enemy has such a strong mid-game fight. They just ran at UndeRank. UndeRank used everything. They used the kick, they used the shockwave, they used the hero's entrance, but they didn't even kill a single person. Narashi cannot contest this Baron. SDGR EA just broke the game open. This is gonna be a huge Baron power play, and they just do it so well. They even force that TP from Crown, which gets UndeRank absolutely nothing.
You know, I hate to be wrong in my predictions so much so. And SDGR Iblis is just telling me that, Contra, you know, you gotta take your words back and put your money where your mouth is, right? So, yeah. SDGR is just absolutely on the best form in this sort of draft. Even when the Lucian was open, they opt for the Senna instead, and we can understand why that now. They have really good sustain. They got overall good damage to be poked out. And whenever UndeRank tries to respond, like you said, it takes a full coordination coming from each one of them. While SDGR, they can make individual plays, and that is the sole difference, that anybody can go in and out of fight. And what a beauty this is. 1-0-11 on God Gatsby, and now, speaking of which, he will be able to crush the mid lane turret as well. Baron power play is just gonna be putting UndeRank pretty much behind in terms of goal.
Yeah, and UndeRank, they know, despite them having such big ultimates, even though they can get those very flashy plays, the problem is it's only enough for one kill, it's only enough for one execution. You mess up that one fight, you mess up that one combo, the fight just ends right then and there. But like you rightfully pointed out, right, SDGR EA, they don't care. You kill one guy, there's 4 more to deal with. And now they're gonna engage in the bottom lane, or at least take this turret away.
Pantheon drops right in, and that was good enough to flush out the rest of UndeRank. Now, forcing to be playing defensively, this is the first time that we are seeing UndeRank really giving full respect to any sort of all these teams that really exerts all these sort of aggression. And just look at the items right now. Even the support Zapperops will be looking at pretty much beautiful build. Fallen has to expend his ultimate just to walk away because he was kind of extending anyways. Now that there is no Baron, no Dragon, all they have to do is just probably shove the lanes and of course set things up nicely for the upcoming objective, which will most likely be the Ocean Drain.
Yeah, UndeRank has not been able to get a team fight out so far. No Cataclysm because they used it on Emotionless who got away. Coffee also forced to use the Killer Instinct. And with each passing second that SDGR EA were able to force UndeRank to use those ultimates in a defensive manner, is a win for SDGR EA. Because UndeRank wants to fight. They want to get that grand team fight. But it's like a dish, right? You need all the recipes in place. If SDGR EA comes in, they purposely put in a bit more salt. They purposely throw the wrong spice into your melting pot. You're not gonna get the dish you want. And UndeRank, they're not getting the fight that they want. And it's 14 minutes in. This should be where UndeRank forces the fight, and yet it's SDGR EA winning those fights.
Yeah, and I really want to see what will they be cooking up next. Now, SDGR EA, they got themselves a free drink to even walk out of it, but Baron is going to be coming up online. There is a decent vision being set up on the side of UndeRank. So Kagame will really need to pull off a massive shockwave to really change things around, but couldn't really pinpoint who should they actually focus on when almost every single member of SDGR actually pulls in significant damage overall. We're not looking at single defensive items other than the Sterix Gauge, and that's telling you something, right?
Yeah, I mean SDGR EA, they just want to fight. They just want to get the kills. They just want to keep making sure that all you see on that phone is the gray screen. And they're doing it well. And it's crazy to think about it, right? These guys are like madmen. They're mad scientists. They come up with these picks that we rarely see. You know, the Irelia jungle, the Senna AD per se, but it's actually a Senna support. Even if you look at the network distribution, God Gatsby happily gives the farm away because he knows that it's going to be Emotionless and Fallen and William that carries the team, not him. He's just there to keep them alive. And that's what we love about SDGR EA. They just keep surprising us with all these plays.
Yeah, and overall, this is where they want to make another play. Oh, that's where they managed to bring the plays up there. Look at Rashi as well as Kagame in place. He's trying to make it all happen, and that's where eventually Fallen will be down on the ground. But not without any sort of commotion being happening across the rift, where Emotionless will be able to secure the turret for himself. Crowd now going for a chase. So does the rest of UndeRank. Heavy commitment just for a Renekton. I guess you could still consider SDGR here just gets way too much out of all these sort of pickups. And to my surprise, UndeRank is not really giving that priority onto the Baron during that moment.
I think SDGR EA just want to buy time if they can. 10 more seconds for Fallen, and UndeRank will want to bomb rush this Baron. Naturally, they might be able to get it to bring themselves back into the game. But they don't have those big ultimates though.
And this is where you see the rest of UndeRank. They try to actually pull the pressure right in. Here comes the
go.
Skyfall, and oh, that's where UndeRank, they managed to actually get that Baron underway. But SDGR, they have been able to actually shut down two. So even if they get the Baron, they can only look to stall for a tad bit longer. And SDGR, they can still actually force the tier 2 to go down right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, take the Baron, but you lost two guys. And again, we saw Kagame forced to use the Shockwave. Every time we see the Shockwave, it's onto one guy. It's onto one guy that they cannot kill. The only person that they killed with a Shockwave just now was onto Fallen because Fallen overdove. But okay, Fallen dies, now what? You lose the GA onto Arashi, SDGR EA gets the inhibitor turret, you get Emotionless, the death timer gets staggered, but it doesn't matter. SDGR EA knows that they can take those fights because there's no big ultimates, no Cataclysm, no Shockwave. They just happily go in 3v5, they lose Baron, but they get 2 kills. So who's the winner? The network tells you everything. SDGR EA still, no, they still get the last laugh.
Yeah, and I do think that it's going to take a very, very long while until, you know, the full builds come out for the side of UndeRank in order for them to really get the biggest benefits of all of it. And with the Jarvan now already coming in with, you know, an interesting Force of Nature build, which gives a little bit of a respect of what output is coming out from the side of Williams. So they could have actually offered maybe, maybe randoms doesn't really hurt, especially when you have so many of them doing some good amount of AD, as well as holding their attack speed will be quite vital as well. But not that I'm really complaining. Emotionless doing emotionless things, as he's just being a split pushing machine. That brings a lot of attention from Crown, and that's where SDGR EA, they know that they've already got a little bit of an edge here to actually start on this Drake. But the rest of UndeRank, they're already marching in the way. Oh, that's just on. Doesn't even look for knocking them with punches as well. Fallen tries to actually pull them aside, but SDGR, they're trying to recuperate. Here comes the Skyfall as well. They will not hit anything at all. Emotion is still going for a split push. They will get another inhibitor turret down. And SDGR, they're happy to go in for a reset. UndeRank don't get anything done.
They can't. They have no shockwave. Again, another defensive shockwave, and it was onto Zephyroth. He just takes it. UndeRank, Shank runs in with the Righteous Glory. He gets a taunt only onto the Pantheon, and now they get the kick. They can't kill Fallen. This might be huge. And yes, indeed it is. But again, they lose an inhibitor turret in return. Without Fallen, UndeRank can start this Inferno Drake if they want to, but they know that it's pretty hard. God Gatsby doing God's work. He gets a 3-man route to prevent a follow-up, and now as GREA, they are poisoning themselves around this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, and the fact that that was basically a 4 versus 4 in a certain way, that there is chances where they could have actually done a whole lot more if they were to actually go in for a certain cool collapse, but they were also very worried for the fact that Emotionless is just posing a threat that this Jarvan couldn't really hold on towards the corner. So unless if Crown could actually join some of these teamfights, maybe they would actually have done something significant. Emotionless now looking for Arashi. Is responding with a little bit of kick, but the blue buff will still go in the hands of Kagami. Round 2 of this challenge over the Drake. And Zephyr is already going for a pickup there. Arashi now getting sniped upon, but the TPs will come into effect. Coffee now trying to actually go in, but that's where it all lands onto Kagami. Where can they actually run? SDGR Iblis now getting all members of UndeRank caught. Zephyr now going for a chase as well. And Emotionless is just going all the way into the base. Already, Kagami can only hold for so long. Crowd will be falling off. And Williams will go on a pure rampage. This should be game over. And SDGR Iblis marches on to try to take on the next Kagami, just trying to clear all the way. But look what there is. And an alligator over Bob's side. And Kagami being left all surrounded. He should be falling off, flat to the ground. SDGR EA takes game 1.
And SDGR EA just showed us a masterclass of Wild Rift. Just insane. Like I don't even know where to begin. There's so much fine details that we can look at. How SDGR seemingly walking on tightrope, but those limit testing always go in their favor. They know what those champions do. They know what they can sacrifice, how to outmaneuver UndeRank, and they do it flawlessly. You can see every death that SDGR EA experience, they get something else out of it. And UndeRank they were never ever able to execute their whole draft.
Yeah, as much as you say that, the past interview that we had with the side of Cell Darkguard, they've been saying, oh, they're just hunting for the kills. But this time they displayed magnificent macro play that, yeah, if I were to win a small little skirmish or even lose a skirmish, I'll get everything done. And there's just no way for them to actually escape out of that. Fallen this time being the MVP, and we saw that Fallen was trying to pull off every single way possible, and what a debut coming from the Aurelia as well as the Senna coming into week number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Fallen has shown us how it's shown us, the jungle Aurelia. He gets like 2-3-man stuns. He gets the last flawless duet was like what, half a map. So SDGR EA, they are, I think, so up to this point, probably the masters of macro and aggression. I think that they have kind of perfected the balance between going aggressive and playing the map. And despite looking at the numbers, Kagami has 37,000 in worth of damage. it doesn't matter. More than half of those damage is irrelevant and inefficient because it just comes from, you know, defensive pokes that SDGR EA didn't care about.
Yeah, and overall, you know, Arashi, he went in for some early pickoffs there, but other than the early game, I feel that he was kind of flushed out of his own jungle for many times where Fallens was consistently hunting out the Lee Sin. It should be the other way around, right? Like,
Yeah.
it is something that kind of leaves me questioning, like, okay, have we been having a little bit of switch of roles going on? Like, it feels more like a supportive Lee Sin. Not, of course, not giving too much steam towards the side of Rashi. I think that there are a lot of all these sort of opportunities that he did take, but there are also those that he was unable to do so. But currently, I kind of wish that I want to switch my prediction. And hopefully Kimikibo is currently watching the boys and feel proud about all 5 of them that has been able to show us what a magnificent game of Wild Rift.
Yeah, and now, no, it just gets me excited, right? Because we talk about so many good things about these 2 teams, but SDGR EA has something that a lot of other teams don't really possess, which is the diversity. The diversity of the champion pool is actually insane. There's no way to target ban SDGR EA. You will just have to play their game, and they will force you to play their game. And this game 1 is a good testament. With that being said, there's still a chance for UndeRank to force a game 3. We just have to see how game 2 goes after the break.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Sarah. I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
We are back for more Wild Rift action here in the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series. And my name is Contra, this is Husky. We are having a blast, just having some of the best matches to come now in this series. SDGR EA has taken game 1 against UndeRank, who was sitting in the top of the spot. But you know, maybe there's still chances for a reverse sweep. We would not know. But Husky, share me your thoughts on game number 1, because we only start to realize halfway through this draft that this draft is meant to run at UndeRank, and SDGR definitely cheekily does so.
Yeah, and SDGR, I think they will continue to keep doing so because that's how they play. You know, they are like the refined version of Silent Killer. Not to take anything away from Silent Killer, but you can kind of see the difference, right? The creativity, the amount of prep that the SDGR EA has done coming into the fall season. And of course, you know, all of these actions wouldn't have been possible without the parties who made this happen with ESL, Riot Games, and last but not least, our official tournament partner, Maggie Hot Cup. So now, I have no doubts that SDGR EA will pull out the same kind of play style, but for UndeRank, I want to see how they adjust to this formidable foe.
Yeah, and in the previous game as well, it was quite a flex pick coming in for the Irelia, and Fallen has been able to get that MVP title in that game itself. Honestly, if you really want to focus on a certain band, it's hard to even pinpoint. Is it a Renekton problem? Is it a Irelia problem? The Senna? I guess you let them have whatever their pick is, and it's more about UndeRank needing to draft something to fend off that sort of tempo that SDGR EA is actually bringing up. Now, going in towards the picks and bans already, all brought to you by official tournament partners Maggie Hot Cup. We are seeing bans onto the Ziggs, Gragas, Senna. Meanwhile, SDGR EA goes in to pick off the likes of the Ori, Renekton, and TF.
I like the Senna ban. I think UndeRank identified that Senna was actually the reason why SDGR EA could run at them for a full 20 minutes. And now with Senna out of the equation, maybe it will force SDGR EA to go for a more standard team composition. UndeRank picks up Camille, very classic flex pick, and SDGR EA will open up with the Galio and Fiora. We're gonna see SDGR EA playing a more normal game compared to what we just saw.
Yeah, and I guess that UndeRank definitely has a secret recipe to actually unlock the Camille due to the fact that they've already go in for all this particular target bans on SDGR. So Camille definitely will be bringing in quite a significant play, but that's a Riven coming in for Williams though. Now, question here. Riven mid lane, Riven top lane, or if you're a jungle, if you're a Baron lane, it's a little bit soon to tell, but guys, we are seeing these members of SDGR feeling so confident to really go in for some fury plays at the very least.
Yeah, I think I want to see a Fiora Baron lane. Riven Baron lane and Fiora jungle. It would make more sense, right? You put the Galio mid so that he can connect on the side lanes when he hits level 5. So obviously the better Baron laner is the Riven, which we have seen Emotionless play a lot of times. They finish the draft with the Alistar, another layer of crowd control, and they bring out the Fiora jungle once more. I think SDGR EA is the only team that plays the Fiora jungle and somehow makes it work. But on the other hand, for UndeRank, you can see that they're going for a more defensive setup. You know, they're giving a lot of respect to SDGR EA. They're finding champions that can stop SDGR EA if SDGR EA starts diving them. So I feel like we're gonna see SDGR EA do the same thing, but they won't have that much of a leeway to keep headbutting into UndeRank.
Yeah, I guess SDGR EA so far coming in with this sort of the response telling you that that it's more of a team fight as well as a certain split push potential coming on. SDGR EA needs one more game to completely shut off UndeRank and cause another upset here in the fall season. UndeRank now setting up a little bit of brush, but the work will be able to tell something to the side of Saudargar at the very least. A little bit of dance over the mid side here just clear off the first wave. And for UndeRank, I think that at the very least, Coffee, going back into some of his signature picks here, he's going to be feeling very confident to go against the Zaya as well as the Alistar. Now, roughing slightly late, but it's going to be good enough for them to do some significant damage onto Sephiroth. But of course, no kills will happen overall. If you're inside the jungle, still has very distant wave clear. But in the matter of fact, a recent patch has been able to nerf the Fuhrer for a tad bit. So I want to see a little bit more efficiency on how they play this Fuhrer.
And judging by the lane matchup, if you look at the Baron lane itself, Emotionless, he's fine. He's going to outpush Crown any day. This Garen would not be able to kill him. He has more mobility. And the kill pressure on the Riven is definitely higher than what the Garen can provide. And we've kind of seen this before. The Riven plus Fiora, they actually make a pretty good duo when they go for those solo lane ganks. So I want to see how Fallen navigates this. Because, again, SDGR EA, they're taking a lot of boxes with their draft. Multiple champions that can split push the lanes when they need, but bottom lane doesn't engage.
Oh boy, is after gotten caught off of position, immediately goes a little bit of hit but pulverized, but then again, he will go down. That's first blood for UndeRank and make that even for SDGR. Fallen just goes across the wall and give them a heck of a surprise. 2 supports down, I guess that's fair.
Yeah, Fallen with the last minute riposte. Actually life-saving one to kill Shanks, but Crown gonna visit the mid lane a bit, and it's just to kind of clear off the wave as Kagami did go for the reset. However, you can see SDGR EA, Zephyros gonna come in.
This is going to be a tough one for him to get out of, and he's already pulled off the flash much early on in the past fight. So SDGR will have to leave this Alistar be, and UndeRank just kept on punishing even when they go in for a form of rotation. So UndeRank just gets a little bit of slight advantage for the temporary moment. Look at the vision wards being placed all over the river. SDGR as well as UndeRank, they definitely have a lot of all these vital information set into stone. But nothing too much of a big news coming out of some of all these kills just about yet, because we're not seeing this Riven or even some of all the members of UndeRank pop off just about yet. Arashi has already got the level 5, so Hextech Element is available. The question now is, where should they actually drop the Hextech Ultimatum on whichever lane?
Probably the Riven would be the easiest target for them to go on. Williams, like the mid lane is a Galio. It's going to be pretty tough. He's because he's very tanky. Bottom lane as well. Both Zaya and Alistar have a way to deal with the ultimatum. Zaya has the Feather Storm, and of course Zephyr can just bomb you up headbutt. So I think SDGR EA also has this draft that keeps them safe, even though there's a commute on the enemy team.
Yeah, I definitely think that is a very vital point where there's a lot of all these safety net they could actually play around with. Meanwhile, UndeRank tries to actually go in for a Baron lane counter in the form of Garen. Riven only works best when she can actually pull off all her rotational spells effectively so, but one good silence could be able to negate that. And also, as a matter of fact, he offers that fleet footwork on this Garen as well, just giving him a little bit more of the safety net to also get a little bit more heal, sustainability, and some speed to really run back at the enemy. So, SDGR Iblis, they already get themselves a slight bit of control over onto its Infernal Drake. Kyle's going to join in alongside as well.
You can see SDGR EA, they're starting the Dragon, but UndeRank, I think they can fight this. Shang is looking for that ultimate.
And Rashi drops into the Hextech Ultimatum. That will be a little bit of a pick up here. Ultimate knocked in the air.
Oh my
and
God.
UndeRank match is still in a way. Crowd out being stuck inside the pit. Meanwhile, Kagami has to force the flash. Now Flawless will be able to dash over the wall, but instead he'll go down to the hands of Coffee and Kagami now trying to actually fight them all the way back. That barrier keeps him alive. Triple kill, and with the blast kill, he makes an escape. UndeRank Coffee. This is such a big team fight that has went well for the Maestro of Marksman.
Oh, and it all came down to the wire. Williams got a great 3-man taunt, and SDGR EA, they need to pick one. It's either Kagame or Coffee. They choose to go for Coffee, but all of them were solo from that fight. Emotionless, he flashed and tried to get his Broken Blaze off, dies during the second one, Fallen lunges forward, dies to the Mystic Shot, and just a fight that UndeRank definitely would love. But top lane,
here comes the hook shot dropping right in over Satos Afterov. That's where he will have to pull his ultimate there just to survive a little bit longer. Even the blast being pulled up will not be able to save Zafirov overall. Now UndeRank will be able to actually take those turrets, but back in towards the replay here. This was that fight where the collapse was looking magnificent for a side of SDGR, but once they tried to move over this wall, and that's where Kagame and Coffee both work in tandem with some overwhelming damage as they slowly peel backwards and found those kills. And SDGR maybe shouldn't have dove too deep.
I definitely felt the same. I think SDGR EA were a bit too bloodthirsty in that particular fight. However, remember when the game started, we talked about how SDGR EA has multiple champions that can facilitate those constant split push in the event that they start losing out fights. Emotionless, he crashed the entire wave into the bot tier 2, and let's say UndeRank starts to gain the lead. The one thing that they're not good at is dealing with all these multiple split push, which Emotionless and Fallen can consistently put on the map. They go and find Emotionless, he gets away with his mobility, and suddenly Fallen's gonna show up on the other side of the map and start a split push, and that is gonna be on the Baron lane.
That's right. Currently the Baron lane is being threatened, and that's the only copy to try to hold on. So I guess he should be able to actually clear a wave or so. So that will be left intact, and that forces UndeRank to either respawn on this sort of the commotion that may just happen. Now, for the moment, UndeRank is going to be holding a slight goal lead. Crown just getting a little bit more items up available. So speaking of which, I just really want to see, can Godgasby really get into a better position when it comes down to the next upcoming team fight? Because for the likes of many, Saudagar here, as much as they do have a lot of AD output, they have a mid laner here that's pretty much a supportive utility role, which doesn't really offer too much of a damage. And if you actually build more damage, it's going to be pretty tough. Comes to Axel element straight in the face of Emotionless. Kind of face checking into the wrong brush, he will have to go down.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. They were standing at the edge of the brush. That Scryers will match did not see them. Emotionless dying. One of the unluckiest death ever. That's gonna open up the bot lane for UndeRank and SDGR EA. They can't really defend this. UndeRank will use that Rift Herald to threaten a possible inhibitor turret push. So SDGR EA, they are forced to recall, and that also means that Kagame can get a free tier 1 mid.
Yeah, now with pretty much every one of all these structures slowly going down, UndeRank is just exerting a whole lot of control, and SDGR looks like they're not really comfortable with this sort of pacing as compared to, you know, Game 1 where they get to really run at their enemies. So they're definitely in a very odd position to even contest for the streak, so we'll have to give it away to UndeRank. Not even needing too much of help coming from Arashi to smite it all off, but there is a little bit of a fight going on between the Fura as well as the Garen. But the Crown is a lot beefier, doesn't really want to commit, so UndeRank probably will just look for certain pickoffs.
Yeah, this is where UndeRank is at their is stronger than SDGR EA, especially winning that one big team fight. They can actually run the SDGR EA and not really lose, but there's a fight.
Oh, here comes the catch over onward Shanks, but they will be able to actually pop the exit element straight on top of Arashi. Fallen goes down as well. Still, UndeRank right now will still have the upper hand when it comes down to trades. This calls for a perfect Baron positioning. well, they could start to work on tier 2s first. So 11-4 SDGR, I don't know. Is there any sort of way that they could actually come back out of this? They're just trying to complete their second item, and UndeRank has already been able to really go into punish SDGR so heavily in their own jungle.
They kind of need to buy more time right now. I don't think SDGR EA can 5v5 UndeRank and win, even if they land their combos, because they just don't have enough damage. And, you know, their cores can't survive those long fights. What UndeRank addressed with this trap is mobility. The reason that SDGR EA kept running at them in game 1 and killing them was because UndeRank have no way to navigate those fights. Now they've answered that perfectly. Camille hookshot, Corki Valkyrie, Ezreal Arcane Shift, Shanks the Braum with the stand behind me onto your teammates. Now SDGR EA, they can't really dive onto the course because every time Emotionless tries to broken blaze in, the cores just get away. Every time Fallen lunges in, they also get away. So SDGR EA, they don't have an input, they don't have, you know, an entrance to go onto UndeRank and finish them off before backup arrives. So UndeRank can always get away from the sticker situation and kind of counter engage.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, they also have to really find a way to slowly peel off for the side of SDGR, where whenever Glacial Fissure pops right in, you just gotta find ways to sidestep, reposition, of course, burn off a lot of all these elements, and then go in for chase, which you've already mentioned that UndeRank can so easily do so to either regain control of a certain position. Now, Emotionless just hoping to buy a little bit more spacing, and with that time bought, I guess that will be some good news at the very least. So far, you know, Sephiroth on this Alistar didn't seem like he had any sort of room to even go in to make plays than to play defensively. Like, God Gatsby, he's sustainable. Like, he's got, like, what, Featherstorm and the rest of it. But the Sephiroth is just getting punished every time he just shows up, and that to me is very concerning.
Yeah, I share the same sentiment as well, but Shanks, you know, just putting his body in front. UndeRank know that they are, you know, they are stronger than SDGR EA, and UndeRank, it's their turn to kind of have two massive cores with the Corki and the Ezreal, whereas SDGR EA, sure you have Fiora and Riven, but the only one that you can rely on the most to dish out those long-term damage is that Xayah, is that ranged core. Whereas for UndeRank, they already answered this Fiora and Riven with the ability to kite them. So right now, SDGR EA has a lot of weight on God Gatsby to kind of farm out and pull off the best possible team fight.
Yeah, and for the side of UndeRank, they're already starting off this Baron call. But SDGR EA, they don't seem like they have any sort of opening, but here comes Fallen, though they are already looking for Shanks, and that's where the package drops right in. Now the focus is being pulled into the tension with Kagami, while UndeRank secures the Baron. Now they're locked and loaded, going for a chase as well. Hextech Element dropping right in for Emotionless. Two members go down. Here comes the late Heroes entrance, but that's not going to be doing all too much for SDGR. UndeRank will march toward mid, and this might just be the win condition enabled for UndeRank.
And Shanks doesn't even die. 5 guys on top of this Braum and he doesn't even die. UndeRank is so strong right now. They might not be able to end the game, but they can definitely make a dent in that inhibitor turret. SDGR, they just need to wait for the respawns.
And here comes a couple more of this. Hits over onto his God Gatsby. He walks away with some help, dodging the missile barrage for only a tad bit. Now going for a little bit of slight recall because they don't really have all the health bars to work with. Very good discipline coming from UndeRank, although they are pretty much up ahead. Like, well, this is more than 10,000 gold. I don't really want to count to the specifics anyways.
I think this game is most likely going to be UndeRank's game. SDGR EA, they just don't have enough damage. They don't have enough resilience to tank UndeRank's damage. So, and they have no way to get onto UndeRank. You've fallen and Emotionless. Every time they go in, Shanks just lands a Winter's Bite. They proc the stun and they just blow up, you know, their target. And SDGR EA has been facing this problem over and over again. This is their last stand.
Yeah, the last Sentinel will need to be a perfect stand for the likes of SDGR. Meanwhile, all the waves are crashing from the mid side to the bottom, and even more to come later on. Now Crown's gonna be able to actually look for a pick. Here comes the Bastion Justin dropping on top of Fallen, but the Nexus is being hit. Members of SDGR will just give way, and UndeRank now equalize this one for all.
Very straightforward for UndeRank, just playing a much cleaner game compared to game 1, identifying the roots of SDGR EA's win and just tackling that. I think one center ban really took out a lot of SDGR EA's potential to play this lineup. They just want to constantly fight, and at the same time they also address the matter of what if SDGR EA still wants to consistently fight. Mobility and all those champions achieve that, and they are able to dish out their damage and win the game.
Yeah, and overall, it is definitely a sure effort being displayed by every single one of the members of UndeRank that we are seeing here. I really don't want to just give it to one specific guy, because the way that they worked out some of these team fights, especially that early game over on the Drake, they secure it convincingly, but they managed to also halt that aggressive style of play that SDGR is known for. They hop over the wall, and well, Coffee just clutched it using his dash roll, securing that triple kill, and also have a blast cone just to walk away out of that.
Yeah, and I think from that Dragon fight onwards, SDGR EA kind of know that they are in a very bad spot and they needed something to happen. So they kept trying to go for those pickoffs, which is what they do best. But UndeRank was just prepared. UndeRank knows that SDGR EA, there's no way that they will be overpowered. They just fight back, and all those small instances accumulated to that Baron take, where realistically the game was already over by that point, because UndeRank they were just too far ahead.
Yeah, UndeRank so far, they just snowballed out of control, and of course we want to look at some of these statistics coming into this matchup in particular to really elaborate all the things that have been going down inside the Rift. But some of all the other calls, coming from the side of SDGR, like emotionless, face checking a couple of times, Riven overall, yes, is a pub stomper in your usual ranked games. We go solo queue or so, but when you bring it into this kind of setting where you're competing against UndeRank, right? Known as one of the best teams currently in the fall season, I don't think it's being able to contribute in many of these instances where you just get brickwalled by the Garen, and on top of getting brickwalled out there, the team fights, he was kind of all over the place as well.
Yeah, and it all comes back down to how UndeRank was able to have the means to not get dove by Emotionless and Fallen. No matter how hard they try, UndeRank, they just peel backwards. They just peel backwards. They make sure that Shanks and Crown are in the front line. They make sure that Arashi constantly holds back the enemies, and just give them the room to dish out the damage. Just look at this damage chart. The Fallen and Emotionless combined deals less damage than Coffee.
Yeah, this is so concerning that, Arashi, yeah, he may be pretty much a chain crowd control machine, but overall, things definitely look to be working a whole lot better whenever you still have at least many of these members out here from the side of UndeRank that has been able to at least navigate their way through and just constantly apply that pressure on the open wound, where SDGR, of course, fumbled in the early game, and then it was just this black hole that just got them all sucked up. And now going to the final game, it's honestly anyone's here to take, because now momentums are swinging back towards the side of UndeRank. It might even be a reverse sweep, Husky.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, but we know these two teams are, they have the highest calibers of players. I want to see what other surprises that SDGR EA can bring forth, because we know them for their creativity, we know them for their aggression. We also know that to stop SDGR EA, the only way is to play better or outsmart them, and UndeRank show that in game 2, but SDGR EA, they might have a different trump card just to back the series and continue that clean win streak in the group stage. With that being said, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's the deciding match between SDGR EA and UndeRank.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu kotakan alamat. Adakah di Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Sinking deeper, we are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn. When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. We fight forever. Face the storm coming. Ground is shaking. Beat down inside. Calling. Voices in the distance. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu kotakan alamat. Adakah di Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
The score is currently 1-1 between this best of 3 of SDGR EA against UndeRank. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season, brought to you by ESL Mobile Open. My name is Husky, and right with me on this broadcast is the one and only Contra.
Well, so far, I think all the games here have been fantastic. And this is what the fall season actually offers. And of course, we give a huge shout out and thank you to our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup. And also, all this is brought to you by both ESL as well as Riot Games. So the quality right now is definitely off the charts, that they've been able to really have every team put on their A game. And UndeRank was refusing to go down, and they have been able to, get a massive win in quite a clean, stylistic fashion as well, without needing to go in for something that is cheesy, something that is, brand new in the meta. They just stick to the usual, and they just managed to outclass the side of SDGR in game number 2. Now, it calls back to the question, right? Like, on game 3, is there a way that SDGR can find their glorious way once more?
I definitely think they can. Okay, it's very bold to say this, but I think the Irelia jungle, I think the Riven give them champions with mobility. These champions fit the place out more. I feel champions with mobility, champions with global presence kind of fit SDGR EA's profile a bit more, because they want to keep running at you, right? And there are certain conditions that needs to be met if you want to keep running at people and winning fights. You need sustenance, you need mobility, and you also need a very strong mid-game power spike, which is what we saw in game 1. In game 2, they have that, but mobility not that strong. They only have one champion for global presence, and what UndeRank did was just to be mobile themselves, and suddenly SDGR EA have no way to deal with that. Let's see how it's going to turn out in the draft for game number 3.
Now, heading into this game 3, we are already seeing a few of the bans coming into effect. So for SDGR EA, they've immediately removed the Gragas, Ari, as well as the Olaf. Interesting enough, they're going for the Olaf ban. That also forces UndeRank to respond with the ban on the Camille, since that SDGR now goes on towards the blue side. And immediately, the very first pick is going to be the Twisted Fate. So I guess this is where they want to make a lot of a global presence with the Destiny being intact. But that also opens up, things like Lucian as well as Senna back online.
Yeah, and whenever Williams gets his hand on the Twisted Fate, you can always expect a very magical card trick from this man. And it still kind of surprises me. During the interview, he mentioned that Twisted Fate is not his pocket pick, it's not his favorite champion. But when he plays it, he just plays it so well. So it always excites me when SDGR EA gets their hands on that. They pick the Fiora again, a champion that allows them to fight a lot more. And the Braum will kind of serve as that front line to deal with the Corki missile.
So far, I think this is definitely a bright idea coming up the side of SDGR, at least. Now that they secure a Braum, it also means that coming back in towards their side of the pick, it's down to Coffee if they want to go for a different marksman as compared to Lucian, because this definitely pairs well with Lucian. But is that a misfortune? Are we going for a misfortune right here? Because this looks to be pretty okay. Maybe not in the best of state, but overall, I really don't mind. Whoever you pair with the Braum is still going to be making things work. And now, for the likes of Williams or even the Emotionless, they get their hands on that earlier.
This is most likely going to be a jungle Irelia again. We've seen that work well. And you see SDGR EA, now they have addressed some of the issues, right? UndeRank, they picked the Garen, Corki, Ezreal, same 3 picks from last games, because it has served them out well. 2 cores that can scale to late game, a Garen to stand in front alongside with the Galio. But right now, with the Aurelia and Kai'Sa, they've solved a bit of that issue of diving the backline. Kai'Sa has the killer instinct, Aurelia can just blade surge and get on top of the cores despite them having mobility, and of course there's the Vanguard's Edge to disarm them and the Flawless Duet, which basically has infinite range as long as you cast the second blade on time. Now it feels a bit more balanced. It feels like SDGR EA can run at UndeRank more consistently without having to worry about what UndeRank brings to the table. But of course, UndeRank has a lot of AoE control, which is something that SDGR EA needs to navigate around.
Yeah, and now this is definitely going to be a little bit tougher to really call who's going to be able to take the final game of the series between SDGR as well as UndeRank. There are strengths as well as, a few sort of the cons coming into each respective draft. Coffee opting to go for the exhaust so that he can play even more defensively whenever a dive comes in from Fallen or even Emotionless. Or better yet, Williams, who will be looking for that Destiny play.
Yeah, this definitely opens up the opportunity for SDGR EA to have a bit more presence in the game. You know, you have Williams to match Shank's global presence. Heroes enter somewhere, Williams is going to be there at the same time as well. You want those late game, God Gatsby on the Kai'Sa can match that late game. You want a front line, Zafiro puts his body in front, he blocks all the projectiles, suddenly your Ezreal and Corki won't feel as strong as they should be.
Now, I really do like SDGR's game plan overall, and now that they do pop a little bit of wards here and there, I guess information will be gained by the side of UndeRank, but it will not hinder the fact that SDGR will still be going for that blue buff nonetheless. It's more of the expectancy of where or not the Irelia will be arriving over towards the top side. Got Gatsby now just having a very good exchanges. The pokes will come in much later on, but Zafirov looking to juggle it a whole lot better, especially on this Braum. So good changes and healthy ones for the side of SDGR that I really do like heading to this game.
And I like what Arashi is doing. You know, he puts pressure on that mid lane, but there might be a collapse on the Scarlet Crab though. SDGR EA, they're connecting.
With the taunt already coming out, Zafirov can only take on so much. Flash being available, Arashi now looking to secure first blood. Honestly seeing, but here comes the lost wow. That will be popping off for Shaq, and he's already been corded up. 1-for-1 trade, and honestly, I think that SDGR has definitely won the better of trades because they managed to take down Arashi and burn his flash alongside.
Yeah, I would take that trade any day. You take out the jungler, you get a buff transfer and emotionless. You might get a solo kill to Crown or force that summon the spell out. Crown still holding on, and my goodness, he is playing with fire. Doesn't want to expand the barrier nor the flash, but it definitely gives emotionless a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, and with the fact that Crown also does have the barrier, he has understand the damage output of what the Fuhrer can actually offer in the moment. So that is still a very decent call. That skirmish over on towards the Rift Scuttler early on definitely have put Arashi in a really odd spot, but he has managed to also put Fallen away from the blue buff after that ward that has given away a lot of information. Fallen doesn't really have too much HP, but he will still be able to actually get this blue buff all pretty much secured. So we just really want to see what goes down on the potential of a huge team fight that will happen eventually, because the first Drake is going to be Infernal, and SDGR, they can choose to respond very much quickly if they want to.
Fallen just dangerously low. Oh my, just whew. These guys one more hit from the Grot would have killed her. And one more mechanic about Irelia that sometimes gets overlooked is the Defiance Dance, right? The physical damage reduction does help her stay in the front line for a bit longer. And even though it can, and the best part is it can be cancelled. Like, you can Dragon Straight her and she'll still have those blades spinning around her, which makes for a very good tool if you want to buy time and stay alive in a team fight. Something that if utilized correctly can contribute to Irelia's survivability. But UndeRank, they did get to the Dragon's Pit first to place those vision. In this event, I don't think UndeRank will start the Dragon knowing that SDGR EA is still alive. It's just too risky. But it seems like they're doing it.
Yeah, this is definitely a risky call coming in, but Emotionless will continue to go in for the split push, especially with the Garen trying to actually make a little bit of a call for rotation. Fallen now going inside the pit. There is the way to steal it! With the spike being dropped right in, he will have to give his life for it. Even with the element being popped up, they will only buy a little more time. Here comes the Killer Instinct as well, looking for Arashi. Arashi will be able to survive to tell the tale, if only so little HP. Now the chase steals goes into effect, but Shanks will not get the catch, forcing a flash coming from Godguest.
Oh, that's a nice deal, and then on an Inferno Drake as well. Unfortunately for Fallen, he was controlled for ages, couldn't get his flash off, couldn't get his Vanguard's edge off early. If he threw his ultimate a bit early, I think SDGR EA would have won that fight, and that was, just unlucky timing. But we're starting to see how this Irelia jungle is somehow working out for SDGR EA, and part of the reason is that as a jungler, your job is to run around the map, and Irelia has just that. It has mobility, has damage reduction, good clear, has stun, and he can solo kill his targets. If you put her in the top lane or in the mid lane, she's gonna spend a lot of time just trying to clear the waves, manage the minion wave. But you put her in the jungle, she has all the space she needs and wants to run around.
Yeah, and also with Aurelia coming in with the Blade Surge as one of the best gap closing skills in the game, this is where Williams goes in for the gold card. They will want to actually get a catch onto Coffee, but it won't be all too much of things that they could actually get out of it. But members of SDGR, they try to flush them away from this Rift Herald. Williams coming in with another gold card, but this is where he's soaking a little bit more of those pokes coming out of Coffee. Gotta be really careful about this if they were to actually make any sort of commitment. But UndeRank, they are already hitting over the mid side. Emotions will get the turn for their own. 2 turns for 1. I guess this is a good trade, but now UndeRank does have a lot of room to at least play around the enemy lines.
Yeah, it's well, in terms of net worth, it's a win for SDGR, but in terms of map control, it's definitely a win for UndeRank. They can kind of now start infiltrating the jungle, but there's going to be a contest at the Rift Herald pit.
I guess they're just going to be holding it back for a moment. Herald doesn't look to be too happy to be jogging around the river. Maybe not the biggest fan of running water overall. Speaking of running water, I believe that the upcoming patch 2.4 is going to be quite a huge one as well. More new items introduced, more new champions, and yeah, I guess we'll fill you guys with more details to come. But let's have a look into the itemization. 2 Trinity Force is already up online now in the 7 minutes of play. So Fallen as well as Emotionless, they're going to be feeling pretty excited to really run in for certain dives.
And then they have vision in that brush. They might be able to catch SDGR EA off guard though. Yeah, just a couple of love taps. Good vision placement from UndeRank. But SDG this time being a bit more disciplined, knowing when to pick the fights, and with Fallen, having a good game, or at least having a good start, they're not afraid to take this fight. Like Emotionless bottom lane.
Oh boy, a lot of health bars have been shredded off, and even with so much of all these being utilized, they won't be able to actually take down Crown. So even with Destiny being pulled off, that's where UndeRank understands that, okay, they do have a little bit of advantage coming in towards this scuffle over the Rift Herald, and therefore they will definitely press on. This time around, SDGR will have to let that one go! Fallen getting blown up by Kagame? Okay. Something I don't really expect, but this is where the Vision home start in. Hero's entrance here to save his life, but that one final tick of health will be burned there by God Gatsby with the red buff.
It's kind of worth it, but they won't have Fallen to contest this Drake, at least for now. The death time is pretty short, so Fallen should be able to come back. Arashi might be looking for a kick. Good engage though.
Oh, here comes the beautiful time there. Zafarov will still be able to actually find a little bit more room. Gatsby wants to actually land a stun. Already utilizing the Killer Instinct preemptively so, but that also leaves room to question, like, is it worth to really commit so much resources because that dragon is still there?
Definitely a weird Killer Instinct. He used it to get the concussive blow off, but they just did not have enough damage. At least not to kill off a Galio. Now, without the Killer Instinct and the Glacial Fissure, UndeRank, they should feel a bit more comfortable to take on the Drake, but they themselves also don't have all their ultimates online. And with Destiny available and Vanguard's Age also back up for SDGR EA, UndeRank most likely won't start first, but they need to contest this.
Oh, good gold card over on the Shanks. Immediately blows up the Galio, and now with all 5 members on tandem, they're looking to actually secure this, but instead, they turned it back around. They found Kagame, and he could not even make a run for his life. You're EA, they just managing to go in picks after picks, and UndeRank just have to fall right back.
If your enemy has a lot of mobility to get away from your dice, and you need one tool to kill them, that tool is an instant lockdown, and that is exactly what the gold card is made for. Now they're gonna try and collapse onto bottom, onto Crown. They do have the flash. Crown should be dead.
Wow, okay. And Motionless, thank goodness there wasn't the final hit coming in from the turret. With the gold card intact, Lulu should be able to actually dance it all off. Meanwhile, SDGR are just hoping to actually juggle every lane as they go, but the only turret that they have been having their eyes on over the mid side has been staying pretty strongly so. Meanwhile, Emotionless gets his hands on a teleport for more of these cross-map plays. So now, as it currently stands, you just really got to give a whole lot of props to Williams here, as he's been able to go in for some significant trades, and he's got like, what, 3 kills out of the past few team fights.
And this is just what I love about all these drafting. There's so much intricacy to it. You see that it's like a game of chess. SDGR EA and UndeRank trying to figure out how to deal with their opponent's champion selection. Now this gold card solves a lot of problems, because if you can instantly stun someone despite their mobility, there's going to be an opening to dive them because you keep them in place. And we talk about how Blaze Search is one of the best gap closers. Now you have a gold card and you have the Flawless Duet to follow up the gold card. William has a rapid fire cannon right now, so UndeRank has to be very careful where their core stands.
Yeah, treading carefully so, and I guess there is not really much room to actually work on this Baron at this moment. Crown being very far away, and I guess he also needs to buy time for some of the summers to come back up online. Meanwhile, Rashi looking for the pickup here, gets a kick onto Fallen, and that's where the Flawless Duet comes right in with the Dragon Space already being utilized with a good face of Fisher, and the Resident will teleport right in. Hero's entrance to drop right back. Zephyr will have the flash away. Meanwhile, Crown gets shut down by the Smash Injustice. UndeRank now gets that upper hand when it comes down to manpower. Meanwhile, Emotionless goes in for that split push. They get the tier 2 down bot. And now UndeRank going in for the retreat. Williams now hunting them down with a gold counter as well. Can they actually get anything done? I guess this is where they call for a truce at the very least. But SDGR now at least having so much things to prepare for this upcoming Baron.
Pretty good fight for UndeRank, but they only got Zafiro. Also thanks to SDGR able to kind of juggle the spells. Arashi getting gone on. Might just die. Nah, Kagame thankfully is in the vicinity. So UndeRank, they won that by out-tanking and outliving SDGR. But you can see how SDGR, their spell usage is masterful. They could have lost way more, but thankfully they only lost the Braum, and they were still able to get something out of it. Of course, Emotionless on that Fira, split pushing that bottom lane. They stopped UndeRank from taking any objectives. Now it's back to square one. SDGR EA get a reset.
SDGR EA probably need to prepare for another tough battle over here over on the Drake, and this is going to be the Ocean that will definitely benefit them a whole lot more. So let's see what they actually come up with for the moment. UndeRank now pulling a massive defense, and this turret still staying intact is still causing Saudagar here to be having a lot more of a restricted movement coming into the map, but already pulling aside the Drake, but nobody's going to be able to actually start this for the moment. UndeRank hoping to correspond to whatever sort of aggression, and here comes the gold cut, and Jax will be holding for a tad bit, and Zephyr now going into position with a beautiful dropping right into a commotion, and with 4 members being knocked up in the air, that's where SDGR, they won't go in for that chase. Now looking for Kagame with a kill instinct, and they get them fold up, double kill, and will be even more with the Destiny coming into effect. Now, Coffee has so little health with a beautiful red card as well for Rampage of all cards. With so little mana, he comes in with a red 1 to take Coffee down.
Rapid fire cannon plus red card. And as a soccer fan, red card is beep beep off the court. SDGR, they can go on to Baron for sure. And that is the power of this draft. UndeRank, they got stopped with the Idol of Duran. And they all clumped up together because that's what they want to do. They want to run an SDGR. But that Vanguard's Edge, that disarm, oh my goodness, from Fallen really did the work. And now with this Baron buff, SDGR has a very comfortable lead. Thankfully though for UndeRank, there's still a very good chance for them to come back into this game, despite that net worth deficit. But they have to be really careful.
Yeah, and they really have to just hold back for the moment. Now, that Drake is going to be so risky for them to even challenge. They will have to give this to UndeRank for the moment. I mean, for the side of SDGR for the moment. So, honestly, that team fight was just something else. Usually, TS will just come in with a gold card, but I think with Destiny, he saw 3 low health bar members. So why not just go for the red card? Whoever you throw at it probably will get something off the back, and I think he got the biggest prize, and like you called it out, for a little bit of penalty for coffee.
Yeah, that is gonna make UndeRank, fall into a very defensive stance. Thankfully, they should be able to defend their inhibitor turrets, so that's the good news. The bad news is they won't be able to walk out of their base until the Baron buff runs out, and if they force the fight right now, it's gonna be endgame for SDGR EA. So UndeRank need to wait this out.
Let's look at how technical this game is. Like, both sides have less than 2 digits of kill score in a span of 16 minutes or so. Fallen now just really going in for some of all these big plays with the Vanguard's edge already pulled out. So I guess that's at least good news for UndeRank, where they don't really have to worry about that. But here comes a big package being picked up as well. A good Valkyrie will be able to set the tempo straight. Now, SDGR, they will have to give respect to what the Corki can actually come up with. Kagami now just holding the fortress for the side of UndeRank. Even with the Baron, they only walk away with 1 inhibitor. So very much playable for UndeRank still.
Yeah, definitely so. UndeRank able to defend the base. Baron still not gonna be up for another 1.5 minutes. Thankfully, UndeRank only lost 1 inhibitor turret, but the only reason that they were not able to defend that was SDGR EA thinned out the manpower. UndeRank was forced to defend all 3 lanes, and we saw a little interaction there with Zafiro blocking the True Shot Barrage to keep that wave alive for a bit longer. But right now is where UndeRank cannot make any more mistakes. Like, one more fight like what we saw just now, and SDGR EA can win this series. And I think they are well on their way. Almost an 11k goal advantage for SDGR EA. This game kind of looks unlosable, but one Baron still can change it. Can change everything.
Yeah, and speaking of Baron here, it only takes like 20 seconds for it to appear. Second Baron though. I don't think that SDGR will be let off all too easily this time around. But what I really want to commend Shanks over on this game is that, there's many a times that he got popped with a gold card, and he's been able to also fall back into some safety net. And I was expecting him to really fall more times than just one. But some of the heroes' entrance that he has been able to pull up have been able to keep UndeRank sustaining. But here comes the big team fight.
The kick!
Beautiful kick straight and towards the middle of the fight, but Gatsby turns golden, and that's where Arashi will be able to buy a little bit more time as well. Coffee tried to actually make a pay, and that is where Vanguard gets burned out. Here comes the dive. The PlayStation will connect, and the rest of SDGR, they found an opening as their health bars are dropping low. Destiny coming into the back as well. Shang will be taken out there, and this Garen left out to fend this up for his own. Arashi survives with only a slit of health, and SDGR will cause his upset. UndeRank without that reverse sweep. SDGR EA takes the series.
Just a beautiful game of Wild Rift, and SDGR deals UndeRank their first ever defeat in the group stage as they continue that clean slate of not dropping a single series so far, in all 3 days. But again, it's just a masterful display of what a slight adjustment and draft can do. Just bring back the Irelia. I wanted to see the Irelia being brought back. They did just that. And you compare the Irelia jungle and the Fiora jungle, it really changes a lot of things. SDGR EA addressed some issues that stopped them from taking game 2, and they completely capitalized on that. It all came down to those minute details. That final fight, Hero's entrance used defensively, did nothing. We saw, I believe it was God Gatsby going almost getting caught up because they didn't know UndeRank had a ward. He goes into stasis, and Zafiro just soaks up every single damage that was thrown at him. Just great juggling from SDGR EA, and they deserve this win.
They definitely deserve it. And just look at the DPS. It's so high off the charts that anybody being caught in between some of all these major elements just gets blown up. So overall, I look at that team fight where Coffee tried to also make a play, and he immediately halts back because he bumped onto Fallen, who is so ready to throw that Vanguard's edge at him. So he immediately goes in to fall back with the arcane shift. So
Yeah.
this game so far for SDGR really was a whole lot of big plays coming out of Williams as well as God Gatsby with those kills secured. But of course, with very good effort being pulled out by Fallen, Emotionless as well as Aftermath overall. I was praising UndeRank for a tad bit of a moment, but they didn't really have clear answers to what exactly is the way to take all of SDGR down, and they haven't been able to even go anywhere near an ace whenever they go in for a team fight. It's just a whole lot of layers of not only crowd control, but every members of SDGR really posed a threat that the only person that they could consistently punish was probably a Braum.
At the same time, one of the things about Galio, regardless of mid or support, is that Galio thrives when people fight in a controlled area. When he has the hero's entrance and the idol Duran as the AoE taunt. But SDGR Iblis, their draft, they don't fight in an area. They fight all over the map. They zip around, they bob and weave. So every time your Galio is forced to use that hero's entrance in a defensive way and it doesn't catch anyone out and you still have to retreat, that's kind of an auto lose for that team fight. And we've seen that a couple of times across this game.
Yeah, and when you mentioned auto lose, it definitely reminded me of my friend back in the Summer Super Cup, where he definitely always goes for the different kind of votes as compared to the rest of the caster, and he most of the time has been able to get it all right. So SDGR EA here definitely has been able to not only overwhelm the side of UndeRank. Now SDGR EA potentially will be holding that #1 spot for the moment after this series that we've just witnessed. So really, it was not easy for them to really come out of the qualifiers and straight away into the playoffs here, just having one of the best showing of all the teams that have been emerging from the qualifying rounds.
And just the amount of confidence that SDGR EA displayed and how versatile they are can be the X factor, as we proceed down the rest of the league. Not many teams that we have right now in the group stage that has this kind of diversity in terms of their champion pool. And I feel like the difference maker right now is those solo laners, is Williams, Fallen, and Emotionless, because they are so interchangeable in terms of their champion pool that, Fallen, he can go from the Jarvan to the Irelia to the Fiora, champions that would get you a report in your pub games, he makes it work here. So these kind of roles that compensate for each other is what makes a team stand out. And I really like what SDGR has brought to our group stage so far.
Oh, just look at the damage just being done there. Both got Gatsby as well as Williams almost matching into its 19k itself. But of course, Williams will be the one that is dishing the most out of many situations. So far, I think it was some of all these great drafting that has been able to really pull everything back for the side of SDGR. They feel so comfortable playing this very mobile style of play. So yeah, really in the jungle, I will expect it to come into more of my ranked games for the moment, because of how well they've been able to actually showcase how it actually works. So now that we actually get ourselves into its the ending of series #2, it's crazy, right? We still have another 2 series to go. So far, all of it went to 3 games, and perhaps it might just be the trend for the entirety of the day. So let's talk to some of the members of SDGR EA. This time around, we will have Emotionless joining us for this beautiful interview.
Hi guys.
Hello. Hi, Emotionless.
Hey.
Congratulations, first of all. 3-0 in the group stage so far. Right off the bat, I want to make a reference. Last week, Fallen said that you guys don't care about win. You just want to get a lot of kills here and there. Do you have any response to that? What do you think about what your teammate has just said? Do you really just want the kills?
Whatever that he has said during the last interview, I think it may be incorrect because from the one that we just got at this series against UR, we're actually planning to aim for the top one this season.
Yeah, and now that you guys have been able to actually win the side of UndeRank that was holding that #1 position, I believe the chances are very much high that you guys might end up by the end of the day being at the #1 spot. I know it's still a long season ahead, but at least what does this mean to you guys at SDGR EA?
It's a really, a series that decide our fate here, you could say. This series for you against UR, that if we're gonna win them, then we're actually just gonna go full force, aim for that top one in this season. Then if we lose to UR, then maybe we'll just go back, start planning again, then try to improve to be better on the next series. Because on the next series, this coming Thursday or Friday, we're against BJD, the previous season's champion.
Right, so this is kind of like the checkpoint for SDGR EA, right? Which brings me to my next question, because just so coincidentally, your next opponent is BJD. Now that you're taken out UndeRank, you guys beat Geek Fam. What is it with BJD? What are the chances that you guys can take down BJD?
I wouldn't put it as high, but I would say 60-40 because UR won BJD 2-1 against them during the first day. Then, of course, we won UR right now, so we place above UR. That means,
Fair point.
most likely we'll win. It depends.
I honestly love that cheekiness, as well as, the calculations being set into place, like rock, paper, scissors. If we actually beat them, then most likely, there is chances that you guys can also take down the previous season's champions. So any words, to your ex-teammates, either it's BJD or the recently opponent that you defeated UndeRank, because, last time Kagami used to be, alongside with you back in Berjaya Dragons.
My words would be, they won't be weak from my point of view, is that because they were my previous teammate, of course, so they probably won't be weak. So the coming series that will watch us against the BJD is gonna be a hot fight, I would say. We can keep watch on that series.
Right, humble and confident. So before we close this out, one final question, and this is something that I think a lot of people want to know. SDGR EA, you guys have brought out very versatile picks that would get us reported in our normal games. Irelia jungle, the Fiora jungle, the Senna on God Gatsby. How do you guys plan out these kind of drafts? What are the preps that you guys did before you guys start a series?
Mainly we don't have analysis or coach. It's just 5 of us planning ahead before we start the series. Maybe one day, something like that, sit together, discuss for a few hours. Yeah, that's how it goes.
Okay, just one overnight thought, and that's how they've been able to actually shut down the ones on the top of the bracket, UndeRank, now taking that #1 spot for themselves. And last words to say, Emotionless, of course, to your fans out there before we first say goodbye.
Hope they stay tuned and keep on watching SDGR EA Iblis to go through the group stage and finally at the playoff and get, I would say, top 1 in Malaysia. Yeah, stay tuned. And thank you for the support.
Okay, thank you very much, Emotionless. And top 1 you guys will be. We definitely will keep an eye out. So all the best, and congratulations for their 3rd win in the group stage.
Thank you so much.
All right, take good care there, and we'll see you guys next time. And SDGR, oh boy, how the tides have definitely turned, and this whole season is so unpredictable. And for now, SDGR EA probably will be holding that #1 spot. Of course, we'll get the updated brackets to elaborate even further. So, once again, predictions falling all over the place.
It's crazy, right?
But in a good way, right? In such a great way.
In a good way. I like to be proven wrong, and it's very crazy that a team that SDGR EA, just 5 players, don't have a coach or an analyst, but they can come up with something as creative as these kind of drafts that wins them the games against top teams. It just shows how talented these guys are. And of course, Williams, once again the MVP on that twisted fate, and he definitely dealt the red card to UndeRank this time. And they have finally, they have reached the checkpoint and they have crossed that finishing line. The Emotionless gave us some calculations. So UndeRank beat BJD, UndeRank. Their chances look pretty well this Thursday. And I would say the same. I honestly feel like the team that can challenge Berjaya Dragons right now might not be Geek Fam. It might actually be SDGR EA.
Yeah, and I definitely think that this is where they just really have to prove a point that they are here to stay and they're no longer sitting somewhere in the middle of the pack now. They just really have to go all in. Emotionless from the past season, we saw him, of course, having his highlight moments as also some moments of upsetting rounds, but now it's just all smiles on him for very good reasons. He found a brand new home inside of SDGR EA. So Berjaya Dragons definitely will need to prepare for that, and you guys also will have to prepare to answer this question that we're about to drop over here.
Yep, and the question is very simple. What is the Wild Rift in-game event for new players called? So if you know the answer, just drop them in the comments with the hashtag #MaggyTrivia, and after this we will review the answer. If you get it correct, then good on you. You are smarter than everyone else.
Indeed. And I believe that some of those veteran players must be like, it's been months ago since I started Wild Rift, or it's almost a year already. So what is that event for new players called? Just go ahead, get a little bit refresher out there. So don't start a brand new account just to find out, by the way. Like, you should have the answer by now.
Create a new account just to know what it is. If you want to go that far, I'm not going to judge you, but yeah, it's some fun trivias every now and then. Last Thursday we asked what is Jinx's guns called, Pow Pow and Fishbowl, and this time we're gonna draw a bit more of a in-game stuff, or at least the game events. But with that being said, Berjaya Dragons against Assassin Academy coming up. Berjaya Dragons are definitely the favorites, but what do you feel about the series?
Well, I definitely think that Berjaya Dragons, of course, fielding this brand new roster is still going through a lot of stress tests, if I really want to put it in such a way. But they have definitely been able to also crush the likes of Geek Fam over on the past one. So I just really want to see another good game coming out of BJD.
Yeah, and BJD so far, the only game that they lost was against UndeRank, but they are still kind of in the middle of the pack. This is their chance to get their second series win of the group stage. We'll see if that happens. Before that, we'll take a short break and we'll be back for more Wild Rift action.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Adakah Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong?
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu petangkap alam mata. Adakah di Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, and all of this is, of course, part of League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia. And of course, you are only watching some of the best action for the Malaysian scene with my partner here, Husky. My name's Contra, and we'll be covering all the action that is to come here in the upcoming series, where we have Berjaya Dragons taking on Assassin Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. Berjaya Dragon, the ex-champion from Summer Cup, the dominating team, the group's favorite, whatever you call it, up against Assassin Academy, who are still looking for the first series win. And of course, even though we are best buddies, we also have one more who joined the family since summer, and that's our official tournament partner, Maggie Hodka, for being on this journey with us. Thank you very much, alongside ESL and Riot Games, for making this happen. Now, with that being said, we asked you guys a question before the break. What is the Wild Rift in-game event for new players called? And we asked you to drop your comments with the right answer with hashtag MakeItTrivia. Now it's time for us to review the answer and see if you guys are as smart as we think you are. It's called the Wild Rift Journey. So if you guys got it correct, congratulations. And yeah, no wild course though. It's just congratulations from us.
Okay, well, of course. Well, hopefully one day, knock Mr. Rito. You can perhaps do a little bit of giveaway to our community here in Malaysia. But for now, of course, all you guys could enjoy is some good, hot, and spicy Maggie Hot Cup. So, I believe you've been able to get a couple of all these special delivered packages of Maggie Hot Cup. What's your favorite flavor?
My favorite one is definitely curry with the soup-based one. And no, I have not gotten my special delivery yet. I'm still waiting, but I do get myself some Maggie Hot Cups every once in a while. And yeah, curry is my favorite. I like to consume it with minimal water, so I preserve the spice, as much spice as possible, and it's just as spicy as the minimal water. Yes, so I can taste the spice. It's as spicy as this upcoming series between Berjaya Dragon and Assassin Academy.
And it is, like what I really do love about this new batch of teams that's qualifying in is their logos. They look absolutely sick, and one of my favorites is definitely Assassin Academy. But you guys know the drill. It's Berjaya Dragons, their new roster. Isilla over the top lane, Syndicate in the jungle, Chili now moves over to mid, Sagi as well as Winter as their staple bottom laner. So Berjaya Dragons, of course, was not really having the best start coming into week number 1 on the very first day of the debut, where they lost their first series to UndeRank. Now they're trying to redeem themselves, and they are definitely coming back one step at a time. Now, for the likes of Assassin Academy, of course, this is a tough hill to climb, but you got Seki wearing a T1 jersey right here. It says that I'm going to be flexing how well I can play like Faker.
Yeah, absolutely. And they also have Grula in the Baron lane, Niles as the jungle, Seki in the mid lane, Zan and as support no Flash will be the bottom lane duo. Definitely a very interesting team to look at. Assassin Academy, I think last week they were playing with Nash instead of Seki, and I think the Baron laner, it was it? Baron was definitely not Grula. I think it was Blaze. So they have a couple of members who kind of switched around, just kind of test out the dynamics. To be very frank, I do prefer having Seki back in the middle lane. So we'll see if he can kind of bring in that performance again, because they definitely have a different playstyle. They have their own playstyle compared to everyone else, but they're just not as foundationally solid as the other teams.
Yeah, I guess that's where it's not to say that they're not talented enough. They definitely know how to play when it comes down to individual styles, but when it comes down to coordinated fights, that's where I do see there is a room for improvement from that. Meanwhile, we do have our predictions this time around. Okay, 2 of the series, I've got it wrong already. Props to you, you at least got 1 correct.
Yeah.
This time, with Berjaya Dragons, don't fail us now. Please. I have faith in them, I just have absolute faith in them that they should be able to take the series.
No, I got to talk to Chili last week, during one of the winners interview, and I can guarantee you that Berjaya Dragons cannot afford to lose this, because their manager Edward, has a cane waiting, and whoever performs poorly is gonna get that. He told me that because Asilla died 2 times in a game that they were supposed to go 18-0, he's gonna get 20 strokes. So it's an important series for Berjaya Dragons.
Okay, so you're saying that Rapton Kane actually extends all the way to the Philippines or to Bangkok, or I don't know, but
I'm just quoting what he told me.
Wherever Eduardo bought that cane from, please tell me. I think I wish I can just smack some of all these toxic people in my game. Like, okay, where are you guys from? Okay, that's time to actually move alongside to actually get the cane out there and land a big smack. But jokes aside, it's time for our picks and bans, as we do have the Champion Select underway with Maggie Hot Cup. And to start things off here, we are already looking at a Camille, Alistair, as well as Xayah being banned away by Assassin Academy. Something that is a little bit unorthodox is the Xayah ban as well as the Alistair ban, which honestly just opens up more picks for themselves. Meanwhile, Berjaya Dragons will go in for things like Ziggs, Gragas, as well as Galu, less of a global presence as well as the engagement. So Rom is being picked up by G Ruler as a starting point. Honestly, this is good enough, but they want to make sure that this Lucian will not get in the hands of Assassin Academy.
Yeah, and if there's one team that will instantly pick up the Lucian once it becomes available, I have no doubt it's going to be Berjaya Dragon. And this, most likely, it's going to be the Sagi Lucian for sure. Chili so far, his transition from jungle to mid has been pretty smooth. He said he used to play support a lot. Now being able to carry, it's kind of a breath of fresh air. But he's more of a control mage player, so that Lucian is most likely not gonna end up in his hands. Though Assassin Academy did go for that block pick by taking away the Akali, they also lock in the Yasuo for themselves.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at a certain chain combo that they really want to come in with, and I don't know if Wukong is going to be doing all right against the likes of Berjaya Dragons. Now, we have both the Sentinel couples probably going in the same lane, or one of them will be heading in towards the mid lane itself. This is exciting to me because I see Chili on the Olaf. He's definitely on a very comfortable spot. Now, Assassin Academy, what should they actually go with? And I did mention Wukong that can supplement that last breath coming out from Yasuo. And to secure the final pick, it's going to be the Corki that will hit over on towards the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, and mobility is one of the ways to deal with on an Olaf that does not care about your crowd control. So he wants to run at you, you just run away from him, and then you come back and finish him off. Berjaya Dragons lock in that Lulu. So I think we're actually getting a Chili Lucian mid, if that's the case.
Okay.
All right.
I would really love to see that. Honestly, like
It could be a Baron lane.
It can be a very heavy lane bully, and even if you put it on the Baron lane as well, it's still going to be a huge lane bully. Doesn't matter. Going with Renekton, what's the Renekton gonna do to you? Like, yeah, he's not gonna have his jaws intact when those bullets fly in.
Yeah, and I think if this Lucian is in the off lane, it's most likely dealing with the Akali. So I think he should be fine. I should be fine as long as the Shuriken Flip doesn't connect onto him. But we'll see what Berjaya Dragons has in store for this game 1 in the draft. I definitely like the draft because it's a more fast tempo, whereas for Assassin Academy, it's all about the late game when you have this Corki in the lineup.
Yeah, and overall, I guess that Berjaya Dragons, they got all the sort of hot picks all in their expense. So what's it going to be? Asilla right now is going to be on that Lucian. So the question is, how well can this Akali be faring over on the top side here? Because there's only so little window for them to pull off with the Shuriken Flip and to farm off against Lucian. You probably will be missing quite a number of CS if you don't play extremely aggressively. Maybe level 5 onwards, Seki will be able to make certain significant plays, but Asila should be able to manage just about fine.
Interested to see what this Sagi Senna is going to bring. We saw that from SDGR EA, but let's see if this is going to be any different. Seki is going to get a couple of pokes in. Kind of a lane swap or role swap from Assassin Academy. Seki going from mid to the Baron lane. But this is what we expected, right? Asila being that big bad bully in the lane.
And now that you do have the Senna just consistently chunking out certain damages, instead of having Zen, playing on the Quirky, it is definitely going to be a little bit better for them to, of course, bring in the wind wall, box some of these damage. But here comes a big rotation.
Support no flash. It's going to be caught by the last embrace. It's going to go down. Wind wall is up, but Berjaya Dragons don't care about the wind wall, and they will just cut right through. That's going to be 2 kills for BJD.
Yeah, and it's just easy drive-by coming in for Berjaya Dragons. Even though you have support no flash alongside with Zen, they're keeping on their respective summoners. They definitely don't see a point to actually burn it because they're already being caught out. The only thing that they can do is maybe buy a few more seconds, but Assassin Academy, they're trying to invade a little bit of the camps, stealing away some Krugs. Not going to be affecting members inside of BJD all too much. It's a very swift action to be taken by the side of Berjaya Dragons when we saw both Shirley as well as Syndicate going for a great staggering roam. Now that they do have a little bit of a switch of lanes, very early on, not even when the dragon actually spawns up, like this is something that they are actually going in to try on about, leaving Winter here all alone over a bomb side. A little bit odd to me, honestly.
The most obnoxious part about this is that Seki, hold that thought, curling misses, last whisper, last embrace connects. Sagi might be able to get the kill, flash forward, just need a bit more. Shuriken Flip to keep Seki alive. And he should be able to get away. No! Sagi gets in range for that final touch. That's a trade kill. The setup can be very obnoxious though. Whoa, meanwhile, another fight going on. Cyclone comes online. Sagi does get the support in. Flash, overwhelming, a reckless swing. And then we have the ultimate from the Senna to do a bit of poke damage. Assassin Academy, they did lose the Braum, but thankfully the other two cores stay alive.
Yeah, and I guess this is a little bit of a strange scenario right there. Asila tried to, of course, pull in the culling there, going on a 2 versus 1 against Seki. And the good news about that is that at least it's a 1-for-1 trade at the very end. and I wasn't expecting Sagi to be able to actually catch that sort of trait. Now, honestly, Winter seems to be mainly... There can be a chance that this is AD Lulu. Can we actually have a look at the items, please? Because Sagi is the one doing the rotation, so that's why I was kind of weirded out with why exactly Sagi going over the top side.
Best part is the Senna doesn't care about the wind wall. All of her attacks, her spells, the only one that can be blocked by the wind wall is the last embrace. That's pretty much it. The Berjaya Dragons will now start working on this Ocean Drake. Sensitive Cabby know about this. They have the means to fight, but let's see if they can take this out. The chance to come in, support no flash, misses the Glacier Feature completely. Asila dies at the top lane to a solo kill, but Berjaya Dragons will blow up this fight. They will kill out the members of Assassin Academy. The Drake is reset. Last breath comes out, but it doesn't really matter because Syndicate will just swing his axes and gets himself a triple kill. BJD will take that Drake alongside that fight.
Oh boy. And I look at the side of Assassin's Academy, they are just throwing their bodies all over the place just to try to snatch it all off. But Berjaya Dragons just managing to take this one pretty much cleanly. The only member that is suffering a few blows is going to be Asila here, that now having pretty much Seki coming up with the first kill. He's already got at least some item spikes going on. Syndicate will be able to purchase that Trinity Force. So, Berjaya Dragons, they didn't really have to worry all too much, coming with a huge rotation over the top side here. Seki now already having so much of his HP bars being melted off. He doesn't have perfect execution, so might as well go ahead to secure a couple of honeyfruit. 60 gold added in towards the pocket, and now the trouble lurks ahead because Sagi, he is just going to be lurking around for channel being popped.
Ooh, the last embrace misses, but the calling is there. Flash forward from Asila to get the kill onto Seki. Support no flash is there, but the reckless swing and dawning shadow is going to come right through. Support no flash gets a good glacial fissure, but it's insufficient. The last breath as well just does not have enough damage. Syndicate would run them down. They even use the wild growth to keep Syndicate alive, and Sagi gets himself a double kill. Assassin Academy get completely obliterated in that top lane.
Oh boy. And Berjaya Dragons is just showing them how things are classically done by the legendary team that has been able to secure the championship title in the first split. A little bit of replay brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup, and we saw that Jirula tries to pull in the Valkyrie and he makes an escape. But when you go facing off against an Olaf or the health burst in it, it is just going to swing his axes even harder, especially when he has the Ragnarok keeping him very much healthily alive. Now, Syndicate already working on the next item up, so I believe that's going to be a Death Dance coming in for this Olaf.
Yeah, and Berjaya Dragons now having a massive lead, trying to put pressure on that middle lane, and they should be able to do so. Jirula hasn't been participating in much fight other than the Dragon Pit, which is understandable because they need him to come online. Berjaya Dragons, they won't even need Shelly for this first turret, so you can save that charge for the mid-tier 2 Assassin Academy. Despite having 4 members there, will find it very hard to stave off the Berjaya Dragon siege.
Now, having the Root Herald taking off a playing over on the side of tier 2, as Berjaya Dragons just wants to opt to take things slowly. They know that they are having all the sort of item spikes that they needed. Seki goes to purchase a very early stasis enchantment so that he can survive a little bit longer, while I guess to really put everything into the right move, it has to start from now to start off some of these fights. And while he does so, that Olaf will need to be maybe away from his side, or else he'll be punished. Or else Assassin Academy, they won't be able to actually pull off Last Breath coming for Zed. Hard to keep anybody of Berjaya Dragons to be staying around, as they could easily just gap close their way. And with Winter also coming up with the Wild Growth, it makes things a lot more difficult. And on top of that, Sagi, he could just easily just go in for more of these heals. And you know what? When we look at the items, I absolutely forgot to check on Winters. Is this an AD Ludu? I'm still asking this question. Look at the damage. I think it is.
It very well could be. Like, now you got me curious. to see if Sagi and Winter a little bit of a role swap. What we do know is that Berjaya Dragons are completely dominating the map, and honestly, the last breath, it feels like a self-bait. You know, like if you take the last breath, you are going to be the one drawing your last breath. Even though with the abundance of setup, they just don't have the means to survive in those fights. Now goes in, gets a 4-man cyclone, but where's the follow-up? Dawning Shadow cuts right through everyone as Syndicate and the rest of Berjaya Dragons will annihilate Assassin Academy. If you look at the health bars of BJD, they just got a massage. Assassin Academy, you know, scratched their backs a bit, and Berjaya Dragons now with 4 kills in the back. Syndicate will take that dragon alone as the rest of BJD will now try to do some damage on the inhibitor turret.
The Twin Shadows, honestly, not necessary, but they do spot out G-Ruler. This inhibitor will indefinitely go down. Meanwhile, it's only going to be Syndicate being left all alone to secure the Mountain Drake. Now, it's 14-3. This is about what, 20? Well, I guess not about 20. Not about
15k.
15k.
15k goes there, yeah. Which,
but another bad team fights, I guess it's going to be 20.
Yeah, in under 10, look at Winter. This guy has a Rod of Ages. He has more farm than Sagi. So, I guess our
AP
question
carry
has been
Lulu.
answered. Yeah, he's an AP carry Lulu.
It's still very decent. Frozen Mallet, Execution is calling. Okay, Sagi, show us what's next. Show us what's next. I'm curious now.
I hate to say this, but all the perfect games that Berjaya Dragons has played, it's always Asilla that has the death, and everyone else just has a perfect game. So, just a very coincident, you know. And of course, a couple of deaths is not gonna stop them from winning the game. Anyways, BJD will get on the Baron Nashor and Assassin Academy, not even in the position to remotely pose a threat. This is gonna be an easy Baron. Sekido goes there, just immediately gets polymorph, and they will queue up the sheep. Espino Flash puts up the shield, the Glacial Fissure not really mattering too much. Syndicate just run all of them down. They will also send this monkey back to the zoo. Berjaya Dragons has a legendary Viking running down the mid lane. And you know what that means? It means that Berjaya Dragons is going to take game 1, and there's nothing that Assassin Academy can do to stop them. This Nexus will not be able to withstand the rampage of the Dragons, and they will take this game 1-0.
Berjaya Dragons flexing their prowess overall with a double support composition with a very interesting build coming here from Sagi as well as Winter. Well, I guess one Lucian is good enough to still, you know, come in as the AD carry for the likes of Berjaya Dragons, but they made it seem like a walk in the park against the likes of Assassin Academy. I guess the wealth of experience is definitely the major strength that Berjaya Dragons have. Look at Syndicate. He is now the overall MVP. One of the cleanest runs for any OLAP that we ever had throughout the past 2 seasons.
Yeah, 9-0-5. This feels like just one of those cakewalk games for Berjaya Dragons. And Assassin Academy, they had a decent early game. You know, they got 3 kills, and all 3 of them were Asilla. So if Eduardo is watching this, you know what to do. But other than that, Berjaya Dragon just outplayed Assassin Academy left, right, and center. It feels like there was no window of opportunity for Assassin Academy to ever come back into the game.
Yeah, and I believe that Sagi was also working towards a Black Cleaver as well. It gives him a lot more cooldown and also a lot of shred when it comes down to the armory. Something that they needed because they're running into a sort of full AD composition that if ever the case anything goes wrong, at least all of this, of course, effects will definitely come right in. But what a game one that is. It definitely went by swinging in a flash. Assassin's Academy never looked like they were in the right place to even contest for anything or so. They were playing very passively. I want teams to fight Berjaya Dragons like how UndeRank had did it. Like, don't treat them like, okay, these are the kings and you shouldn't try to contest for the throne. You just have to try anything that's available. But I guess Assassin's Academy just didn't have the answer just about yet. Maybe in a few moments they will.
Yeah, and hopefully so, right? Because Assassin Academy so far, I think a lot of people is starting to agree that this team is probably the weakest team out of everyone else in the group stage. And I definitely want to see them grow throughout this because they did qualify through the close qualifiers. So these guys have a lot to prove. Berjaya Dragon is definitely the titans that they will struggle with. But there's still a lot of chances for them to prove themselves, and I just can't wait to see them pull out that trump card. With that being said, we will take a short break, and then we'll be back for game number 2.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Lari kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Lari kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
As the standing shows, Berjaya Dragon was able to walk over Assassin Academy in Game 1 for this best of 3 in the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season Group Stage Day number 3. My name is Husky, of course joined by my everlasting buddy, Mr. Contra.
Well, of course, it's great to always cast alongside matches together, and you know, today has been pretty much a very special day. Now, finally, Berjaya Dragons has been able to exert all that fury energy of a dragon that they had all along to get pretty much a potential clean sweep. Like, Assassin's Academy, they honestly didn't look like they have any sort of a fight in them in game number 1, but maybe things might have changed in the past 4 minutes. So within that 4 minutes, that should be able to let them have a better ideation coming to game number 2.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case. But one of the things that got me through my college days and gave me ideas during the middle of the night is our official tournament sponsors, Maggie Hot Cup. Thank you for being my life companion, and we are thrilled to have you guys still on board for fall season, and we wish for more seasons to come with you all. But not to forget ESL and Riot Games for making this happen as well. Assassin's Academy need to dig deep and find that secret recipe to take on Berjaya Dragons. Maybe look at how UndeRank did it in day 1, but realistically, it is a tall order.
Yeah, and of course, we saw many of them come in with some very interesting draft coming from the side of Berjaya Dragons, like a Rod of Ages coming in for Winter, and then like he's slowly scaling into the game as well as a high magic damage Lulu, which honestly have its perks, right? Like if you look at building AP Lulu, you get a little bit of abundance of a ticker shield, more HP on that wall growth as well, good pokes, and polymorph is just polymorph. It's just gonna be very annoying to your enemies to deal alongside with. So I guess Lulu is in a really good spot. Now, alongside with Senna, that is one lane that I don't want to be facing off in any of that matchup heading towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's one of the few occasions where people will ask you, how are you losing to two supports? Well, they are Lulu and Senna, that's why. But we do have something for you guys. It's the Maggie Hot Cup Community Tournament. It runs every week, and now this is the 5th one. So if you can go to the link below, bit.ly/hotcup5, you can join alone and we'll get you a team, or you can join with your friends and you can compete for some prizes. This is your chance to test out whether the competitive scene is for you, and you might just earn your chance to be noticed by all of the top dogs that are currently playing in the league.
Yeah, and of course, all this registration, you don't have to pay a single dime, and instead, you will be rewarded with a wealth of experience, some fun action of games, and maybe more friends to be joining alongside you for all of the matches in Wild Rift. So, with that said, make sure you guys, of course, pay that a visit, just like what Husky mentioned. All the links all available. If not, just go ahead and check the link in the description that's somewhere alongside with this live stream currently broadcasted to you on multiple platforms, by the way. So, Husky, I just want to ask you this, Frozen Mallet. I think this is a rare chance for us to even see the item being bought by many of the pro players, and Sagi was the one who bought it. In such a way, it's actually pretty good on a Senna because she does have a scaling range heading in towards the late game because of all these results that she does collect from time to time. So, Frozen Mallet, who else should have possibly benefit from this item?
Honestly, I don't think any other champions would want to forego whatever core items that they have for Frozen Mallet, right? Because they only gives it gives health and it gives the slow. And that's pretty much it. It doesn't really provide as much as other items give. Senna, like you pointed out, right, utilizing it to perfection because you have the scaling from all the dark mist she collects. Her piercing darkness also applies on hit, so that's even better. And she gains the extra movement speed from her passive whenever she slows attacks someone. And the slow is added on top of her slow from that passive, which just makes Senna a very annoying champion to deal with. Other than that, I don't see any other champions wanting to buy the item.
Yeah, I guess that there may not be that many more cheese builds or strats coming out from Berjaya Dragons. Or I could be wrong, right? So far, I guess Assassin's Academy, they still need to really show what they could possibly do heading in towards this upcoming match. So game number 2 is where hopefully, at least get 1 point in the way that Assassin's Academy could stand a chance to climb out of the rut, because nobody wants to be in the lower bracket when the group stages finishes.
Yeah, and most importantly, no one wants to kind of end the group stage without a single win, right? Because Assassin Academy has not been able to get not just a series, but not even a single game off of their opponents. So they kind of need to do it soon, and perhaps find a way and look at what the other teams are doing. And I honestly feel like Assassin Academy is struggling in terms of those little details, those macro game, right? The fundamentals, they are getting outclassed by all the existing teams.
Like overall, some of all these sort of the play style definitely is suitable for rank games or so. I don't know if they do have any sort of quality scrims going on for themselves. I think like the best preparation for any tournament is of course finding some really strong organization to play against. And once you actually get those scrims done, it's also about breaking down what you do well and what did you, of course, could have actually worked on. But, putting that aside, now that you are already here playing the group stages, you just gotta give all in or nothing. So, Berjaya Dragons now back on the blue side. They are going in for bans onto Braum, Akali, as well as the Fiora. Meanwhile, Assassin Academy chooses to remove Camille, Gragas, as well as Alistar. Not too sure what's with the Alistar. I guess too much of respect being given towards the side of Winter at least.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the case. And Berjaya Dragon, they would just pick up the Ziggs. One of the few mid laners that is so good that if you don't ban it, it's definitely going to get picked up. But Assassin Academy will earn themselves two of the champions that Berjaya Dragons use in Game 1, the Renekton and the Lucian.
Yeah, and I think that, if you don't want to think too hard, just copy somebody else's homework. That will work just about fine. Just kidding, right? Like, I think Assassin Academy should be able to actually play this well enough. Now they do have really solid picks going on their side. Syndicate secures Winter Dynami so that both sides will be able to feel their bottom lane up. That also leaves the question to, what do they want to go against this Renekton with? Assumingly, if he goes in towards the Baron lane and the Renekton can still hang around the mid side, but I think that there's better options going against the Ziggs because this Renekton probably would get absolutely poked out.
Yeah, I definitely feel the same as well. But Assassin Academy, they double down on those engages with that vibe pick. Now you have someone to kind of team up with the Rakan and the Renekton when you commit to a fight. But Berjaya Dragon, they'll stick with Olaf and Darius, two champions that you don't really want to dive, especially Olaf, who is, I believe, one of the only few champions that doesn't care about assault and battery because he has rock. So BJD looking very robust. Again, a very fast-paced draft, whereas Assassin Academy, they want to kind of win those early fights.
Yeah, so far I think that for Berjaya Dragons, they're sticking back to something that is more of a classical form of pick that they didn't really have to rely on brand new champions or so. It's very straightforward. All you have to do is just maybe get a little bit of an edge from the laning phase, and from there, just snowball out of control, right? So I'm just looking back at the side of Assassin Academy on at least coming up with a better drafting here can definitely give them a slight edge when it comes down to dueling potential.
Yeah, and I'm definitely excited to see what Assassin Academy can bring to this, because score right now is in favor of Berjaya Dragon. They just need one more and they will get their second win of the group stage, whereas Assassin Academy will still sit at the bottom. This is game 2 between Berjaya Dragons and Assassin Academy.
Game number 2 here is going to be looking very hopeful for the side of Assassin Academy, but they do have members of BJD shoving those this wave in. A little bit of a lead coming in for Asilla to start things off, to hit level 2 a lot sooner than the Renekton. But other than that, I guess the Renekton will just be halted for just a slight bit until the waves are being pushed towards the side, getting a few levels for himself. It'll go back in towards equal grounds while Sagi freezing the lane with only a single minion. That's a little bit of a small technicalities of what a pro player does to get even more of all these sort of lane advantages. Now Zen has to back away.
Yeah, they actually just forced them back, and immediately they exhaust the Lucian making sure that he can't punish Sagi and Winter with that overextension. And just like that, I think Berjaya Dragons have controlled the bottom lane. It does allow, it does force Zen and a support no flash to play aggressively as well. As a Chili able to poke Seki out, Asilla and Ruler also exchanging a bit of love taps. Nothing much going on for this early phase. I'm eager to see what Assassin Academy can do with that Vi.
For the current standpoint, it's just a little bit of exchanges of the scuttle, one on each side. So honestly, it's not too much of significant goal leads going across the board. It's more of like last hits as well as some minion denials coming out there that has caused Assassin Academy to be hauled a little bit back over on their respective lane. Going right back into the base, does have the hammer on that side of Sagi. As Winter is already getting the wisp. So very classic way to, of course, build into the Ezreal is to always start off with something that helps you deter. Oh, the flashes come in, but Chili didn't land the last hit though. Giving a little more room for Seki to just play.
So close, man. Chili, if he flashed slightly earlier, would have gotten that attack off. The both mid laners now with no flash. I wonder what happened though. Seki, last we saw on the minimap, he actually was kind of under the tier 1. And just allowing Chili to poke him out. Definitely not the start that you want, but you know, Ziggs is a very annoying laner to deal with. And both mid laners get the reset, but Chili already has his ultimate. And this is going to make the life of Seki a bit harder.
Yeah, I'm assuming for the fact that maybe he has pulled up a Blade Search on top of the Ziggs, and then the Satchel Charge pushes him over on the turret side. So, assuming that happens, I guess this Irelia would just be standing and farming, but here comes the culling though.
Good damage. Aqua Prison does not connect. It's decent punish from Assassin Academy from Zan onto both Sagi and Winter, but both these champions have their summoner spells available. You can see the Seki is thinking about going for the dive. Vanguard's Edge does connect. The Max Range is dead, but here we go. Exalted Titan where he Blazer gets the Blade Defiant out. Does take out Sagi, but still they lose 2. Berjaya Dragons take out Seki and support no flash.
Yeah, and I guess that they got what they wanted. The kill onto Sagi is definitely their eye on their prize, but Seki's down as well. So honestly, it's not really all too worth that's really exchanged. So Berjaya Dragon still holds on to a 2,000 lead. Meanwhile, one turret playing for the side of Chili, and Sagi has already rotated over. Just wanna tickle the fancy of Seki for a bit. I guess Sagi is a little bit pissed off of that kill. He also misses that last hit on that Siege Cannon minion. So, yeah, Sagi probably needs to prove himself for a bit.
Oh, Flash Vault Breaker. Assassin Academy steals the Cloud Drake away, but Seneca is doing so much damage. It flashes to safety. They take out Sagi. The dive is there, and Assassin Academy takes out 2 from Berjaya Dragons. But at the same time, Asilla also gets the execute onto the members of Assassin Academy. Jirula gets the Ruthless Strike, but Chili was able to get away with the help of Winter. Aqua Prison does not connect. Zen is there to back him up, but Zen does not have the help to work with him. Winter just flashes over the wall and beats him to death. The True Shot Barrage does not hit. Berjaya Dragons will be able to walk away with 3 kills.
I gotta say that Berjaya Dragons right there, having Winter coming in with a really huge Aqua Prison, but this might not go true. Now Seki is in such an awkward position, and Sagi is gonna go in with 2 questions. Why did you choose to dive me over bomb side, and why do you dive me again? But I have everybody surrounding me.
What are you doing, bruv? That's what Sagi is saying. That's the Sagi we know. Seki not really having the best of times. So it's pretty weird that he gets caught up by, oh, here comes Syndicate, Twin Shadows and Righteous Glory. Good luck running away, but they're trying to burn through Syndicate. The Ebb and Tide heals him up. Quantum Flash flashes away, and Sagi with a good mistake shot right on the mark, and now Zen is completely caught, exhausted, and dead. The bot lane duo for Assassin Academy dies once more. Meanwhile, Asilla, Man's Fight Ruler, and both of them will back off.
The Rift Herald
Yeah, I guess this is not going to be working all too well if they keep going at this pace. Now we're seeing about 5,000.5 for the likes of Berjaya Dragons already working on the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Asila is just going to be stacking on those hemorrhage. Oh, a steal comes in though, coming from Niles.
Yeah, somehow takes the Rift Herald away. Mega Infernal Bomb and Tidal Wave expended, but at least Assassin's Academy walks away with that Rift Herald. So it will stop Berjaya Dragons from using that Shelly and opening up the map. Decent trade from Assassin's Academy, definitely better than game 1. But G-Ruler is not having too great of a time. Asila just takes out the turret and now G-Ruler pops the dominance, forced to fight. There is the Bramble Vest on Asila though, so Seki will come in to help out Asila. Gets the Doctor's Guillotine, not enough to kill off Ruler.
Yeah, and even with the hammer stacks, he's going to be able to walk away alive. But Berjaya Dragons should, but he could actually pull up right now from some of all these pigs. I gotta say that as much as they were on the lead, a little bit of sloppiness coming in from even Asila, because he should have actually known that there is going to be, you know, a couple of backups coming the way. Chili now at least going for a status enchantment, so he will be able to survive maybe a little bit slightly longer. 2 objectives being taken away. Assassin Academy now at least giving the fight towards the Dragons, and they want to slay them off.
Yeah, so far Assassin Academy might have found Syndicate. Mega Infernal Bomb comes in. Great Tidal Wave to follow up, and the True Shot Barrage kills off Niles. Sagi will exhaust Zen, and this Lucian is nowhere to be seen. He is dead. Sagi will get himself a very quick triple kill, and Berjaya Dragons completely take over the jungle.
To seeing how things are going so far for Berjaya Dragons, this is where Assassin's Academy once again overstepping the line where they shouldn't be even anywhere near towards that corner. Now, here to pretty much left, pretty much wide open. Seki wants to go in for a call.
Alright, good engagement. Aqua Prison and a treatment decimate. Oh, that's Asila getting to execute off. 2 already down for Assassin Academy. They don't have the health to work with. I don't know how they want to defend this, but it does not look good. Chili on the side. Oh, Ruler gets the reckless swing right in the face, and the True Shot Barrage will kill him off. Berjaya Dragons just completely running over Assassin Academy.
And Sagi now just scaling so much more. Finally getting the Trinity Force, and what? Without Trinity Force, he's getting 6 kills? Oh boy. Okay. Now he's gonna cause a lot more pain, but it also leaves to see whether can Zen be able to dish out as much as to bring down more members of the side of Berjaya Dragons. Now they're already having the Ocean Drake up available. There will be a little bit of contest though, unless they just want to give it away to Berjaya Dragons.
And BJD now is gonna just start on the Ocean Drake. Assassin Academy seemingly having interest to contest, but unfortunately they won't be able to do so. Now does get pulled in, but every hand Vanguard's Age is pulled, thrown out, but it doesn't matter because the Tidal Wave is there. Support No Flash comes in for the counter engage, but the Mega Infernal Bomb will bowl them up. G-Ruler comes in and he will be skinned alive and made into a crocodile carpet. Berjaya Dragon, they just wipe out Assassin Academy just like that.
A crocodile carpet, Renekton carpet. Merchandise. I don't think it's really something that I really want in the house, but if it's gonna be the plate that he wills, and why not, right? So far, of course, putting that aside, that team fight, in that particular moment, Assassin Academy chose to opt to drop the Herald bomb site, just hoping to exchange for a turret. And Niles, he wasn't planning to even get anywhere near to steal the Drake because he knows that there is too much damage to be done. He will just get blown up the moment that he arrives.
And it's going to be, oh, Chili with those bombs. Just Mega Infernal Bomb and True Shot Barrage. Those global spells are just insane.
Overwhelming, and Sagi didn't need any sort of minutes to also secure this turret. With TP coming in, Asila should be able to guard this very much safely. 2-man push. Meanwhile, there's only going to be the Vi trying to defend this. Satchel charge already in place, and that is just enough for them to actually burst right in. Now it's all alone though, and they're already hitting on the Nexus. Is there any sort of time? Here comes the tidal wave.
And Berjaya Dragons will knock down the Nexus. 27 more health, and yeah, that's it. BJD 2-0. Quick and decisive fashion. You know, that's the best way to put it. They just manhandle Assassin Academy as if it's a walk in the park. You know, what else can we say?
Berjaya Dragons have been able to just cruise through this time around 2-0 victory, and this will at least put them in a better spot and when it comes down to the standings overall. So congratulations to them. And of course, they want to take on even more battles to come. As for Assassin Academy, we have seen some incredible steal coming from Niles as well as the rest of the members out there. So at least, you know, there is something to talk about here for the side of Assassin Academy, that, you know, when they finish and watch the bots, hey, I guess we did a good job in securing a few of these objectives. But team fights, not really all too much, where Berjaya Dragons just have so many things to expend. And the only member that's been dropping a few deaths here is, of course, initially Sagi, and then coming down to Syndicate, is still only giving 1 point away to Assassin Academy.
Yeah, Assassin Academy showing a bit more promises in the early game, but that quickly fell apart. You know, Berjaya Dragons once more showing Assassin Academy why they are the Summer Icon Series champion. Just complete outplay and outmaneuver Assassin Academy. Just like game one, they did not stand a chance.
And I think that overall, there wasn't too much of all these sort of the big calls coming in from Niles, other than a few steals. And we look at the damage output coming from Vi is a little bit underwhelming. Meanwhile, Support No Flash does double of what he can actually put out. So, I don't know. Like, I guess next time that they were to take anybody out there, it's them needing to take the driver's seat, really making a lot of all these shot call all together. But at the very least, right, when it comes down to certain skirmishes, they have been able to hold their own in the early game for only some slight moment. Mid-game onwards, it seems like Assassin Academy were kind of like all over the place. If they were to take any pointers, I guess there's that.
Yeah, I feel like Assassin Academy needs to go back to the drawing board and just look at the fundamentals. Just look at how they should approach the game from the most basic standpoint, because I feel like they're struggling not with the draft, nor with the mechanical prowess, but more of the macro and the macro aspect of the game. So maybe that's something that Assassin Academy can take the next few days to look at and perhaps come back stronger for the rest of the group stage, because they definitely, you know, have a lot of potential, right? They come together as a 7-8 man team and they just decided to play for the fall season and they qualify. So they've already achieved the first step. Now it's just to bring that performance further.
Yeah, and I really keep my hopes up high for teams that have been able to make it through the qualifiers, and Assassin Academy managing to also take out big names from the qualifiers like Arctic Fox. So, you know, I felt that there is potential in this team. They just need to slowly unlock it. You know, having a little bit of stumbling block in the first early couple of weeks is still going to be all right, but it's more of how do they finish this entirety of the season, because heading into the playoffs there, you don't want to be in that lower brackets. And now if they keep going at this pace, there's no way of getting out of that lower brackets, and they only have that one lifeline to expand.
And that is going to be the reality for Assassin Academy. But Berjaya Dragons' second series win, a pretty straightforward one, just like the match against Geek Fam, where Berjaya Dragons seemingly just made it look like another practice match. They were so dominant, and we do have an interview coming up, and of course we're gonna have the absolute luxury and honor to talk to the best ADC in Malaysia, Mr. Sagi. Let's have him on board.
All right, my boy Sagi is going to be joining alongside us, and of course, kudos to you guys. That was pretty much a straightforward 2-0. Now, Sagi, how are you feeling overall? You know, at least things are going better coming in towards the week number 2. Now, let's talk through some of the things that happened in Game 2, right? Okay, Game 1, you chose a Senna, and then you've been roaming around the map. You want things like a Frozen Heart. Are you planning to be mainly more on the supportive role? Because I was like thinking, is Winter going to go on an 80 Lulu build by then?
No.
Okay, full AP. Full AP.
Full AP, full AP.
I'm glad.
Because the reason why you pick Senna in Game 1 is because, like, I want to try to. I play a lot of champion in scrims, honestly, and then I feel like, alright. I think I know how to play this champion. I play her a lot. And then the best way of playing Senna is actually just don't farm. Just abuse the souls and then let your support farm. So we have Olaf, we're like, Lulu looks good. And then we just locked in the Lulu, I'm like, oh yeah, it looks pretty good for the comp.
Yeah, and I was like wondering, like, okay, Winter's being left all alone. Like, can he handle it? I think he handles just about fine. But game number 2, I think that they were onto something when they were diving on top of you over bomb site. Did that infuriate you to actually come up with even more plays? You know?
Well, I would say the entire game is more of a highlight reel. Because everyone was just fighting, honestly. And then I told Chili, like, hey, the moment we press on the Twin Shadow, I want you to look at that one target, and then we both scream our ultimates. So, which resulted in the 2 kills in mid lane before the game ended. You saw like 2 guys got cross bombarded by 2 people. Yeah.
it
was actually a fun game.
we can see, you know, both games ended in like what, 11, 12 minutes. You definitely, you know, so more cheerful, more confident, and you can feel a bit of that that I don't want to say arrogance, but you know, those question marks, they do get me excited, you know. That died at one time, you're like, bro, what are you doing?
The Irelia was constantly throwing our flashes on us, and we were like, dude, what is this guy doing? We're like,
all right,
what is this? So I was like, I can't hold back. I can't hold back. I have to give him the question mark.
You
it's
have
a
to,
staple.
right?
You have to.
I honestly felt that it was appropriate, at least.
Yeah, it was
right.
It definitely makes sense. We had question marks around our head as well. But, you know, going towards the end of the interview, it's time for some more serious questions. So, just now, SDGR EA, they beat UndeRank, right? And they talked about how UndeRank is their checkpoint. And now that they beat UndeRank and UndeRank took you guys down, they have a good shot. 60-40 of beating Berjaya Dragon. So, you are going to face them on Thursday. What is your thought with that? What are you looking forward to against SDGR EA?
I'm actually quite happy that as we have like so many competing teams, like all very competent teams, like we have UR, we have SDGR, we have SEM9, we have BJD, which we can speculate like it's the top 4 of the spots as of now. Wait, top 4? Top 5, I think. I said 5 teams, right?
I think so.
I believe so. There's also
those 5 teams. Yeah, so I'm actually happy that we have so many good teams right now compared to I don't want it to happen to like when there's one overload and then there's like 7 not competent teams. So this season is looking pretty good. And then for the SDGR series on Thursday, we shall see, I guess. We shall see if it's a round circle of who counters who, or if it's just like a one-way ticket where SDGR becomes first or BJD becomes first.
Okay, it's going to be pretty much of a great horse race, or, you know, dragons, they're up in the air. No horse could chase up to them. So, Berjaya Dragons, you guys have been there back in Season 1 to, of course, take the entirety of the championship. Now that the competition gets so much stiffer than usual, overall, you did mention about the quality of all these Malaysian teams really rising up. Who was the ones that have given you guys, like, the absolute most pleasant surprises that they are currently one of the stronger teams to look out for?
Honestly, it has to be SDGR. Like Emotion was part of BJD back then, and then he just went to some other team which is currently Iblis SDGR, and then he just suddenly pops off, he just smashes all his laners in every game, even in UndeRank where we had like a 2 very unfortunate events for our games. But yeah, honestly, it's SDGR. William with their mid lane, holy shit. That red card was something sexy, you know?
Yeah,
definitely.
You've been watching that as well.
He's really been watching,
that,
you know? So,
yeah,
you gotta know your opponents. So, both SDGR EA and Berjaya Dragons agree that, that they are close arch nemesis. And thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to Thursday. That's going to be the most anticipated series for sure. Thank you for this. We wish Berjaya Dragons all the best and congratulations on this 2-0 against Assassin Academy.
All right, thank you too as well, and I'll see you guys maybe in ramen again.
All right,
Hopefully.
definitely
Hopefully.
for virtual ramen session works well as well. So of course,
Sure.
take good care, Sagi, and of course, all the best to
You too
Berjaya
as well.
Dragons. Your fans will be rooting
Okay.
for you guys.
All right, bye guys. Thank you.
Bye. Oh boy. Now that keeps me pumped up for what's about to happen on the upcoming matches with BJD taking on, SDGR EA. Now, of course, we still got one more series underway, coming up shortly in, a couple more minutes. But let's talk about Berjaya Dragons. We got some great insight coming from Sagi that he definitely feels the significant improvements coming in, and of course, a little bit of foreshadowing onto the rest. Summer season was only one competing team. That's throwing some shades back to Geek fam. Haha.
And you notice, right? Among all the teams that he listed out, he didn't mention Geek Fam. This kid has grown up. He has gotten so much more confident, and of course, why wouldn't he? He is the best. He is regarded as the best ADC, and obviously, they had this unfortunate series against UndeRank, but what we can finally agree, not just on the broadcast, but also for the players, is that it's Berjaya Dragon against SDGR EA. These two teams are gonna be the most competitive one, but Sagi is going to be the MVP, and I don't see any reason why not.
Yeah, and he's of course backing up with all the talk with even more of the action. I believe this is the highest KD ratio that we're getting alongside with the kill participation of 96%. So overall, going back to something as classic as an Ezreal, he just tells Chili, yeah, I'll pop Twin Shadows. Let's pop somebody else with our ultimate whenever we actually land that sort of chance. So that goes to tell you that, okay, we're here for target practice.
Let me tell you, Sagi is one of those few players during the interview that doesn't hold back. We talked to Chili, we talked to Emotion, we talked to Fallen, William, all these other players. And when we asked them about what do you think about these teams, they will give answers I think it's a 50-50, 60-40. We'll see how it goes. We wish them all the best. Sagi just comes in and be like, yeah, there's only one competent team during the Summer Cup, and I'm glad that we're getting better teams. So that's a good build-up for Thursday. And Berjaya Dragons, they also have the mastermind, right? Behind the scenes, the guy who drafts the champions for them, Caspiel, a very elite name that, if you've been following, you definitely know. And it's great to see him back. He's been all around the region, now coming back to be the tactician for the strongest team in Malaysia. That is one of their secrets to being the most fierce team.
Yeah, and I am really glad that he will be hopping on board into this Wild Rift scene, even though they are on the back end of the seed. But, there's even more great games here to come, and you guys might be looking forward to this. 7-9 fans, Geek fans, or Geek family, whatever you want to call them, they're going to be up next. So we'll take this 4 minutes of a break, and when we come back, even more things will be happening across the Rift in the ESL Mobile Open C Icon Series Malaysia, of course, presented to you by Riot Games as well as ESL, and not forgetting our official turn partners, Maggie, Hot Cup. We will be right back after a little bit of breathing room for B as well as Husky.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu sini. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Larikan di Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Cause I can spend another day like this. sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody even use an enemy. Brutally awake and quiet undertaking, did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy, why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. I'm not the type of caked up breakup where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, and a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. What I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs of giving me.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Wow! Wah, bakar bro! Itu kotakan alamat. Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome back once again. This is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, presenting to you the League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia. Husky's joining alongside with me, Contra here as your casters for the entirety of the evening. Make sure you drop us a little bit of a follow and show us some love because, you know, we are going to be casting a lot of all these exciting matches. And now down to the final series. I think we've all been looking forward to this. You know, there is Geek fam taking on against SEM9, where SEM9 is also chasing for that #1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of this is only made possible by the parties involved. We have ESL and Riot Games. And not to forget our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, keeping the players and also us topped up for the best Wild Rift action. Most anticipated best of 3 coming up. SEM9 looking better than they've ever been. Geek fam though, not really looking too hot, mostly due to that a bit of roster shuffle, right? They've lost kind of their star player. People say it's the pillar, Ozarveki, no longer in the roster. They bring in Ego, they bring in Haki. Nyx had to go from support to jungle as Rompo is no longer with Geek fam. And it feels like this changes is something that they're struggling to acclimate to.
Yeah, I do believe that when you do lose a leadership role when it comes down to the dynamics of the team, and on top of that, Becky being a veteran when it comes down to League PC or even arguably so in Wild Rift coming in from the early days. Now, it is one, of course, big star that's been getting in towards a very different feel, but for the side of Geek fam, I believe that they still have something to prove right here with their brand new roster. But SEM9 though, They are on a hot streak, by the way, and I'm just thinking that they should be able to actually get some good games off of the side of Geek Fam if Geek Fam did not manage to pick themselves up from so many harsh games that they went through against the likes of the other teams like BJD, the past, or back in week 1, even the side of UndeRank has been able to get the best out.
Yep, and right now, let's look at some nice lineup. RH in the Baron lane, Kazuo in the jungle, Ravens in the mid lane, and Dazzle-Me plus Swag will be the bottom lane duo. So today it's going to be Dazzle-Me instead of Wild Rabbit. Excited to see what he can bring to the table. And SEM9 again is the only team that did not make a single roster swap other than the addition of Dazzle-Me. And I just want to take this quick opportunity to kind of recorrect my point. When I mentioned that Caspiel was the drafter, it's actually for SEM9, not Berjaya Dragon. Berjaya Dragon has another drafter. But with that out of the way, it's still veteran experience. And maybe this is why SEM9 is looking so darn good right now.
Yeah, and it seems like it's the reunion of the Tigers. Back then, he did play for Kuala Lumpur Hunters, did play for many of all the other international teams, but now facing off against the likes of SEM9 is going to be Geek Fam here, where we got the Shang over the Baron lane in the jungle. We got Nyx there, the transition from the support role. Hockey, the brand new mid laner for the side of Geek Fam, alongside Momo as well as Eco, getting in place of Nyx's previous position. So far, love the sharp looks coming in from the boys, but they need to, of course, sharpen up their claws. Or, well, Geeks, do they have claws? I don't know, but they got to maybe make sure that they perform maybe a manicure or pedicure to chip away the tiger's claw to tame the beast.
I'm just saying, so far, Geek Fam's performance across their first 2 series, which ended up in loss, is not looking too pretty. But let's take a look at the head-to-head for the junglers of both teams. Kazuo against Nyx, and the numbers basically tells the whole tale. Kazuo just a more dominant jungler compared to Nyx, and you can't really blame Nyx too much, right? He had to transition from support to jungle, which is kind of a big shift. He has a huge shoe to fill, and you can see that he's still struggling to kind of gel together with the rest of the team in his new role. So Kazuo definitely is the most dominant one, but Geek Fam is the only... so far in the group stage, they have been proving to us that the family meme is not completely invincible, because the fam is not really standing that strong. They've lost 2 series so far.
Sometimes it does feel like Steve Harvey's Family Feud episodes, where sometimes you just don't get everything correct. So it's all right, Family will still be all together, and hopefully you guys as fans of Geek Fam will be able to stand behind them, just like how Braum will always do. So SEM9 though, let's talk about SEM9 for a bit. They don't really have too much of a major roster swap as compared to the likes of Manny. Of course, Wild Rabbit has taken the backseat already, with Dazzle-Me coming in as their marksman. So I do see that, very similar playstyles in a sort of sense, but Dazzle-Me have also proven that he has been able to also pull strings of his own. It's more of the I wouldn't really want to call it a defensive style of a marksman, but he's not the type that goes in for some extremely high risk plays and of course cause the team into a certain trouble. So maybe this has also given SEM9 a little bit more of that sort of a room to go in for clear-cut decisions than to, take too huge of a risk. But hey, we are currently in sync with some of these predictions.
We're on the SEM9 train, and it's just based off what we've seen so far, right? I think before we kind of come into the 4-season group stage, before we look at all the roster swap, Geek Fam definitely is the dominant team, but now you look at the members that they have and how they have been trying to adjust to each other. It's just not there yet. They were not able to beat SDGR EA, and they lost a very devastating 2-0 against Berjaya Dragon. So that itself is something that I think surprised a lot of people, but also begs the question, how fast can Geek Fam get themselves together? How fast can they find that synergy? So with that in mind, I think SEM9 is just a better team to look at, but maybe Geek Fam can prove us wrong.
Yeah, and overall, of course, this is where, Geek Fam is time for them to really redeem some of the glory days that they do have back in season 1. That I still believe that hockey so far has been quite a good mid laner. It's just that when it comes down to decision making, somebody really has to take on that solid shot calling role to really make the right decisions to put Geek Fam up ahead.
Yeah, and that is something that Geek Fam needs to fix because they've already lost 2 series, right? Geek Fam going 0-3 in the group stage is definitely not what anyone wants to see. But let's take a look at the ban so far. Geek Fam banning out Akali, Lee Sin, and Ziggs, where Semnai will take out Camille, Gragas, and the Fiora.
Yeah, and this is a very standard sort of ban when you are going up against Geek Fam because you want to deny the Shang from getting some of all these hot picks overall. So now that he does have all these sort of champion pool removed, there is a potential for that Lucian to be in that barrel lane still, just like how Asila has been able to play it. But that will also be pretty much a few answers coming in from the side of Sam9 when they go into, of course, going strong with an Ahri pickup as well as the Renekton, most likely heading in towards the Brown lane, if so.
Yeah, and looking at what Geek Fam intends to pick, I think Vi is always going to be a viable option when you're up against champions. They are just very mobile, right? Ahri, Lucian, Ezreal, who else? I think the Camille, even the Riven to a certain extent. Vi is always kind of the default answer because you just follow them with the Assault and Battery. They put the Braum into kind of frontline, so you get the Braum-Lucian duo. But Semnai will just pick the Olaf and Ezreal. Again, Olaf just doesn't care about whatever Geek Fam has to throw at him. So I think that Kazuo should be very comfortable with the champion.
Yeah, so far things are looking pretty good coming from the drafting on both ends. Now, this is where the Ezreal will be able to actually answer back by having at least a little bit more safety net if they were to be being caught in a very tough position. But oh boy,
okay,
Blitzcrank. Oh wait, what's going on right here? Okay,
wait.
Where
is
this Blitzcrank going?
Hold on.
So double support.
Braum Blitzcrank? No way. I don't think you want to. I don't think you want to forego the Braum Lucian, right?
Tank Blitzcrank over the top lane. Let's see. I think this is gonna be good because Little Leona against a Blitzcrank matchup on the support role isn't really the best. I do believe that the Braum will still be able to actually hold up just about fine. The Shang. Show us what are you really going for? Is it really that Blitzcrank over top lane? Because you can go for something else, but I guess we got trolled by the fams. I guess it's a little bit of slip of the fingers because we will go for a remake heading into the draft. So
you got me excited, man. Come on.
Come on, man. Blitzcrank has never been played for how long? How long? I don't think last season we've seen any Blitzcrank.
Neither do I. Neither have I. Oh man. But yeah, I don't think Blitzcrank has been picked for very obvious reasons. It's just not a champion that is good in the skills, right? Like you miss the hook, there's 15 seconds that you are literally a walking bot. So it's pretty inefficient. But we saw this last week where just before day number 2, a new patch dropped and Leona got buffed. And I think one of the only guys that uses Leona is Swag. And we made this comparison, right? The pre-buff Swag and the post-buff Swag. So a post-buff Swag is basically him in on Leona right now. He lost with Leona before the buff. Now he starts winning with Leona after the buff. So if he picks Leona, you better watch out.
Yeah, and of course, this is where you see even more of all these sort of the buffs are coming in the way, and Leona is overall a very solid pick. Now, I guess Leona's overall had this sort of issue when they actually dive in with the Zenith Blade, then they won't be able to actually walk out of it all too safely. But now with a little bit of changes here, it has been able to be pulled out very well. But anyways, I believe that we'll definitely go in for a remake of Picks and Bans. So we'll go for a little bit of a short break in just a couple of moments. And you guys are currently watching the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, and we are presenting to you the CICon Series Malaysia. And all this, of course, brought to you by ESL and also Riot Games, not forgetting Maggie Hot Cup as our official tournament partners. So when we come back, we'll get you our series of games, Geek Fam versus Semnai.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Giving me them eyes, and you've been saying that you found the one. Texting me junk, and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there, and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there, and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanna turn back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there, and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there, and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Get there, and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there, and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Up, 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 1,000 miles of love. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of love. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless.
And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see ya loading up my mind. Place me on the side, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two, surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down.
Lihat tubuh Stevie. Boom! Wabakabu! Kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
And welcome back to the League of Legends Walrus Sea Icon Series, Malaysia fall season, group stage, day 3. That is what we call synergy. A lot of teams are still trying to figure that out, but we've got that all down. My name is Husky, and of course, with my trusted buddy Contra.
Yep, of course. We got a lot of work to be done here, but don't worry, we'll get that sorted out. But we were just working pretty much in sync. That's why we both blew out the same things at the same time.
Yes.
But what we did have was a little bit of a oopsie coming into not only the introduction, but heading in towards the draft early on. And one of the players, they kind of lagged out during the champion select, and maybe that's where the automatic blitzcrank came in. And it's like, okay, I guess the bot takes over the world by that few moments. But don't worry, we've already weeded the rusty blitzcrank aside, so we're probably going to be looking at the very different sort of the picks that comes into this draft. So with that, we'll be waiting for the queue to call, and we'll be hopping in for game number 1 between both Sem9 as well as Geek Fam. So make sure you guys share us your thoughts on who's going to be able to take the series back home with some massive wins, I do hope. Geek Fam on the blue side, Sem9 on the red. Similar bans that will still come into effect at the very least. The Shank initially started off with a Lucian pickup. Will it be a brand new one? I guess we shall definitely find out.
Yep, and it seems like the Lucian might still, be locked in. I think production told us, I believe, was the last 2 to 3 picks. So maybe that's where we will see a bit of a difference. The rest of the champions will be the same. We saw the Ari, Renekton, there's the Vi for Geek Fam as well. They kind of doubled down on the hard engage. They picked the Braum for this Lucian, whereas for Ravens, he locked in the Olaf for his fellow jungler. Maybe this is where we start seeing the difference, right? Ezreal still being true for Sem9, and Geek Fam going for the Irelia. The last pick is going to be the Diana. Now, this one makes more sense.
Okay, I guess this is where we will look at positioning of where they want to place some of all these champions. Irelia either over the top side, mid side, if you want to swap it over to Diana. But I do think that Irelia should be faring better against the Renekton. So that's when she actually lands the stun on top of the Renekton, easily the Blade Surge will come into effect, and of course the Vanguard's Edge will be brought into play. But there's also a lot of things that we have to factor in, because Sem9 definitely has a really good looking composition overall.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Leona as the last pick, so again, those hard engage comes. I think Leona is probably one of the better champions at dealing with champions that want to run at your face like the Vi, the Brom, the Irelia, because she has a lot of crowd control. Right? She has 3 crowd control out of 4 skills, and she has been buffed to be a bit tankier. Which is why we talk about this post-buff swag. Let's see what magic our lovely man has in store for us. Game 1 between SEM9 and Geek Fam. I still think SEM9 is the better team overall, but maybe Geek Fam can finally prove us wrong.
Well, of course, with all these sort of droughts already being locked and loaded, it's time to head over to the Summer's Rift here to see what will go down, because this is going to be a classic matchup. The last time that we did see these two duke it all out was back in the summer season, and of course, a lot of things have changed since then. So, Hockey will be waiting for waves to just crash right in. A very solid start, but with a little bit of a wave shove coming in with Renekton coming into mid side. I guess slight level advantages, while the Shang has been holding and not pushing the lanes back. So perhaps this is just going to be doing pretty decently for himself. But our Hitch now shoving the wave back towards the Aurelia. Let's talk this through to some of all these sort of interactions that we do expect to see. For SEM9, they do have multiple form of engages, whether it's Ravens coming with Charm, or Swak with the Descendant Blade, or Ragnarok running straight at the faces of members of Geek Fam. There's very good ways to actually start off a fight. Meanwhile, for inside of Geek Fam, we have so many good divers that's coming in for their liking, coming in towards a mid-game spike. And I want to see how Momo actually sift around and pull off a good calling.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of ways. SEM9's draft is kind of a draft that acts as a combo breaker. Meanwhile, jungle, though, small scuffle.
Oh boy, this is going to be a really good stun coming over on Nyx, and that's enough for them to take it down, especially having the Ignite on board. But our Hedge is still looking for it. They do have a huge wave of minutes. Now the Shang tries to actually defend himself, but that's the final blow, with pretty much all the Firefox all being shot up by Ravens, and that's 2-1.
Oh man, and the Shang is going to lose 2 huge minion wave as well. That is going to absolutely hurt. He got RH in return, but no, the total loss for the Shang is just way worse. So RH takes that as a win any day. They blow the sums of the Irelia as well, and obviously the Ignite has longer cooldown. Has a longer cooldown compared to the barrier. So SEM9 is gonna be fine with that. And yeah, so I was saying, right, SEM9's drive is kind of a combo breaker. Sure, Geek Fan can dive, Blade Surge, Assault and Battery, you can Luna dash in, but you dash into SEM9, they have the Ruler's Predator, they have the Charm, they have the 3 crowd control from Swap. It's just almost impossible to get a full rotation off without being stopped dead in your tracks.
Yeah, and just look at it, the current sort of tempo that SEM9 is actually going at. I believe that, garnering those few kills on top of Shang as well as a few members of Geek Fam now holds them for a tad bit. Heading into its level 5, I guess all they have to do is really prepare very, very well for the upcoming Drake. And perhaps they could actually make a little bit of a difference when it goes down to a full-blown 5 versus 5, which we haven't seen just about yet. Imminent ward clearance coming from Ego with a very early scanner. And just good disciplines coming in from support role. Like, usually when it comes down to new players, they don't exactly know when exactly is the best timing to go in for different types of utilities when it comes down to vision control. But if you're going to be as a support, might as well contribute in any sort of way. And speaking of which, Momo now looking for Dazzle Me, but that will be an arcane shift to bring him back to safety. Nyx unable to actually find an opening, even though he has Assault and Battery, he doesn't want to go in for full commit. Yeah,
as long as Swak is there, the moment you dive, you overextend, that is basically a death sentence. There's no getting out of that. And of course, Ezreal, even though I highlighted how Nyx can easily jump on him with the Assault and Battery, doesn't mean that you should do it. But Swak in danger.
Oh, here comes a little bit of the Gargoyle Stone play. He goes in with a standard play as well. He wants to bring it right back. Ravens will be going in for the charm, as they will have the Ragnarok being put into place. And the axe will continue to swing on top of Hockey now with the Moonfall, pulling all 3 members back. Geek Fam now going in for another commotion there. Momo will be able to actually get one more back on. So I guess it's an okay trading coming from inside of Geek Fam, turning a bad situation into something that is more manageable.
That's a huge night for 7-9. A huge win for 7-9. Now Dazami got 2 kills. They managed to force like a 4-man rotation, a 4-man commitment from Geek Fam, and they only lost like what, Kazuo? I would take that any day. It's the same thing, Geek Fam, they got a great wound for, but they just did not have the damage to finish off the members of 7-9, and Geek Fam kind of overcommitted in that case.
Yeah, I do believe that they didn't really need to necessarily hop overboard. It's just like what Swag, like you see, he can take a lot of blows. And speaking of which, Ego now almost getting caught out. Flash is available. Momo tries to slide away from the solar flare, and he just dances it all off. Wow, beautiful jukes coming out of Momo at the very least, but that also burned a lot of their summers. So 7-9, they know Coast is not just about clear for them to actually secure this Drake. Meanwhile, that leaves the Shang turning some of all the goals coming out of the turret plating.
Yeah, with every charm that Raven misses, I think it's more content, I believe, for Swag to post on social media. Like he posted a screenshot compilation of Raven missing his charm, but meanwhile, I think there's a fight there.
Oh, they're gonna fight. The moonfall comes right out there, but Geek Fam has already lost 2 members. Momo is not going to be able to actually out-sustain this, but he's been able to actually bring Raven down to pretty much a quarter health left. As we go 9-3, Geek Fam honestly is just losing control over onto his distracting, and 7-9 is just playing around with them, just like how, tigers being on top of the food chain, they like to play around their food before taking a bite.
I think Geek Fam, experiencing the same problems that they had when they took on Berjaya Dragons last week, where it felt like Geek Fam, they were just constantly trying to fight 7-9. Like you feel compelled to fight, and with every single fight that 7-9 wins, Geek Fam feels a bit more desperate, right? You want to kind of make up for the losses, but it just doesn't really work that way. You cannot just keep banging your head on the same wall and expect something different. So Geek Fam needs to be a bit more disciplined. Maybe this one will work out.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Dazzle and Millie going for the flash, and that's going to be the set of the connecting coming from Block. Now with the Fruit Shop Barrage also being pulled up, this is a tight angle that Geek Fam does not really want to go in for the trade. They've already got what they needed in the form of the Ocean Drake. They're still on this deficit though, currently sitting at 4,000 behind the likes of 7-9. Kazuo now getting into position. He's going to be landing a beautiful axe on top of all 3 members. And even with the Vanguard, that's not going to be good enough for him to spot the Shang. Trying to land the final blow to Block, and he survives. More highlight clips coming in from our support superstar of 7-9.
This is why he's the next Shoe Talks model. Like he is so jacked, but oh man, they engage onto Dazzle Me. They might be able to bring it down, but no! Oh, the stun, the counter engage is enough.
Oh boy, Dazzle Me still trying to actually trade right back. Little HP coming out towards Ego, but Momo trades right back though. Just shredding them down, taking the turret alongside. I guess Geek Fam is still going to show that they have more bullets left. So Ego is going to go in for more of this defensive build. And at the span of 8 minutes, yes, as much as when it comes down to the kill score, is not looking all too great in that department. But honestly, 7-9, they don't look exactly all too clean either over on the bottom side where they're getting flustered upon. But they should be able to actually do much better in 5 versus 5s.
Yeah, definitely in the middle lane skirmish just now, we saw Kazuo run in. He's feeling very strong. He pops the Ragnarok, and Geek Fam just out-damaged him and bursted him down. So that's something you have to be aware of. Even as an Olaf, sure, crowd control doesn't affect you, but you do lose that resistance when you use the Ragnarok. So it's still easy to burst you down if there's sufficient damage. And I think Geek Fam was able to punish him with that, and now they're looking to potentially gank RH in the top lane.
Yeah, and RH probably will try to buy a lot more time. He's already brought Momo down low. He does have full stack of the Fury, but he will not be able to actually do all too much. While there's no flash, nothing available. Over the bottom side also comes a dive onto the Shang. both barrel laners will just have to stare at gray screens. Meanwhile, there is pretty much the Herald being popped up. I don't think that Sheldon will be able to actually get any sort of a headbutt over on the turret just about yet. Looking for the tier 2 at the very least. Now, Geek Fam goes in for a slow trade at the very least. But when it comes down to goal, they are trying to close it up a little tap bit. So, honestly, not looking extremely bad. But Hockey, though, he's not in a good position.
Yeah, and they're gonna fight Hockey. Luna dashes, gets the reset off, but that's... Oh my goodness, can he really get away? No way. Yeah.
Nah. Not at all.
It's not too bad, you know. He got 2 resets of Luna dash, but it's surrounded by Sem9. And Sem9 just... I feel like that was just Hockey being a bit too greedy. Like, he took the mid-tier 1 and he immediately just beeline into the enemy jungle without knowing where Sem9 is. So, got punished by Sem9 for sure. But I do agree, I don't think Sem9 is playing the cleanest game. They did kind of misjudge their strength a bit. But overall, I still think that they have firm control of this game, right? You look at Swap, Deadman's Plate, the Glacial Shroud, it's gonna get the Frozen Heart pretty soon. Sem9, they just have, overall, despite not being a clean game, I think Sem9 just has a better grasp of how to navigate Geek Fam. And what Geek Fam needs to do right now is to get these pickoffs.
Yeah, overall, I do think that at the very least, Raven so far has been on a perfect form. Like that 3-0-10 result that we are seeing right here is just how dominant he's been able to play this Ahri. Now Sox just slowly forcing his way in, looking for Nyx as well. Stops him with a set of blade alongside with the solo player. Millie goes in with a big pop of his HP as Ravens goes on a rampage, and this is an instant dragon. Geek Fam, the rest of them are just watching and staring, and they didn't even try to even give any sort of commitment to help Nyx out in that corner. Honestly, yeah, I think there's a deeper underlying issue right here for Geek Fam.
It's so weird. I understand. Like, Nyx had Flash, he has the Vault Breaker. He somehow didn't make the move early. I don't know what the comms was, but there was definitely some breakdown for Geek Fam. It was a very awkward situation to be in. Any other team would have tried to take that fight. I think Geek Fam were in a decent position, but maybe this is it.
Oh, Vanguard Edge coming in right in, and this is going to be a position where Sem9 gets stuck. Doc will be able to hold it for it. He will go down though, but over on his quarters of Geek Fam, 2 members get shredded down. Meanwhile, Kazuo will have to backtrack himself. Momo still trying to draw more blood at the very least. Sem9, I guess this fight is just as good as it can possibly get, where it's a 2-for-2 trade for the side of Geek Fam.
Definitely slightly better for Sem9. Well, in terms of who they lost, yeah, they lost a core and a support, but Geek Fam lost the jungler and the Shang. But if you're a Geek Fam, you're happy with that. You kind of need to get the collect the scraps. And that is a way better response compared to what we witnessed in the Dragon Pit. And thank goodness that Nyx, he came back to life, or else I don't think Geek Fam would have wanted to take that fight. These isolated kills is gonna buy Geek Fam time and length to come back into the game. Like Momo, he has 3 items ready. He has the Static Shift, Blade of the Rune King, he has the IE. He's gonna go for the Mortal Reminder next. So he is actually very huge. And all Geek Fam needs to do right now is to have this Vi and this Vi and Braum tank up and serve as that meat shield while Momo starts carrying the game, from the 14-minute point onward.
Yeah, we're looking at the side of Geek Fam right now. At least they do get some of all these shutdown goals, especially when they took down Dazzle.Me as well. Swag, yes, Swag did have a shutdown goal. So, Mr. Ambassador of whichever brand that you want to mention of is just going to be having a little bit of a rest day when it comes down to workout. But here comes, big miss of a true shot barrage at the very least. But nevertheless, the cooldowns are pretty short, so Dazzle.Me is going to be pretty much a-okay. While Ravens goes in for a little bit of pickup there, coming alongside with Swag dropping right.
The Ragnarok.
Get it, Blake. And that Official will be trapping the rest of Sem9 alongside with the Vanguard.
Oh my god, the Vanguard
stage! He can turn this one around. What a beautiful ult, but Momo will still have his health chunked down low with a beautiful double coming in for Dazzle.Me.
Oh man, Geek fam, they're not there together. They were not fighting together because Momo was forced to reset by RH. That could have been so much more different if Momo was dead just 1 second earlier. It was a 5-man Vanguard's age. SDGR could not attack at all, and Momo had 3 hits. But again, it's just these small details, these small intricacies. 1 second of difference cost Geek fam that game 1. SDGR gets a win, but it's definitely not an easy one. They had to work for this.
Yeah, overall, this is a better, cleaner game coming from the side of SDGR as compared to Geek fam, of course. You know, I need to get a little bit more of time to gather my words straight because this is very unlikely of what I expect out of Geek fam at the very least. You know, SDGR, yes, they are still going on this sort of streak. We know that they are definitely a formidable force, but I was expecting more of a close fight between the two at the very least.
And I think this is where it's fair for us to say that we are seeing the cracks in Geek fam after their leadership departed from the team, right? There's a lot of shoes to fill, and you also pointed out that Geek fam needed someone to take over the reins, someone to take over that commanding position, and I wonder who it is. You know, there's only 3 remaining members from the X roster, right? Momo, Nyx, and the Shang. It really, you know, makes me curious who is the one that is the IGL for the team, but it's a lot based on this one game alone.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Nyx here, not being able to actually get any sort of leads coming in for the side of Geek fam. Maybe a few of it was to be that final few fights that's happening, you know, around that barren side of the river. And SDGR also going in for some really spectacular plays, especially with Swak coming in from some sick initiations that we didn't really expect him to turn the fights around for the side of SDGR. And just look at the damage being dealt. You got to really give it up to Ravens because he's been playing some of the best RE games that we've ever seen coming from the SDGR mid laner overall. Hockey, though, like, I guess that you can't really blame him if he doesn't really secure kills because he was in the right position to try to pull everybody all together and get back the lead for the side of SDGR. But the problem was that sort of disarray that they were in doesn't really put them on the best position to even go in for any sort of retakes.
Yeah, I mean, when your frontliner is the first one to go down, then that's a bit of a problem. But again, I think you know, the entirety of SDGR played magnificently, and I think Swak is one of the more aggressive supports, right? He plays champions like Seraphine, he plays champions like Leona, and he just puts himself in a position where if you overstep a bit, he's gonna go on you and his team will finish you off. And we've seen it multiple times where Geek fam somehow just oversteps a bit. Swak goes in with the Zenith Blade and they just instantly assassinate whoever they caught. So I'm hoping that in game 2, Geek fam is gonna adjust that a bit because game 1 was a bit painful to watch if you're a Geek fam fan.
Yeah, and indeed it may just be, but let's give them a little bit more time here to really re-strategize because we still have a potential of 2 games if Geek fam can, of course, pull some massive victories back towards their side. But for the moment, this is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific C Icon Series Malaysia. Of course, big shout out and thank you to ESL alongside with Riot Games, and this is our official partners here, Maggie Hop Cup, delivering to you some of the spiciest action here in League of Legends Wild Rift. We'll be coming back for more right after this commercial break.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wabaka, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill!
I came to hit but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my endless
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu kotakan alamat. Adakah dia Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan quadruple kill?
Welcome back once again. This is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific presenting to you the C Icon Series Malaysia. All these are awesome League of Legends Wild Rift action that's coming your way. Of course, we give a huge shout out to our official tour partners, Maggie Hot Cup, for providing us some quick dinners for me as well as Husky, and for all the viewers to enjoy some spicy action. And not forgetting, of course, Riot Games alongside with ESL having us here for the show.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sagi special supplement is definitely has been with us for 2 seasons, and we hope that we get to be they continue this journey with us for more to come. Geek Fam not able to close out game 1 against Sem9, now in a unfavorable spot, because if Sem9 wins game 2, then Geek Fam will suffer their 3rd straight loss in the group stage, putting them at the very bottom with Assassin Academy. Definitely not where Geek Fam want to be, but Sem9 just looking so strong.
Yeah, and Sem9 definitely has been able to, come into this fall season here with an absolute sure focus on what the objective is, to take down everybody on site. Doesn't matter if you're Geek Fam, and of course eventually with Berjaya Dragons also coming along the way. So Sem9 is just getting this back-to-back wins overall. So if they can actually get a 2-0 sweep, does that actually place them above SDGR? Because this itself calls the question when it comes down to the amount of games being played. The ones with the more 2-0 victories should have more points.
Yeah, but now that you put it that way, Sem9, they also have not lost a single series, right? If they beat Geek Fam 2-0, I think they should be above SDGR, because SDGR, they had 2 2-1s and 1 2-0, whereas Sem9, they have 1 2-1, 1 2-0. So this one is gonna dictate whether Sem9 overtakes SDGR EA, or will they still kind of share the same position on the leaderboard by the end of the day. But seeing how the game 1 is, Geek Fam has a lot of work they need to do for game 2 in these short few minutes.
Yeah, and of course we just really have to find out, what is exactly the best draft to go up against Sem9, who knows how to respond in many of all these fights. So when it comes down to the way that they've been able to actually handle it in the past game, yes, even Sem9 did take on certain fights that didn't really put them in the right place, but it's more of the execution that went even better as compared to Geek Fam. Now we immediately hop in towards our Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select.
Yeah, absolutely. And the bans are actually the same from game 1, so no deviation right there. Akali, Lee Sin, Ziggs, Camille, Gragas, and Fiora. Geek Fam opens up with the Renekton, taking it away from RH. But Sem9, they will just instantly pick up that bottom duo. It's going to be the Ezreal and the Braum. So it does take away Eagle's pick, and knowing that Geek Fam doesn't really play that Leona, they'll probably have to go on some other champions.
That's right. Now, we just look at the side of the Geek Fam over here. The reason why they're going for Renekton pick first is because of that lack of options that was already being fielded by Sem9's bans in particular. So they showed a little bit of glimpse of the Jarvan immediately moving in for the Kai'Sa as well as Ahri. At least they got majority of their cores locked in. So heading towards the second phase, it shouldn't be too much of a problem here for them to, get something to correspond with what Sem9 is currently showing us. Now, Twisted Fate against an Ahri. Let's talk about this for a tad bit, because it's about who's the quickest to the draw, who's the quickest to the rotations, to really going for certain pickoffs. But at least Geek Fam has a draft that is easily executable.
Yeah, and I always like to look at the matchup between Twisted Fate and Ahri, right? Because despite Ahri having a lot of mobility, Twisted Fate can always get there first, and whoever can always get to the location first has the advantage. So regardless of how the matchup goes, we always Semna can always rely on Ravens to be there when they need him, as Haki will still kind of need to walk towards the destination. But we are seeing the Senna being picked up once more, this time as the official support role. Eagle will be supplementing Momo with that Senna. We'll just have to see how that goes. Just now, when we interviewed Sagi said it's fun to play Senna because you literally don't farm. And this is probably what we're going to see for Geek Fam as well in Game 2.
Yeah, and I was actually kind of surprised when I look into the Lucian tier that didn't really get picked up by either sides, although it wasn't exactly being locked away. So yeah. I guess maybe they're not really feeling all too comfortable going in with Lucian into this draft, because it's not always the case that, new champions equals to OP. So just moving into this, at least having the Senna being brought forward is going to be something of a healthy relation where they could just have good enough pokes coming in from the bottom side of the lane, and then they look towards securing more stash of goal in terms of kill conversion. So very even start. This is Game 2, Geek Fam versus Sem9.
And a very standard start, and of course Sem9 starts things off with a war, so tiny bit of experience and a couple quits, and Sem9 and Geek Fam doing the same thing to shove out the wave. But the fact that Raven was able to shove out, Sem9 was able to shove out the mid wave first, does give Raven a bit more room to work with. Now he can kind of see where Nyx is going, and it gives RH that lane priority to pressure the Shang. I do want to see how this bot lane interacts though, because Momo does have that exhaust, and I think he's one of the first few ADCs that takes exhaust on that AD role ever since Summer Cup. But evidently, Eagle has to blow both his sums, so very early trade coming in from both the bot laners. But Nyx is here.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a little bit of a good sign at the very least that they should be able to actually recuperate after a little bit of that sort of scuffle going down. Dazzle me as well as Squawk. Honestly, they've been trading very, very well, but speaking of trading here, over the top side, our Hedge tries to really call in a little bit of a good dance alongside with the Shang. They both run Barrier as well as Flash, and of course to also played alongside, both are also running Conqueror, something that is very standard of both Irelia as well as a Renekton. But this is where rotations come right in. Kazo already going in for the blue buff invade. Nyx will opt to do exactly the same. So pretty much of a mirror sort of a vertical jungling coming on, but here comes the dive. And that's where the stun card comes right through. The Shang will not survive. 2 games in a row, and Geek Fam gets punished.
And we have seen this before, not just with the Geek Fam games, but in most of the series. When you have a strong jungler that can go for a dive, when you have a mid laner like a Twisted Fate, normally the lane that is about to receive a gank, is about to get a gank, is going to stall the wave and immediately crash it underneath the turret, and like what, 2-minute waves, and then you get the first blood. The enemy Baron lane or the whoever dies is gonna lose a full wave, which is the same thing from game 1. So the Shang once more getting punished.
Yeah, and I guess that for now, he just really needs to, make sure that he wards even the side brush that's closest to him. And by doing that, he will be able to prevent some of the gangs coming right in. Going in for a little bit of scan at the very least is going to be able to do the trick. But Raven's just going to play a lot more aggressively. I like the trend of this Twisted Fate into the mid lane. Many of all these brand new teams qualifying into the fall split has been able to show some really dank plays, especially whenever Destiny pops up. Ravens has been playing it since the past season. Of course, we haven't really seen the sharpest one of it all to really compare. But now that we have more teams as a sample size, honestly though, who's the best Twisted Fate that we've seen so far?
Personally, for me,
is it Wadu? Is it Ravens? I don't know.
I feel like it's Williams. I still think that Williams is the best Twisted Fate player that we have. And obviously, it's easier for me to say that as well because he has the most Twisted Fate games out of every other mid laners in this tournament so far. But even then, when we look at how he plays his Twisted Fate and how his team navigates around it, he just makes it look so easy. I remember back when the competitive scene first started, or when WoW Rift first got released, no one was playing Twisted Fate. No, we were talking about how good Twisted Fate is, how much of a potential he has, but no one plays him. And it's good to see that more than half a year later, more and more players have started to figure out how to really utilize this champion in these competitive environments.
Yeah, and of course, you really got to take advantage for some of all these unsung heroes at times where it's not always about all your Zeds in the mid lane and when it comes to rank games. But here comes Hockey going for the pick though, looking for the swap, but here comes that Glacial Fisher dropping right in. Tennis is going to be able to actually land a huge blast back towards the side of 7-9, but 7-9 now holding right back. Ribbon's coming with the gold card as well. Charm does miss, but Geek Fam, they managed to call in for a reset on this dragon. Good enough call, but 7-9 now marching down mid.
Oh, thankfully the Flawless Duet did not connect, or Shang might have went down. Better trade for Geek Fam for sure, unless they can kill off the Shang, which is pretty hard. They're gonna go for the dive.
Okay.
They get it. All right.
Wow. Okay, that's actually very impressive. Now Hockey all alone, and 7-9 gets pretty much 2 kills off the bat. A very awkward dive, which I don't expect RH to survive, but he does. And on top of that, just look at him go. 2 kills, a turret up mid. Yes, they can let go of this Drake. Does it matter at this point?
I think I still feel like they are going to contest this. No Glacial Fisher though. We'll see what they can do.
They just really have to pop the Destiny. Now they will look for an assassination. Now here comes the Twist of Fate, but Nyx is having problems to actually clear it away, but he will still have the smite. Nyx will still go down nonetheless. I was kind of surprised that 7-9 did try to burst him down ASAP.
Yeah, they didn't have the burst damage. You know, they only have like what, RH. Ravens is a bit late to the party, so they don't have the burst damage to burst him to kill off Nyx instantly. That smite was going to connect inevitably, but they still got the kill in return. Overall, still a big win for 7-9. Taking down that mid tier 1, 3 kills right after that, and not losing anyone in the process was just masterful. We saw how they dove the Shang, who has Dominus and Barrier under that mid tier 1, and they were able to juggle that turret aggro to perfection. And this is exactly what we love about 7-9, and what we love about how this draft of theirs work, because they just run at you and they know how to take those fights.
Yeah, and exactly the case where we just looking at the members of 7-9 right now, just having some of the cleanest plays, while Geek Fam, yes, they may have actually just taken the Drake, but they don't seem like they have too much of an advantage other than a broken turret over the bottom side. And now that 7-9 honestly have a lot of control over onto many corners of the map, especially dropping some deep wards inside, they should be able to actually scan through. Not like they really need to, but of course it saves such hassle from Ravens needing to always pop the Destiny. Speaking of Ravens, he's already picking up the Lich Bane as well. So I do expect Geek Fam here to be hustled upon by the rest of 7-9 now that they are hopping right in with the Blaze Surge. Shield being brought up, but Geek Fam has got themselves some safe distance being covered.
One good thing about Senna is that you can help your team sustain in prolonged fights, and you have good disengage with the last embrace. Senna is going to try and clear out vision around the Rift Herald pit, and just making sure that Geek Fam cannot just walk into the river and anticipate a potential gank. So it puts Geek Fam in a very defensive position, where the only way for them to kind of answer 7-9 is to funnel through that jungle.
And speaking of funneling through the jungle, it's interesting to see Kazuo rooting Swak as well. It's like, you've been mocking me a whole lot. Let me just pull you with me. And anyway, so, jokes aside, I really felt that, Geek Fam, they're just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. For all on that score, it doesn't really mean all too much. Honestly, if one bad team fight were to happen against like 7-9, it's going to be a lot harder. Now, Swak coming with a camp though. The Shang now getting caught out. I think he will be taken out there, and even worse news, blowing 2 sums altogether when he's trying to delay the inevitable. Now, Sem9 probably can punish even further, but meanwhile, top side, RH will have to pop a fast, calculated blocks right in. Momo now tries to secure the kill, and yes, they will. Geek Fam now knocking on the turret, but over on mid side, even more trouble lurks ahead for Geek Fam with the Rift Herald charging right in. That's tier 2 being crushed up.
Still a win for Sem9. RH bought so much time, and Sem9 was able to get, the mid tier 2 down, and that makes it even harder for Sem9 to navigate around the map, especially when Sem9 has that priority in global presence. I think that for Sem9, they are just reading the map perfectly. 15 seconds until the next Drake. You can see Swak, he's already there. He's gonna set up vision, and it's very hard for Geek Fam to kill him. So Swak is not really afraid, and they have already reset it, right? So if Geek Fam takes this fight, Sem9 can just easily take them on without much problems.
Yeah, and Sem9, they initially had this sort of a lead, but now that they have already bought so much time out there, they're coming in with more of a macro play instead, just trying to bleed Geek Fam dry and forcing them to play in very tight spaces. And now Raven's getting caught out. Shang will be able to actually maul him down. Good trading coming in with Raven. Dropping into gold card, but he should be able to make his way out. Meanwhile, Sem9 working on that Drake.
Sem9 should be able to get this.
And yeah, they will definitely do so. Next comes right Indo, and that's where they try to actually punish him through forcing it flash away. There it comes. What? Okay. I guess that's gonna be Dazzle Miga coming out there with a shot, but Momo though going with quite a massive snipe with the Void Assault being dropped right in for Kazuo.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. Oh, they get the charm as well. They force the Destiny. Sem9, I don't think they can engage this. And all of that happened because the Shank forced Raven to reset, and he can't just immediately use Destiny to port to his team during that fight. So good move from Geek Fam. More composed, but RH coming in.
Oh boy, what a beautiful Vanguard's Ash as he locks everybody over the corner. But Sem9, they're a little bit too slow on that sort of response. Geek Fam managing to go in for a certain trade. Here comes the flash, gold card, straight on top of the side of the Chang. He tries to flash away with both taking help left. Momo now has cloud his blast. Momo he will not be able to survive. And Kazo just stuns them all across. Well, not literally, but Geek Fam kind of overstayed their welcome for a tad bit. They don't have many ways to work with. It's just Sem9 just clawing their way out, and now Geek Fam is still wondering what's really the solution right now. It really needs Nyx here to play an ultra aggressive Jarvan to start off a fight, lock most of the members in, and maybe that's one way that Geek Fam could possibly get an advantage.
Yeah, and Geek Fam just needs to remember that Ego with his ultimate can always keep the team alive. If you engage, he uses the dawning shadow, and he's gonna keep everyone alive. And if Sem9 engages, the last embrace can provide that AoE stun, that no-go zone that Sem9 don't want to step into. So Geek Fam actually has a lot of sustenance in those fights. You just need to be able to execute it properly.
And this is where they pop everything online. Destiny pop with a gold card right on top of Haki, but the rest of them will turn golden for a tad bit. Only Eagle drops in this scuffle, but they have definitely caused Ravens to be quite hurt in this battle. Now Geek Fam still managing to try to flush their back members inside of Sem9, but that fight itself still giving a little bit of edge towards Sem9's side.
This is where Geek Fam needs to look for a fight immediately, because Sem9 used 5 ultimates for support. Geek Fam can actually fight this.
And Geek Fam, you definitely know that they can actually take them on, or at least take the turret alongside with them. That Kazuo is going to be dropping right by.
Oh, the gold card!
He does have the other total. The gold card will not be seeing all too much, other than, getting a slight catch on Momo's HP bars. So, I guess both sides called it off for a very good reason.
Yeah, too close for comfort, man. Momo getting hit by the gold card. If if the rest of Stan were any closer, they would have taken that dive. They would have instantly went for the dive. So very fortunate that Momo didn't go down. Fortunately, now he gets his Quicksilver sash, so he should be able to get out if a gold card or the Irelia Flawless Duet connects. So Semnai definitely not having a game like game 1 where they were super dominant. This time, GeekFam has a very good chance of taking it if Semnai missteps.
Yeah, and I guess stalling this game here has definitely resulted in Momo really scaling into this late game beast, and Hockey also having some really good burst damage, and Raven's pretty much a glass cannon as compared to the rest of the members of Sem9. You can definitely say the same about DazzleMe, but at least he could always reposition himself as compared to Ravens that needs to rely on that barrier as well as the flash energy. Speaking of which, Hockey is trying to actually pull in a charm, but here comes the Destiny coming right in just to halt Nyx as he will be the first one to drop. And that's where the Vanguard
look at Momo.
he absolutely separates the rest of GeekFam. Momo now all alone. Well, Sem9, they brought down all 3 members to the side of GeekFam. How much more can Hockey as well as Ego do? They have to let go of this trick.
Yeah, nothing much that GeekFam can do. Oh, they pulled the trigger, but it was just swag, man. Like, the big mustache guy, the big Braum, puts up his shield, blocks every single damage, and Sem9 tank the Senna ult, and they still got 3 kills. And Kazuo was the only one that went down. No problem right there. RH was able to dive the backline. Momo get a bit too crazy with the killer instinct. He thought that his team had his back, so he went in for the aggressive maneuvers, but all he realized was that his team were getting isolated and picked off, and Momo ends up dying at the end. So with that fight, Sem9 now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I guess that's sort of response coming from GeekFam as well. The position wasn't really as solid. I do like sort of ideas being brought to play. And Ravens, he didn't went in all too deep on his Destiny as well. They were all focusing down on the Jarvan. And it was only down to a few of their members left. Momo was being left all alone after they picked him off. And here comes their big team fight. Vanguard does actually connect towards Nyx. And here comes the shot coming out of the side of the Senna. But it won't be giving them any sort of opportunity to get near towards this Baron that has been secured by Sem9.
Yeah. Well, RH gives his life for the Baron. So it's a very noble sacrifice, but when RH respawns, I think Sem9 will need to start to look to make something happen. But engage.
Speaking of looking for something right here, the Destiny
look at
will
Momo.
really pop up over Hockey. It's a rampaging Dazzle, and now that's the double as well. They're running it all the way over the mid side. And what can Ego even do? And this is going to be inevitably Sem9 just marching it down over the mid side here with the Shang. Trying to pull in some strings. Swap will be the first one to hit it right in. Now diving over back, looking for DazzleMe. The TP will come right about true. Sem9 gets a 2-0 streak against GeekFam.
And what a convincing series for Sem9, handing GeekFam their 3rd loss in the group stage. So GeekFam still at the bottom, where Sem9, just like you mentioned earlier before this game, they are going to be at the top over SDGR EA just by win-loss difference in terms of individual matches. But aside from that, Sem9 has just shown us, they basically exposed GeekFam. They were able to prey on GeekFam's weaknesses and how GeekFam was just trying to find that synergy, and they exploited that by punishing every single mistake that GeekFam makes.
Yeah, and that final call of the Destiny is definitely one of the bigger plays that Sem9 has been able to call. Immediately looking for Hockey, and everybody was scrambling what exactly to do, because GeekFam, they were somewhere in the middle of this right open lane, and Sem9 is just rushing it down even alongside with the Baron buff. So Sem9 just making some really strong decisions, especially when RH gave his life just to secure the Baron buff. That itself has been able to really make it a lot easier for Sem9.
And again, we see the power of the Twisted Fate and the Irelia. And it's kind of crazy, right? You see, week one, not week one, sorry. First and second day, no one picks Irelia at all. Irelia has been out alongside Riven. No one touches Irelia. Today, we're seeing all those Irelia jungle, Irelia top lane, Irelia mid lane. It really is starting to, display the shift, or at least the personality of the meta in our fall season. And I'm excited to see what other creativities that these teams have left to show as we progress down the league. But Sem9 just played a flawless game, and this definitely wasn't a clean game, but they were able to come on top because of those good decision makings.
Yeah, overall, it was really superior judgment that has been able to put Sem9 up ahead. Geek just really was stalling for some of all these openings, which we saw. They got themselves one Drake, and I guess that was pretty much about it. And during that moment where Nyx was really trying to secure that Drake, like, where was the rest of the members? They were loitering out of mid side. They just let him fall. And Sem9 got to love all these easy access across many of all these specific areas. We even saw pickoffs against the Shang, which, back in season 1, or should I say the summer split, he usually won't commit this kind of mistakes. And I guess there's a lot of stressful situation going on behind the scenes for the boys of the side of Geek fam. But let's hope that, they will be able to actually bounce back stronger than ever before.
Yeah, and that's the best that we could hope for Geek fam. At this point of time, definitely feels like a bit of a disorientation for the team. But Sem9 will continue to move ahead as one of the only 2 teams that has not lost a single series in our fall season. And one more thing about Geek fam was also how they seem very fragmented. They were playing to not lose instead of playing to win. And it's definitely a Geek fam that we are not used to, right? We talk a lot about how Geek fam back in summer icon is a very calculated team. It always feels like you're playing chess when you're up against Geek fam. But as calculated as they are, they play to win. But the new Geek fam feels a bit off. But thankfully, there's still more series to come in the coming days. So maybe we'll see a reinvigorated Geek fam as we progress.
That's right, and that's all the games that we are getting for the entirety of the day. Of course, there's still more things that we really have to, of course, present to you guys, like the schedule coming in for the entire week, the MVP for the entirety of the matchup, and hopefully an interview with the winners coming into the series, Sem9. So, of course, with that being said, I wonder who will be getting if the interview does happen. Overall, Husky, I think that in this matchup, Ravens really did shine pretty brightly for these 2 consecutive games. The TF, I tell you this, is such an underrated pick coming to low elo, middle of pack, certain times even high elo. Usually the cream of the crop will be able to actually utilize the Fate in full effect, and that's where, Ravens is amongst the likes of Manning.
Yeah, when you have a hero like a champion like Twisted Fate, and you want to be the hero for for the entire game, it really requires a lot of coordination from your team, right? You have to let them know, you have to check when they take the fight, you have to be there at the right time. It's definitely understandable why Twisted Fate is not that favorite in lower tier games, but it's good to see him getting that recognition progressively in the fall season. What I want to say is, Raven has shown immense growth. I think from summer, Raven is definitely not this strong, but right now he just looks absolutely flawless. And we will get our interview, and it's with none other than the new addition to Sem9, Dazzle Me. Let us welcome him as we get his thoughts on what he thinks about the series just now.
Of course, we'll give him a little bit of a time here. As Dazzle Me says, I'm not ready for this interview just about yet. Of course, give him a little bit of a time. So let's once again welcome Dazzle Me here. And he is the ADC of Sem9. I guess the director's just trying to troll with us for a little bit. But finally, Dazzle Me is right here alongside. Congratulations, brother. Of course, you guys have been able to 2-0 Geek Fam. How do you guys feel about that series?
I feel like my team is like very happy. Like we expected this to go like a 2-1, like especially like against Geek Fam who got like second place on the Summer Cup. So we expected this at least a 2-1, but it's insane how we went 2-0.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You didn't just dazzle. You lived up to your name, right? You dazzle everyone. This is your debut split, in the fall season, and as we all know, 7-9 they didn't make any roster change, but you are the new addition. How does it feel to debut on the big stage for the first time and going up against all these teams?
On my first match against INSOMNIAX, I was shaking. As soon as I knew that this was broadcasted to television, I was actually like shaking. But then when Geek Fam match, I feel like I was performing. Yeah, I wasn't like shaking anymore.
Yeah, it's great that, like all that sort of the nerves are already being left out, and it's all about the pure focus into the game. Let's talk through, the current meta, as we have so many great champions to be played out, even with Lucian being opened up and also the Senna. So, of course, you guys have a lot of bright ideas to be played out, and we saw like you guys went in for things like Senna or so, and even the Irelia that's so flexible. Currently, what's actually your favorite champion to play?
As an ADC, my favorite champion is Ezreal. Yeah, that's why I played him today.
I see. That's great.
So,
That's great.
no, knowing that 7-9 has two ADCs, right? There's you, there's Wild Rabbit. Does it? No, do you feel nervous? Do you feel like the shoes sometimes might be too hard to fit, or you just feel like, okay, I'm just gonna play my game and show them, my style of Wild Rift? How is the environment like playing with 7-9?
I really like the team. Like everyone's just everyone's like funny. Everyone's just like very friendly. When I do something wrong and like everyone just like tells me what I'm doing wrong, it feels like even though I'm a new addition, they don't like ostracize me. It's like I'm learning. Like they're teaching me what I need to know. Like for that, I think 7-9 is like a very good environment, even though I'm like a new addition.
Yeah, and of course, we wanted to dive deeper into this story on how you've initially joined 7-9 as well, because many of the fans definitely have been really happy with the way that you debut and you guys are on this win streak. So tell us a little bit more about that. Did Swak just call in and hey bro, we got this opening space for this marksman role? Like how did it win?
I was actually like a free agent until like early June, and as soon as like mid-June, they did like tryouts for 7-9 ADC and support lane, and I tried out. There was actually supposed to be like a new ADC and a new support, but we didn't manage to find a support. But like they welcomed me.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Yeah, you're doing well. So now a bit of a tougher question, right? And maybe for you to answer. Next up, you guys are going up against UndeRank, and UndeRank, they last Thursday during the interview, they said that they're coming for 7-9. What do you have to say about that?
I saw that. Bring it on. Bring it on, my dude.
Bring it on.
My team will definitely do their best. Like against Berjaya Dragons, UndeRank, Saudaga, we'll definitely do our best.
This season definitely is a very tough one, but hey, you guys have made it work, and you guys are on a roll. I believe by the end of this entirety of the show, the brackets will be updated, and most likely you guys might see yourself as the #1 team at the moment, because you guys have not really dropped games. So
yeah,
is there anything you guys got to say to all the fans out there, and also like what is the secret recipe to this success that you guys are having so far, at least throughout this past couple of weeks?
SWAT carry.
SWAT carry. Yeah.
I told you, right? I told you it's the post-buff SWAT. It's the post-buff SWAT coming into play. But yeah, thank you very much, Azumi. It's a pleasure watching you play. And of course, 7-9, 3 series win, no losses yet in the group stage. We cannot wait to see you guys take on UndeRank, and we wish you all the best, and hope you guys take a good rest and be prepared for the upcoming series. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take good care. And that is Dazzle Me of 7-9. I honestly love talking to him so much. Like he just gives you this bro vibe going on, and he it's great to see that, you know, him coming in with debut, and he has already been showing that, oh, he can even perform even if he's having his fingers shaking. It's like, Mom, I'm on TV, calm me down, you know. Like, now back-to-back wins for 7-9, and he is definitely one guy to look out for the entirety of the entire season of CI Icon Series Malaysia.
Yeah, and of course, now with the confirmation of Dazzle Me, the post-buff swap has been officiated, right? 7-9's true carry is going to be swap. But with that being said, you can kind of see the confidence, right? And we also got an insight to how 7-9 as a team has been very accommodating. The environment definitely is helping him grow as well, which probably explains why the performance today, even against a team like Geek ends up being more than what they themselves expected.
And I definitely think that, you know, for this team, there's only better things to come. Same goes to the side of Geek Fan, but of course they got to do their homework. They really got to really re-strategize and keep everybody in sync. So I'm still thinking about shot calls that Geek Fan will still need to work on. But it's time for us to, of course, crown the MVP of this entirety of this matchup that we had. And it has to be the person that we just interviewed. Player of the match is none other than Dazzle.
Yeah, just, you know, being the guy, the only guy that got picked up by 7-9, debuting on his first big official league in the fall season, and coming up with such an impressive performance, he definitely deserves a lot of credit. And I think all the other teams should really start looking out for this guy. You know, even though there's this juggle between him and Wild Rabbit, and Wild Rabbit is probably the more prominent name in the beginning, but it's time to put Dazzle Me on that pedestal. I think this series solidifies him as one of the top contenders, and the confidence that he oozes, it really gets me excited to see how far 7-9 can go with him as the new addition.
Yeah, and I definitely think that this Wonder Kid is definitely going places. So there will be more of this Azrael coming in with more of all these arcane shifts and mystic shots, whatever of the true shot barrage that will be wrecking havoc across the rift. So Dazzle Me probably will be giving us a lot more of those battles happening over on towards that dragon lane. So now, as we do have the updated leaderboards, SDGR Iblis is just slightly behind 7-9 because of the match that they had today that went on 2-1, and 7-9 was going on pretty much on a streak. You know, they only suffered one round of a loss, but they have won every single series since then. So the score difference is a whole lot higher, and both of them are lucky in 9 points. In particular, Berjaya Dragon is now recuperating. They will be coming in onto third spot with a total of 6 points, shared with UndeRank, but of course their track record now is looking slightly bit better than UndeRank. Meanwhile, Sonic Killers on 5th place.
Yep, INSOMNIAX will be in 6th place, followed by Geek Fam and Assassin Academy at the bottom 2. Assassin Academy obviously did not get to win a single game, whereas Geek Fam were able to take one off of SDGR EA, which puts them slightly above Assassin Academy. But this is gonna be the leaderboard, and may I just say, you know, we look at the top 4 teams from Summer Icon. Now 3 out of those 4 teams are still in the top 4, and we have the new contender in the name of SDGR EA, who is theoretically in first place, in contention of that first place, and they have yet to go up against 7-9, I believe. So there's something that's to look forward to. Maybe they could pose a challenge to 7-9, but first of all, they gotta take on Berjaya Dragons on Thursday. And speaking about Thursday, when the schedule shows up, it is going to be an absolute exciting day.
Yeah, and I do believe that this table will have a whole lot of shift when it comes down to the standings of this entire leaderboard. Still hoping to see Geek Fam as well as Assassin Academy pick up some points, and let's start things off here UndeRank going up against Seb9, and that's where, the power level will be defined even further when SDGR Iblis, or should I call it SDGR EA, taking on Berjaya Dragon. So if in the case that Berjaya Dragons wins, then they should go back in towards at least the top 2 spot. But if SDGR gets a 2-1 or 2-0, then they will still need to chase upon Seb9 for that number 1 spot.
Yeah, and of course, after those first 2 series, we have Silent Killer against Geek Fam for the 3rd best of 3, and we'll close out the evening with INSOMNIAX taking on Assassin Academy. And the universe works in a very mysterious way. UndeRank, last week, they kind of gave out their battle words to Seb9, and they're gonna take on Seb9 on Thursday. SDGR EA talked about Berjaya Dragon and talked about how they want to overtake Berjaya Dragon, and they're gonna go up against Berjaya Dragon on Thursday as well. So on Thursday, these 2 out of these 4 teams are gonna suffer their losses, especially UndeRank against Seb9. SDGR EA might suffer their first loss. UndeRank against Seb9, one of these teams will also potentially suffer their first loss as well. This is crazy.
Yeah, and I just think that things are just getting better and better when it comes down to the quality of matches. So you do not want to miss what's happening on Thursday. So make sure you guys lock in your alarm clocks if you guys are from different regions, because of course we're running the show starting from the 6 p.m. onwards, GMT +8. So of course we want to highlight those of you guys who have been dropping by our live stream. Of course, thank you so much. Maggie Hot Cup has selected a few guys to be highlighting, and we have Apizooms that says Alistar kena ada sebab esok Raya Haji.
And speaking of that, yeah, the happy Hari Raya Haji to all of those celebrating out there. The clock just struck 12, so hope you guys have a great festive season. But yes, you have to have Alistar. How can you not have Alistar? I think he's a very less peak champions for a good reason. But look at this, we have our boy Sagi from Berjaya Dragons. Emotion is the product of Berjaya Dragons #done claim. To a certain degree, yes, but emotion is coming for you on Thursday, so better be ready, my friend.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that all the bands later is locked upon emotion side, so maybe he won't be that much emotionless during that day. So let's see what will happen by then. Any more spotlight from the community itself? Of course, will be featuring all of you guys. All you have to do, of course, #Maggie moments from time to time, and you guys can tell us some of your stories of spending time with your friends or having a hot cup. Now, it's time for another one. This one's coming in from Hafiz Hakimi.
Yeah, and he's saying the best thing about SDGR is that they are not relying on the imports alone. The local players in a team also played well, and it's a statement that I think everyone can agree with. SDGR, just 5 local players, without coach, without any analysts, just their pure big brain power comes out with the most creative drafts, and they took down the Giants. So I definitely feel like I definitely resonate with what Hafiz said, and I resonate with what Sagi says about SDGR EA possibly being Berjaya Dragons' closest contender up to this point.
Yeah, and of course, there's many more of all these talents here in Malaysia that will be, of course, shining bright and coming towards this fall season. We are seeing such a high quality action coming across all our League of Legends Wild Rift matches. So if you guys are craving for even more for yourself, like, where do I participate in some of these Wild Rift matches? Can I actually join any community events? Yes, there is a community cup, all brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup, where you guys can definitely register, as you guys can contend for a little bit of a prize pool for yourself. And hey, why not a little bit of extra pocket money while you enjoy some of the Wild Rift? And you might just be scouted up by some of the big teams. Who knows? Maybe you might one day be picked up by Berjaya Dragons, Seb9, BJD. I said BJD already.
Yeah,
or SDGR EA. Many more to come. Or why not form your team and climb your way up, beat Berjaya Dragons themselves, and make your way in towards the Icon series?
Yeah, all you have to do is to click on the link, or at least enter the link down below, bit.ly/hotcup5. Whether you are alone, whether you have a team, just sign up. If you have a team, then you can try and crack a co-op with the boys. But if you're alone, we will pair you up with other randoms that are joining the tournament, and you might meet your new friends that will become your best buddies to take on the entire world. But regardless of it, just give it a shot. You will walk away with some prizes and definitely some great memories.
That's right, and I do believe that we are coming near towards the end of the show already. We definitely want to thank all of you guys who have been tuning from start to finish. Even if you just joined in moments ago just to catch the final battle between Geek Fam as well as Sem9, we still welcome you, and we love all of you guys for spending your time with us here for the Sea Icon Series Malaysia. And of course, all of this is brought to you by Riot Games as well as ESL, and not forgetting our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup. My name is Contra, and of course, I definitely would like to see you guys on Thursday. Any last words from you coming in, Husky?
Don't miss out Thursday. Thursday is going to be crazy.
That's right, and I do believe that that is all that we have here in the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific bring to you Sea Icon Series Malaysia, League of Legends Wild Rift. So we will then see you guys on Thursday.
When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. Face the storm coming. Ground is shaking. Down inside, calling. Voices in the distance. We are here. We keep holding on. Towards the dawn.
in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! 8 lagi nyawa Nandem dan into the infernal bomb dan Turi Solar Blade. Fokus saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Gol mega infernal bomb. Damage yang dilakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage yang sangat ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat. Jaguar kill.
Every single line, every single roadblock. We got two hearts that beat in time. And the towers looking down on, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't feel a hole inside me. Damned if I do,